Chapter 1, Goddess at the Door, System Awakens. Su Mengyao.
Lin Chen was stunned to see the beautiful woman outside the door.
Memories from 3 years ago instantly flooded his mind.
He had rented a house outside the school during his senior year, and Su Mengyao was a sophomore and the ice-cold beauty queen of their school. One night, he saw Su Mengyao looking terrified, and after asking her what was wrong, she begged him to take her home.
Once they arrived home, Lin Chen was about to call the police.
But the flushed Su Mengyao actually started to take off her clothes. She had been drugged, and she stopped Lin Chen from calling the police.
That night was like a dream. Lin Chen never expected that he would get Su Mengyao's virginity. Unfortunately, Su Mengyao left the next day. What's more, Su Mengyao dropped out of school and went abroad to go to university. Xiaoxi, come here. Say hello to daddy. Su Mengyao looked aside. Behind the door, a cute little girl timidly came to Lin Chen. She looked at Lin Chen with her beautiful big eyes. Are you my father? Lin Chen couldn't believe it.
He looked at Su Mengyao in shock.
Su Mengyao calmly said, I got pregnant with Xiaoxi that time.
The doctor said that my constitution was not good and that I might only be able to get pregnant with this baby in my life, so I gave birth to Xiaoxi. I originally planned to raise her on my own and not bother you, but other children have dads, and Xiaoxi also wants a dad.
And I've been busy recently. Can you take care of Xiaoxi for a while?
Just then, a strange voice rang in Lin Chen's mind. Super Daddy system activated.
Host, you don't need to doubt it. The little girl in front of you is your daughter. This system will help you become a super invincible daddy.
Lin Chen was full of surprise. Suddenly, he had a super cute daughter, and he had even awakened the Super Daddy system.
This was the rhythm of reaching the pinnacle of life. Su Mengyao, you guys come in quickly. Lin Chen said. Su Mengyao shook her head and said, I'm not going in. Xiaoxi is your daughter, you don't need to doubt that.
You can do a paternity test, but we have no relationship.
Xiaoxi, he's your father. Don't you always say you want to find your father?
Other children have fathers, and Xiaoxi also has a father.
Su Mengyao knelt down and kissed Lin Xiaoxi. Father.
Lin Xiaoxi called sweetly. This father made Lin Chen's heart melt.
Xiaoqian, you're so good.
Lin Chen said a little helplessly. Su Mengyao got up and took out a business card. This is my contact information. If there is anything important, you can contact me, but if it's not important, don't call.
This suitcase contains Xiaoxi's clothes.
She is a bit of a picky eater, so you need to pay more attention to what she eats.
Lin Chen asked, when is Xiaoxi's birthday? Su Mengyao, Xiaoxi's birthday is March 6th.
She is a little over 2 years old now, so you just need to take her to kindergarten.
Xiaoxi, you have to listen to your father. Mommy has something to do, so I'll come visit you again in a while.
Lin Xiaoxian nodded, and said like a little adult, Mommy, don't be afraid if you're alone. I'll stay with Daddy for a while, because Daddy will definitely be lonely alone.
Okay. Su Mengyao reluctantly left.
Lin Chen bent down and picked up Lin Xiaoxian. Lin Xiaoxian looked a lot like him, and according to the system, this cute little girl was definitely his daughter.
Daddy, I'm so happy. Other kids have dads, and I have a dad too.
Lin Xiaoxi said excitedly. Lin Chen carried Lin Xiaoxi in one arm and carried the suitcase in the other arm.
This suitcase looked very expensive. Dad, you live in a small place. Lin Xiaoxi looked around.
Lin Chen rented this house, which had one room and one living room. The house was not big, but it was enough for him to live alone.
Plus, Lin Xiaoxi was a bit small.
The living room in this house is relatively small, so Lin Xiaoxi can't play around.
Lin Xiaoxi, did you live in a big house before? Lin Chen asked. Lin Xiaoxi nodded, yes.
My mom's house is huge, like a castle, but my mom is sometimes away, and I'm not happy with the 2 aunts.
I like my mom and dad.
Lin Chen kissed Lin Xiaoxi's cheek and said, Dad likes Xiaoxi too.
Dad is going to find a bigger house these 2 days. The company's performance is not good, and he was laid off last month.
Fortunately, he is relatively frugal, and the company that laid him off also paid him some compensation.
He now has about 60,000 yuan in his bank card. Dad, why don't you live with Mom? Lin Xiaoxi asked with confusion.
Although she acted like a little adult, she didn't know about these things. Lin Chen patted her little head. Xiaoxi, let me ask you a question.
Has Mom brought any other uncles home?
He had had sex with Su Mengyao, and they had a daughter together, so naturally he had some thoughts about Su Mengyao.
But if Su Mengyao has someone else, it's fine.
Even if she is very beautiful, Lin Chen doesn't want to be green-eyed.
No.
Lin Xiaoxian shook her head.
Lin Chen's eyes lit up, so there is still hope.
3 years ago, Su Mengyao was the school flower. She was very beautiful, and 3 years later, Lin Chen felt that she was even more beautiful.
If I can woo her, I'll be so happy. Xiaoxian, play with yourself for a while. Dad will pack your things first.
Lin Chen smiled and dragged his suitcase to the bedroom. When he opened the suitcase, Lin Chen froze. Inside the suitcase was a bag containing bundles of money. Lin Chen looked and saw that there was a total of 60,000 yuan.
There was also a note inside the bag. Lin Chen, this is 3 months' living expenses for you.
I know you don't have a job yet, so you take care of Cici for now.
When Cici goes to kindergarten, you won't need to take care of her anymore.
Lin Chen muttered to himself, Su Mengyao is quite considerate. She is afraid that he will mistreat Lin Xiaoxi and has given him living expenses. However, Lin Chen does not plan to use this money. Lin Xiaoxi is his daughter, it is only natural for him to raise and take care of her. He does not need Su Mengyao to give him living expenses.
Soon Lin Chen finished sorting Lin Xiaoxi's clothes.
A system voice sounded in Lin Chen's mind, host packing suitcase, system space opened, system space 1000 cubic meters, can store touched items in it. Lin Chen was surprised.
Packing a suitcase opened the system space?
1000 cubic meters was not particularly large, but it was more than enough.
The interior space of an ordinary villa might not be that big. Store.
Lin Chen moved his thoughts. The bag containing the money was stored in the system space.
The next second, the bag was in his hands again. It was easy to put things away and take them out. Cool. Lin Chen was overjoyed.
Even if there were no other benefits, with just 1000 cubic system spaces, if he made good use of them, he could make a fortune. Life was truly amazing.
After being single for 24 years, he had a lovely daughter.
Lin Chen muttered to himself. He was very happy, but also a little lost.
He couldn't adapt so quickly to suddenly becoming a father. Chapter 2: Cooking and Physical Fitness Improvement. Should I tell my parents?
Lin Chen muttered to himself. After considering for a while, he decided to keep it a secret for now. For the time being, he was still a little dazed himself. It was also hard to explain the situation with Su Mengyao. It would be better to wait until he had adjusted to the situation before telling his parents.
Sissy, what kind of dishes do you like?
Lin Chen asked as he returned to the living room and picked up Lin Xiaoxi in his arms. Lin Xiaoxian is very small, soft and cute, and it is very comfortable to hold in your arms. Lin Chen's face unconsciously revealed a smile.
Dad, I like to eat meat. I also like to eat eggs.
I don't like to eat green vegetables, they are not tasty. Lin Xiaoxian said sweetly. Lin Chen smiled and said, Xiaoxian, you need to eat meat and vegetables. If you only eat meat, your stomach will hurt.
Do you eat the meals made by your aunt at home?
Yes.
Lin Xiaoxian nodded.
She leaned her little head close to Lin Chen's ear and whispered, Dad, I'll tell you a secret.
Mom doesn't cook well, but I eat more when she cooks. Lin Chen was puzzled and asked, why?
Lin Xiaoxian giggled and said, that way, Mom will be at home more often, and I'll see her more often. Lin Chen was stunned. He never imagined that such words would come from the mouth of such a young child. She was so sensible that it made him feel a little sad.
Xiaoxian, Mommy is very busy.
But Daddy is not busy, and Daddy will have a lot of time to spend with you. Lin Chen kissed Lin Xiaoxian tenderly.
Some kids say I don't have a dad. They are all wrong, I do have a dad, and my dad is the best dad.
Lin Xiaoxian's eyes turned into crescent moons as she smiled.
Lin Chen asked, Xiaoxian, where are your grandparents? Su Mengyao is busy at work and doesn't have much time. Her parents don't have time either, so how come no one takes care of Lin Xiaoxi?
It seems that when Su Mengyao is not around, it's the nanny who takes care of her. Lin Xiaoxi said with a sigh, Grandma is sick, and Grandpa is accompanying her overseas for treatment.
I miss them.
Lin Chen hurriedly said, Xiaoxi, your grandparents must miss you too.
They will come back to see you when they have time. Lin Xiaoxi nodded. Dad, why didn't you come find me and Mom?
Lin Chen sighed inwardly.
That night with Su Mengyao was an accident. The aftermath of this accident was very strong.
Having slept with such a beautiful schoolgirl as Su Mengyao had raised his standards. As a result, he was still single. The situation with mom and dad is a bit complicated, you're still young and don't understand. You play for a while by yourself, dad's going to go cook for you. Eat well, and you'll understand when you grow up. Lin Chen stroked Lin Xiaoxi's head and said.
Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Lin Chen went to the kitchen and got busy.
Normally, he would only need to cook one dish for himself, but with Lin Xiaoqian, he would need at least 3 dishes for every meal. He liked spicy food, so he would have to put chili peppers in one dish, and the other 2 dishes would have to be suitable for Lin Xiaoqian without chili peppers.
In the blink of an eye, 5 minutes passed.
A system voice sounded in Lin Chen's head. Host, your cooking skills are beginning to improve. For every hour you spend in the kitchen, you will gain 1 year of chef experience.
Lin Chen was overjoyed.
Every hour spent in the kitchen would increase his experience by 1 year.
Wouldn't that mean he could become a chef in 10 days or 2 weeks?
If he spent 2 hours a day on cooking, 3 meals a day, he would be a 5-star chef in no time. In 3 months, he would be a culinary god.
Time passed by quickly.
Lin Chen's mind was flooded with all kinds of experiences, which he integrated into his cooking.
I made this?
Lin Chen couldn't believe it when he saw the 3 dishes he had created. He had actually been cooking for 2 or 3 years, but he had been doing it in a perfunctory manner, so he couldn't really call it 2 or 3 years experience. This meal had given him more experience than all his previous meals put together. Dad, it smells good.
Are you tired, Dad? Lin Xiaoxi came over and asked innocently.
Lin Chen smiled and said, No, Dad's not tired.
Dad's going to take you to wash your hands. We have to wash our hands before we eat, right?
After washing his hands, Lin Chen picked Lin Xiaoxi up and carried her back to the table.
He noticed a problem. Without a baby chair, Lin Xiaoqian couldn't sit and eat. Looks like I need to hurry up and find a new place.
Lin Chen thought to himself. His current apartment was too small, with a living room of only 10 square meters and no dining room at all. There was no place to put a dining chair.
Xiaoqian, sit next to Daddy, and Daddy will feed you.
Lin Chen said with a smile. He used a spoon to feed Lin Xiaoqian a small mouthful. Lin Xiaoqian tasted it and said happily, Dad, the food you cook tastes much better than the food Mom cooks.
This is our little secret, don't tell Mom.
Okay, this is our little secret. Lin Chen said with a smile. After finishing the meal, Lin Chen discovered that Lin Xiaoqian really didn't like vegetables.
She hardly ate any of the vegetables he had fried. Lin Chen didn't force her to eat them either.
Once his cooking skills improve, he is sure she will eat them.
Dad, I'm a little sleepy. I want to go to sleep. If I fall asleep, Dad, you won't leave, will you?
Lin Xiaoqian looked at Lin Chen with some concern. It was hard to wait for her father, and she didn't want to lose him.
Of course not. Dad will definitely stay at home with you.
Lin Chen carried Lin Xiaoqian to his bed. The sheets had only been changed yesterday, so there was no need to change them again.
Kiss, Daddy. Lin Xiaoqian kissed Lin Chen before closing her eyes for a nap.
Lin Chen looked at Lin Xiaoqian adoringly. His own precious daughter, no matter how he looked at her, she was just adorable.
System, can washing the dishes increase my chef experience?
Lin Chen went to the kitchen and started tidying up the dishes.
Okay. Lin Chen smiled, this way his experience would increase even faster. System, I like you.
After washing the dishes, Lin Chen clearly felt that his cooking skills had improved again.
I need to clean up.
It doesn't matter if I just order whatever I want, but since Xiaoqian is so young, if the house is dirty, she will get sick more easily.
Lin Chen seized the opportunity to clean up. An hour later.
Host, you have worked for an hour, and your physical fitness has increased a little.
The normal physical fitness of an average adult male is 60 points.
The system's voice once again sounded in Lin Chen's mind.
System, what is the approximate physical fitness of a top boxer? Lin Chen asked in his mind.
System, host, the physique of a top boxer is about 3 times that of an ordinary adult man. Doubling your physique can increase your combat effectiveness by more than 10 times.
System, what is my physique?
System, host, your initial physique was exactly 60 points, and now it has increased by 1 point to 61 points. Every day, the upper limit of your physique increase is 3 points. You can increase your physique through labor or exercise.
Lin Chen nodded slightly.
Increasing by 3 points a day was not a small amount. In just 1 month, he can increase his physical fitness by 90 points, which, combined with the original 60 points, can reach 150 points. The top boxer has 3 times the physical fitness of an ordinary man, which is 180 points. If he improves his physical fitness every day, it will only take a little over a month for him to surpass the top boxer.
Chapter 3, Renting a New House. I don't know if there are any houses for rent in Ziyuan community. Lin Chen took out his phone and looked it up.
Ziyuan community is a high-end community nearby. The community has a very nice garden and there are also amusement facilities for children to play on.
Lin Chen has been there before and feels quite good about it.
It's just that the houses in Ziyuan community were something he never dared to think about before.
So expensive.
Lin Chen muttered. He found out that the smallest area of the houses in Ziyuan community is 160 square meters, and the cheapest house rent is more than 10,000. Moreover, the houses with cheap rents are generally poorly decorated. The rents of the well-decorated houses are all above 15,000. He is now in the Magic City, where housing prices are high and rents are naturally high as well. But such rents are really unaffordable for the average person.
Should I rent here?
Lin Chen thought to himself. If it were just him, he definitely wouldn't consider it. With such an expensive rent, he wouldn't be able to earn that much money in a month. But now he still has a little darling. He also awakened the system. If I rent a 15,000 yuan one and put down 1 month's rent and 3 months deposit, I'll have to pay 60,000 yuan. I only have a total of 60,000 to 70,000 yuan in my bank card. Lin Chen thought of the 60,000 yuan left by Su Mengyao. He had the system, so it would not be a problem to make money in the future and pay Su Mengyao back. I have 60,000 to 70,000 yuan myself. Su Mengyao doesn't need to use much of that money. Lin Chen thought carefully. He still decided to rent a house in Ziyuan community. With the system, renting a poor quality house might not last long and he would have to change it again. He had to consider Lin Xiaoxi. After moving, Lin Xiaoxi will definitely make friends, but if they move again, she will have to make new friends all over again.
Oh no!
Suddenly Lin Xiaoxi's crying voice came from the room.
Lin Chen quickly went into the room. Xiaoxi, what's wrong? Daddy is here, don't be afraid, Daddy will protect you. Daddy, I woke up and didn't see you. I'm afraid you don't want Xiaoxi anymore.
Lin Xiaoxi wiped away her tears and said with a pout. Lin Chen picked her up. How could that be?
Daddy promises that he will never give up on Sisai. Come on, let's pinky swear, and whoever lies will become a puppy.
Lin Xiaoqian and Lin Chen pinky switched.
Daddy, I need to pee.
Lin Chen carried Lin Xiaoqian to the bathroom. Lin Xiaoqian said doubtfully, Daddy, Mommy holds me while she sits to pee. How do I pee like this?
Lin Chen guessed that Su Menyao's place had a toilet. He squats here. Dad is holding you while you pee. Shoo.
Lin Chen held Lin Xiaoxi as she peed. He was secretly glad that Lin Xiaoxi knew how to scream, otherwise if she wet the bed without warning, he would have a lot of trouble.
Xiaoxi, what did you usually do in the afternoon? Lin Chen asked.
Lin Xiaoxian thought for a moment and said, when my mom was at home, she would teach me to recite ancient poems, take me to paint, and sing to me.
Dad, I'll let Mom sing to you in the future. Mom's singing is really nice.
Lin Chen thought to himself, this is not going to be easy. He and Su Mengyao had only known each other before, and he had gotten her first time and had a child in a days, but he and Su Mengyao simply did not have any emotional foundation.
What about when Mom's not around?
Lin Xiaoqian said with a sulky voice, when my mom is not around, I just play at home by myself.
Sometimes my aunt pushes me downstairs to play. My aunt is not as good as my mom. I like my mom. I also like my dad.
Lin Chen patted Lin Xiaoqian's head. Although the child is young, she understands a lot of things.
They can feel who is really good to them.
Su Mengyao can afford a nanny, but a good one is hard to find.
Xiaoqian's father, let's go look at a house. We'll move to a new house, this one is too small for the two of us.
Lin Chen said, picking Lin Xiaoqian up.
Lin Xiaoqian happily said, yes, yes.
Dad, that I'll have to buy a lot of toys in the future. Mom has a lot of toys, but Dad doesn't have any.
No problem.
Lin Chen said cheerfully.
Soon Lin Chen was holding Lin Xiaoqian as he walked out the door. System, is holding Xiaoqian considered exercise? Lin Chen asked in his mind. Host, it counts if it's more than 5 minutes. Lin Chen's face showed a smile, the system is really understanding.
Holding Lin Xiaoxi for more than 5 minutes is considered, plus the labor and stuff, every day your physical fitness can steadily increase by 3 points.
Dad, are you tired?
If you're tired, Xiaoxi can come down and walk by herself.
Lin Xiaoxi's soft and plump voice sounded just outside the residential area.
Lin Chen's heart warmed, his own daughter is really a sweetheart.
Dad's not tired. Lin Chen kissed Lin Xiaoxi's cheek and smiled.
Ziyuan community was a couple of kilometers away, and Lin Xiaoxi wasn't heavy, so Lin Chen simply carried her over. Today, his constitution had only increased by a little. He definitely had to raise the remaining 2 points to the right level.
Hello, I'd like to rent a house in Ziyuan community. I want the decoration to be environmentally friendly. Do you have any good recommendations? Lin Chen arrived at an agency outside Ziyuan community.
The agent quickly recommended a few houses to Lin Chen, including 2 with large areas and another with poor decoration, which Lin Chen directly passed.
I want to take a look at the remaining 3. Lin Chen said. Okay.
The agent enthusiastically showed Lin Chen around. After looking at the first 2, Lin Chen was not very satisfied, mainly because the style of decoration was not the kind he liked. He asked Lin Xiaoxian, who also said she didn't like it.
Mr. Lin, this last one is quite nicely decorated.
But this house has a bit of a special situation. The owner entrusted it to us because he wanted us to help him sell it. Recently, the market has been so bad that it's hard to sell, so he's changed to renting it out.
The agent explained as they walked. What's so special about it? Lin Chen asked.
The agent said, the owner wants to sell the house more, so he can't rent it for a long time. When the market improves, the owner may sell it.
Also, the house is new and no one has lived in it yet.
If you bring your child here and he damages something, there could be some trouble.
Lin Chen, let's take a look first.
It wasn't long before Lin Chen and the others arrived inside the house.
Lin Xiaoxian's eyes lit up. Daddy, I like this one.
Lin Chen hugged Lin Xiaoxian and looked around.
The decoration and view of this house were very good, and he liked it too. Xiaoxian is a good girl and won't damage anything.
If she does, I will naturally compensate for the damage.
How much is the rent for this apartment? Lin Chen asked the agent.
The agent said, Mr. Lin, the price is 15,000 yuan, no discount.
There may be some discount for the other 2 apartments.
The rent is 1 month's deposit and 1 month's rent, the lease term is not fixed, and the rent is paid at the end of the month.
The advantage is that the agent fee for this apartment is borne by the landlord. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. 1 month's deposit and 1 month's rent, and no agent fee, it's exactly what he wants. If the landlord wants to sell the house, will there still be people looking at it? Lin Chen asked. The agent said, yes.
Mr. Lin, if a customer wants to see the house, we will look at it together at a fixed time every week, and it will definitely take less than half an hour.
What do you think? Lin Chen asked Lin Xiaoxian. What do you think, Xiaoxian? Dad, Xiaoxian likes it here.
Lin Xiaoxian said happily. Lin Chen said, I want to know the reason why the owner wants to sell the house.
I also have a small request. The house cannot be a problematic house.
The agent said, the owner's son wants to study abroad. The cost of studying abroad is high, so he wants to sell the house.
Mr. Lin, what are your requirements?
Lin Chen said, don't show the house to anyone for 3 months. If I like it and the price is right, I'll buy it. He only has a few tens of thousands of dollars in his account right now. System space of 1,000 cubic meters, if it is used well, it is not difficult to earn 10 to 20 million in 3 months.
Mr. Lin, let me communicate with the landlord. The agent quickly called the landlord. Mr. Lin, the landlord agrees.
Soon Lin Chen and the others returned to the store and signed the contract.
30,000 yuan was transferred.
He still had 30 to 40,000 yuan left that did not need to be moved from Su Mengyao's money.
Xiaoxian, tomorrow we move.
Lin Chen said with a smile.
Chapter 4 Su Mengyao's Wealth.
Lin Chen took Lin Xiaoxi back to the rented house.
Dad, why are we here again? Aren't we moving tomorrow? Lin Xiaoxi asked curiously.
Lin Chen smiled and said, no one has lived here for a long time.
Xiaoxi, do you see that it's a bit dirty everywhere?
Dad needs to clean the house. That way, tomorrow we just need to move our things over.
Lin Xiaoxi nodded and said, Dad, I'll help you.
Okay.
With you helping me, we'll definitely be able to clean up faster.
Lin Shen said with a smile. Soon Lin Shen rolled up his sleeves and got to work.
Lin Xiaoxi helped out next to him.
She was only 2 years and 2 months old, and she was tiny, so what could she possibly help with? But having her there filled the air with joy.
Ding.
Host, your physical fitness has increased by 1. Today, your physical fitness has increased by 3 points, reaching the upper limit of growth.
An hour later, the system voice sounded in Lin Shen's mind. Lin Shen's face revealed a smile.
Holding Lin Xiaoxian to work together, he easily reached the upper limit. From now on, his physical fitness should be able to increase by 3 points every day.
Xiaoxian, we're done for the day. We've already made it pretty clean.
Lin Shen smiled as he gave the floor one last mop. Lin Xiaoxian happily said, "Dad, you're so great. I want tomorrow to come quickly so we can move to our new home."
Xiaoxian liked it here.
Lin Shen's gaze swept over the place. After cleaning it, it looked even better. He was quite satisfied with every aspect of the house. He had to find a way to earn money to buy this house. Otherwise, if the landlord sold the house and moved, she would probably cry. Lin Shen thought to himself. The average price of a house in the Devil Metropolis had dropped a bit, now 57,000 yuan. The Yuan community was a high-end community, much more expensive, with an average price of just over 80,000 yuan. The total price of this house was 13 million yuan.
Shishi, let's go. Daddy will go home and cook you something delicious.
Lin Shen carried Lin Xiaoxian home. There was someone selling books from a stall by the roadside, and Lin Shen bought a few storybooks.
Daddy, will you read me a story first?
Back home, Lin Xiaoxian held the storybook expectantly.
Okay. But Daddy will cook dinner first.
Lin Shen said with a smile. After cooking the rice, Lin Shen took Lin Xiaoxian to the balcony. His house had a balcony, but it was quite small. Xiaoxian, this story is called The Ugly Duckling. Lin Shen hugged Lin Xiaoxian and slowly told him the story.
5 minutes passed.
The system's voice sounded in Lin Shen's mind. Host, your reading volume and creativity of fairy tales have begun to improve. The difficulty of both is lower than that of physical improvement. Accumulate 10 hours of storytelling and you can reach a very high level. Lin Shen said in his mind, System, you can't judge me like this. Levels 1 to 5, level 1 is ordinary, level 2 is proficient, level 3 is a master, level 4 is a grandmaster, and level 5 is the highest level in the world, the grandmaster.
How high can I go?
System, you can reach the grandmaster level in 10 hours. You can reach the grandmaster level in 20 hours.
Host, there are higher levels above that.
Lin Shen said, then, level 6 is legendary, and level 7 is mythical.
Okay, host.
Various skills will be divided according to the levels you mentioned. The system was very considerate. Lin Xiaoxian looked up and said with a smile, Daddy, why did you stop?
Are you tired?
Lin Shen smiled and said, Daddy thought of something else. Lin Shen continued telling the story.
A lot of story knowledge kept popping up in his mind.
His story reading system was helping to increase his knowledge, and at the same time, his story creation ability was also rapidly improving. These days, parents are willing to spend a lot of money on their children, and if he can publish a good story, he won't make less money. But if he wants to make money, he has to improve his abilities first.
After accompanying Lin Xiaoxi for half an hour, Lin Shen smiled and said, Xiaoxi, why don't you watch for a while by yourself? Daddy has to go cook dinner, and there's some meat you like.
After half an hour, Lin Shen had finished cooking.
Daddy, it's delicious. It's even better than lunch. Lin Xiaoxi said happily after trying it.
Lin Shen gave Lin Xiaoxian some vegetables and said, Xiaoxian, eat some vegetables.
We can't be picky eaters. Dad, I'll eat a little. Just a little.
Lin Xiaoxian really only ate a little. Lin Shen's face beamed with a smile. Compared to lunch, there was progress, as she hadn't eaten any vegetables at lunch.
After dinner, Lin Shen gave Lin Xiaoxian a bath and changed into her pajamas.
Then he took a quick shower himself.
Xiaoxian, what's wrong?
Lin Shen noticed Lin Xiaoxi crying when he came out of the bathroom.
Dad, I miss Mom.
2 tears were hanging on Lin Xiaoxi's little face.
Xiaoxian, Mom will come and see you in a few days. Now Mom is working, let's not disturb her, okay? Dad will continue to tell you stories. Lin Shen hugged Lin Xiaoxi tightly and said. Su Mengyao didn't add him to WeChat, so they couldn't video chat.
Lin Xiaoxi didn't add him to WeChat, which means that in her heart, she is still quite resistant to him. Lin Shen didn't take the initiative to mention it either, for fear of being rejected.
An hour later, Lin Xiaoxi fell asleep while listening to the story.
Having a precious daughter has awakened the system, improving his cooking, physical fitness, and fairy tale storytelling abilities.
A perfect day.
Lin Shen's face broke into a smile.
System, I'm going to practice something else now. Will other abilities appear? Lin Chen asked in his mind.
System, you won't get it by doing this on purpose. It will naturally appear as you spend time with your child.
Lin Chen nodded slightly. That's good, I don't have to rack my brains to figure out how to improve. Mengyao, what are you worried about? Are you bothered by all that money and don't know what to spend it on?
Su Mengyao's best friend, Xinxing, asked. Xinxing's family was quite wealthy, with assets of 30 million, but compared to the wealth Su Mengyao had, it was nothing. Su Mengyao's parents had laid a solid foundation for her, and a year ago when the group passed into her hands, the assets were 40 to 50 billion.
The Su family holds 51% of the shares.
Su Mengyao is quite capable and has a lot of luck. After her parents left her to go abroad, the group's assets reached 60 billion.
The Su family's share amounts to 30 billion.
Su Mengyao's parents only have her as a child, and all of this will be hers in the future.
I've sent Cici to Lin Chen's side. Su Mengyao took a sip of red wine and said. Huh?
Xinxing looked at Su Mengyao in surprise. She was Su Mengyao's best friend, and she knew what had happened back then.
Mengyao, do you want to be with Lin Chen?
Su Mengyao shook her head. I don't have that thought. He and I are from two different worlds, and we don't fit at all.
It was Cici who said she wanted a father. She's over 2 years old and starting to understand things.
She envies the other children when she sees them with their fathers. She also feels sad when the other children say she doesn't have a father.
Xinsheng, Mengyao, don't you ever want to find someone to marry?
Su Mengyao said, I may not be able to have any more children, and the probability.
Baby.
Lin Chen smiled. You're such a good girl.
Go back to sleep. Lin Chen woke up when it was already light. Lin Xiaoqian woke up first, and she didn't wake Lin Chen up.
When she saw Lin Chen wake up, she giggled and said, Daddy, I woke up first.
Mom says that being a good baby means going to bed early and waking up early. Lin Chen smiled and said, Of course Xiaoqian is a good baby.
Lin Xiaoqian snuggled into Lin Chen's arms and said, Daddy, I want to wake up and see you, and I also want to wake up and see Mommy.
That way I'll be very happy.
Lin Chen thought to himself, I also want to wake up and see Su Mengyao.
Xiaoqian, Mommy is really busy. Lin Chen stroked Lin Xiaoqian's little head and said.
Lin Xiaoqian thoughtfully said, Daddy, I miss Mommy.
I want to call Mommy.
Lin Chen sat up and said, Xiaoqian, you've only been with Daddy for a day. If Daddy calls now, Mommy will think Daddy can't take care of you properly.
Let's get up and have breakfast, then we'll move, okay? Lin Xiaoqian's eyes lit up. Yes, let's move to a new home. Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. It's a good thing children are so gullible.
Su Mengyao had told him not to call unless it was important.
The two of them soon got up. Dad, I don't have a toothbrush.
Mom says if I don't brush my teeth, I'll get worms.
Lin Xiaoqian said in a baby voice.
Lin Chen felt a little embarrassed.
Lin Xiaoqian had a towel in her suitcase, but no toothbrush. He hadn't bought one yesterday either.
He had no experience being a father for the first time.
Xiaoqian, let's go out and buy it.
There is a small supermarket nearby, and Lin Chen quickly bought it back.
Xiaoqian, do you like noodles for breakfast? Lin Chen asked. Dad, is there meat in the noodles? Yes, there must be.
After breakfast, Lin Chen packed his things and moved. He didn't have much stuff, and some things he wasn't going to get again. After packing his suitcase, he took a taxi and moved over.
At a little after 9, Lin Chen arrived at his new home. With a few more purchases, they would be able to settle in their new home. Xiaoqian, let's go to the supermarket. We'll buy some food and cook you a nice lunch.
Ziyuan community has a supermarket and Lin Chen took Lin Xiaoqian there to buy a lot of things.
Dad, I want to draw. I want to draw you and Mommy and the baby. Lin Xiaoqian said happily, holding the paintbrushes she had just bought. Okay.
Lin Chen prepared some drawing materials for Lin Xiaoxi, but she couldn't draw well, so he held her little hand and taught her.
5 minutes passed.
Host, your drawing skills are beginning to improve. Accumulate 10 hours, and your drawing skills will be able to reach the master realm.
20 hours to the Grandmaster realm.
The system's voice sounded in Lin Shen's mind. Lin Shen smiled at the corner of his mouth. Teaching his daughter to draw, his drawing skills could reach the master realm in just 10 hours.
The system is awesome.
If this continues, he will definitely become an all-around dad. A lot of painting experience kept flooding into Lin Shen's mind, and with the help of the system, he quickly digested and absorbed it.
Dad, you're so awesome. Dad, would you teach me to paint? Lin Xiaoqian looked at Lin Chen with admiration. Lin Chen kissed Lin Xiaoqian. Of course I would. Apart from painting, is there anything else you want Dad to teach you? Lin Xiaoxi counted on her fingers. I want you to teach me to draw, sing, swim, and I also want you to teach me to play football. Yan Yang has a big football.
He said he wouldn't play with me if I didn't. Lin Chen laughed in his heart.
Playing football at the age of 2? But if my daughter likes it, I have to support her.
If I teach her casually, I think I can become a football star myself. Cici, there's no problem with me teaching you these things.
But if there are things you know, can you also teach me?
Lin Shen said with a smile. Lin Xiaoxi tilted her head and thought about it for a while, and then a few English words popped out of her mouth. Dad, I can speak some English.
How about I teach you English? Okay. We have a deal.
Lin Shen said with a smile. Lin Xiaoxi said seriously, Dad, put your hands down, I'm going to start class.
Good morning is said like this. Lin Xiaoxi taught it like a pro. 5 minutes passed.
The system's voice sounded in Lin Shen's head. Host, you will become proficient in English after 3 hours of study. After that, for every 3 hours you teach Lin Xiaoxi a foreign language, you will become proficient in one of the remaining foreign languages, with no upper limit on the number.
Chapter 6, Learning a Foreign Language from Su Mengyao?
Lin Shen gave the system 10,000 likes in his heart.
You can become proficient in a foreign language in just 3 hours. That's pretty efficient.
Although it is not comparable to the fast and crude check-in system, he naturally learned while teaching Xiaoxi.
He really enjoyed the process. Dad, you're not being serious. If you're not serious, you won't get any red flowers.
Lin Xiaoxi said sweetly. Lin Shen came back to his senses. Teacher Xiaoxi is right, I will definitely listen carefully. You continue teaching.
Okay. Lin Xiaoxi continued to teach Lin Chen.
She was born in China, but she spent some time abroad. Su Mengyao also taught her English, and she knows a lot of English, so she is really teaching like a pro at the moment.
Time passes by minute by minute.
A lot of English information floods into Lin Shen's mind. In just 3 hours, he can master English, and in half an hour, Lin Shen has gained much more than he has learned before.
Teacher Lin Chen, can we learn again this afternoon? It's almost noon, and I have to cook for you, Teacher Lin Chen.
Lin Chen raised his hand and smiled. Lin Xiaoqian giggled and said, Dad, class is over, so you can't call me Teacher Xiaoqian anymore.
I'm your baby. Yes, you are my baby.
Lin Chen said, stroking Lin Xiaoqian's little head.
Then I'll go cook for my little baby.
Xiaoqian, you draw and play by yourself, and you can give me a lesson in the afternoon.
Lin Chen quickly went to the kitchen and got busy.
5 minutes passed and his cooking skills began to improve rapidly.
System, the first 5 minutes don't count? Lin Chen asked in his mind.
System said, Host, it only counts if it lasts for more than 5 minutes.
The first 5 minutes are also counted when calculating. I see. 3 minutes of enthusiasm is not enough. But the system's requirements are not high, 5 minutes of enthusiasm is enough.
Half an hour passed and Lin Chen had finished cooking. Dad, it smells so good.
It must be delicious, I want 2 bowls of rice. Lin Xiaoxi came over, smelling the fragrance.
Lin Chen picked Lin Xiaoqian up. Xiaoqian, let's go wash our hands first, and then you can sit in your high chair and eat.
You're not a baby anymore, you can eat by yourself, right?
Lin Xiaoqian nodded repeatedly. Soon Lin Chen took her to wash her hands. Lin Xiaoqian looked at the dishes on the table. Daddy, the food you cooked looks so beautiful, it looks so delicious.
Dad, you're amazing. Lin Chen used baby cutlery to serve Lin Xiaoxi's meal. Xiaoxi, today we'll eat an extra piece of vegetables. Lin Xiaoxi pouted.
But the vegetables didn't taste so bad when she put them in her mouth. This was inseparable from Lin Chen's improved cooking skills. More than 2 hours later, Lin Xiaoxi continued to be an enthusiastic little teacher after her nap. In the morning, Lin Chen only studied for half an hour, and in the afternoon he studied for an hour. Lin Chen felt that he was already able to communicate fluently in English.
System, what is your proficiency standard? Lin Chen asked in his mind.
System said, Host, the proficiency standard is simultaneous interpretation.
Lin Chen. What a proficiency standard.
With this standard, it is estimated that the vast majority of native English speakers will never be able to achieve it in their lifetime. No wonder after 3 hours of study, he still only studied for an hour and a half and felt that he was very good.
Lin Chen, Sisai, it's time for us to go play outside. Didn't we buy a soccer ball? Daddy will take you to play soccer.
Lin Chen said with a smile.
You need to spend an hour or two playing outside every day. Great. Let's go play soccer.
Lin Xiaoxi said happily. When she lived in Su Mengyao's villa, the nanny could push her out to play, but basically would not arrange outdoor sports for her. After all, the children of wealthy families are very.
Little face turned red. Daddy, I don't know anymore. Daddy, you should let Mommy teach you English in the future. Mommy is very good at English. Ask Su Mengyao to learn a foreign language? That seems pretty good. Lin Chen, Xiaoxian, you're amazing. After you taught me, Daddy remembered a lot of English knowledge that I had forgotten before. Why don't I teach you?
The roles of teacher and student have switched. Lin Xiaoxian is a little confused.
How come Daddy is so amazing? Chapter 7 Mom, you need to call your husband. Ding. Lin Chen's phone rang.
The incoming number displayed on the screen was a little strange, so he hung up directly. But soon the other party called again insistently.
Hello. Lin Chen answered the call this time.
Su Mengyao's voice came from the phone. Lin Chen, it's me.
How is Cici? Is she doing well with you? Lin Chen, she's doing quite well. I'll let Sisai answer the phone. He muttered to himself, didn't Su Mengyao say not to call unless it was important?
Still thinking about Sisai, Su Mengyao called first after all this time. Sisai, draw later, Mommy's calling. Lin Chen handed the phone to Lin Xiaoxi with the ringer turned off. Lin Xiaoxi held the phone in both hands and said happily, Mommy, where are you?
Sisai misses you. Su Mengyao's nose grew moist at the other end of the line. Mommy misses you too, Sisai. Are you doing well with Daddy? Lin Xiaoxi giggled, Mommy, I'm doing great. Daddy's a great cook, and he's so awesome. He's even more awesome than Yang Yang's daddy.
Mommy, come quickly, let's go to bed together.
That way, when I wake up, I can see both you and Daddy. Su Mengyao's face turned slightly red.
Although she had had sex with Lin Chen and had a child, she had been drugged that night and had a very vague memory.
Lin Chen secretly praised Lin Xiaoxi. Good daughter. Lin Chen, are you here? Can you move a little bit away so that Sisai and I can chat? Su Mengyao said.
Lin Xiaoxi said in a baby voice, Mom, other people's mothers call their husbands, so you have to call your husband. Lin Chen quickly said, I'm going to the bathroom, you guys chat.
He quickly walked away. Cici, your mom and dad are a little special, and you must never say things like that again, okay?
Su Mengyao reminded her. She felt a little funny after she said that.
Lin Xiaoxi was just a little over 2 years old, could she remember? Cici, are you happy with Dad? If you're not happy, Mommy will let Aunt Qingqing come get you. Su Mengyao said. Lin Xiaoxi hurriedly said, Mom, I don't want to go. I like Dad, Dad is the best dad in the world. Su Mengyao sighed inwardly. It really is true that blood is thicker than water.
After such a short time, Lin Xiaoxi has already become so attached to Lin Chen.
Cici, Mom is a bit busy and may have to go back a bit later, you have to listen to Dad and eat your food, okay? Don't worry, Mom, I'm a good boy. MMM. Cici is the best. After chatting for a while, Su Mengyao hung up the phone.
She wasn't in the mood to chat much right now, as her mother had gone into the operating room.
Mengyao, is Sisai doing okay? Su Guofeng, Su Mengyao's father, inquired.
He also missed Lin Xiaoxi, but he didn't want to talk, otherwise Lin Xiaoxi would definitely want to talk to her grandmother, and her grandmother wasn't available right now.
Sisai is fine.
Lin Chen is Sisai's father after all, and Sisai is very close to him.
Su Mengyao said.
Su Guofeng nodded. Lin Chen is Cece's father, and you are her mother, but you have to keep your distance. You and Lin Chen are from two different worlds. Dad, this is not a slight against him, it's just that your social classes are too different, and you are being wrong by being with him.
Su Mengyao nodded slightly. Dad, I'm sure you'll find your Mr. Right. Su Mengyao was silent.
The events of that year have left a psychological scar on her, and she has no intention of finding a man to marry again.
Dad, if this operation on Mum is successful, will you be able to return to China and take control of the company again? Su Mengyao asked.
Su Guofeng shook his head. Even if the operation is successful, I will definitely need to rest for a few months, so how can I rush back to China so soon?
You can keep control of the company for now, it's fine.
After all, sooner or later, you will have to take control of the family company.
Su Mengyao. Dad, that's not what you said at the beginning.
You said you'd let me manage it for 3 to 5 months, but now it's been over a year.
You're not even 50 years old, and you want to retire already? Su Guofeng coughed lightly. Dad has no choice.
Your mother's condition is serious, and I have to stay with her.
As it turns out, you've done a good job.
Su Mengyao frowned, but I'm so busy managing the company that I don't have much time to spend with Cece. Su Guofeng said, Mengyao, you can manage the company for another 6 months.
Your mother should recover by then. 6 months, okay.
I only plan to let Lin Chen take care of things for a maximum of 6 months. By then, she will be going to kindergarten, and I will have to spend more time with her.
Su Mengyao said. Su Guofeng nodded. Dad, did you and Mom get divorced? Lin Xiaoxi asked in a baby voice. Huh? Lin Chen looked at Lin Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, do you know what divorce means? Lin Xiaoxi nodded. I know.
Yuan's mom and dad got divorced, and she said her dad doesn't want her anymore.
Lin Chen picked up Lin Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, both Mom and Dad will never not want you. Mom and Dad didn't get divorced, so don't think silly things. Lin Chen kissed Lin Xiaoxi. If they want to get divorced, they have to get married first. Xiaoqian, can you write your name? How about if I teach you? Lin Chen asked. Yes. Lin Xiaoqian's attention was quickly diverted.
Lin Chen got ready to teach with paper and pen.
5 minutes passed. Host, your calligraphy level is beginning to improve.
Practice for 10 hours to reach the level of master, and 20 hours to reach the level of grandmaster.
The system's voice sounded.
Lin Chen's face revealed a faint smile.
Sure enough, teaching Lin Xiaoxi to write would improve her calligraphy. His original handwriting was very ordinary, and he couldn't write with a brush at all. His calligraphy would improve with both hard and soft brushes. He would be able to write various styles from different dynasties with ease. Dad, my name is so hard to write. Can I be Lin Yi in the future?
Lin Xiaoxi said with a pout after half an hour had passed. Lin Chen kissed her little face. Cece, that won't do.
How can we give up just because of a little difficulty? Our Cece is the best. Don't worry, Dad will teach you. Lin Xiaoqian nodded.
Lin Chen continued to teach her for another half hour. Lin Xiaoqian was so young, and it was pretty good that she could last for an hour.
Xiaoqian, what do you want to do next?
Lin Xiaoqian said hopefully, Dad, I want to go to an amusement park.
My mom and I have been to an amusement park before, and it's really fun.
Lin Chen patted her little face and laughed. Then we'll go to the amusement park, but Xiaoqian, we agreed that we can't go there often, because you still need to study, right?
Lin Xiaoqian nodded obediently. An hour later, Lin Chen and his daughter arrived at the amusement park. Daddy, I want to play that.
Mommy has taken me on that before, hee.
Lin Xiaoqian pointed to the merry-go-round not far away. Chapter 8, finally starting to earn money.
Soon Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoqian got on the merry-go-round.
Xiaoqian, you have to hold on tight.
Lin Chen reminded Lin Xiaoqian. He sat next to Lin Xiaoqian, so even if Lin Xiaoqian didn't hold on tight, he could reach out and grab her.
Dad, you have to be careful too.
Lin Xiaoqian said sweetly. The music started to play and the merry-go-round started to spin.
System, can I consider this horseback riding? Lin Chen asked in his mind. System, even if it is considered riding a horse, it shouldn't take 5 minutes, host. Sure enough, it stopped after 3 minutes.
Dad, let's go play bumper cars. I've played with my mom before, Bumper cars are so much fun. Lin Xiaoxian said excitedly. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Bumper cars are also cars. He has a driver's license, but he still took the test during his sophomore summer vacation, and he has never touched the steering wheel.
His license is about to rust. Boss, how many minutes is this time?
Lin Chen asked when they arrived at the bumper cars.
10 minutes. Hearing the boss's answer, Lin Chen paid the money happily. Let's go. 5 minutes passed.
The system's voice sounded as expected. Host, your driving skills are beginning to improve.
10 hours will improve you to master level, and 20 hours will improve you to grand master level.
That's comfortable. Lin Chen was secretly delighted.
Driving skills are still very practical.
In the future, he definitely needs to buy a car, so that it is more convenient to go out. Otherwise, if there is wind and rain, he is holding Lin Xiaoxi on the roadside waiting for the bus. Just thinking about it makes him sad, and it is even sadder to wait for the bus.
Time passes by second by second.
Lin Chen's driving skills are improving rapidly.
CC, do you still want to ride again?
After the first ride, Lin Chen asked Lin Xiaoxi with a smile.
Yes, I want to. Dad, I want to ride twice more. Lin Xiaoxi said happily.
Lin Chen took Lin Xiaoxi for 2 more rides, and after half an hour in total, Lin Chen's driving skills had improved a lot compared to a novice. If he took Lin Xiaoxi to the amusement park a few more times in the future, he would be an old car. It started to thunder and rain. Houses are too expensive to worry about for the time being. I need to hurry and buy a car. Lin Chen muttered to himself. If he wanted to buy a car, he would have to solve one problem: he needed money.
Lin Chen thought silently about which skill would be convenient for making money.
So far, he has acquired a lot of various skills: cooking, fairy tale creation, painting skills, football, calligraphy, driving, shooting, and English. If his painting skills and calligraphy reach the top level, he should be able to earn a lot of money, but his level is not high enough yet.
Cooking, he is not interested in cooking for other people.
If his ball skills and driving skills are strong, he can earn a lot of money by playing football and driving racing cars, but this is not a path he can choose. Lin Chen thought to himself. Fairy tales he could tell Lin Xiaoxi more of, and they would improve quickly.
He could submit them online and quickly receive royalties.
He had already reached the level of simultaneous interpretation in English, and he could take on some very difficult translations online. There are many English speakers in China, and there is a lot of competition in the translation industry, but very few people can reach his current level of English.
He definitely wouldn't have any problems making money.
Dad, I miss Mom so much.
If Mom were with us, that would be so nice.
Lin Xiaoxian snuggled into Lin Chen's arms and murmured. At the playground, she saw many children with their parents, and she was very envious. Lin Chen comforted her. Xiaoxian, when your mom comes back, why don't you and your mom discuss it and we'll go to the playground together?
Lin Xiaoxian nodded expectantly. Dad, let me tell you a story.
Lin Chen had many fairy tales in his head now, and even without a book, he could tell Lin Xiaoxi directly. Lin Xiaoxi fell asleep quickly after arriving home, having eaten and bathed.
Lin Chen looked it up online. I should be able to translate this in a few hours. The translation fee is 5,000 yuan, which is not bad, so let's try it.
Lin Chen muttered to himself.
He took on an online translation task. Very few people took on this kind of difficult translation task.
Although the reward is not low, 5,000 yuan, but the level is not good enough. Taking on this kind of work may take more than a month to translate properly.
If the translation is a mess, no one will pay. Crackling.
Lin Chen went to the study and started typing on the keyboard.
There was already a computer in the study of this house. My input speed is much faster than before.
Lin Chen muttered to himself.
He guessed it should be due to the improvement of his physique.
The translation took a little over 3 hours, which was less than the estimated 4 hours. Lin Chen checked the translation and found no problems.
He quickly sent the translated manuscript to the other party's email address.
He had checked the other party's reputation and found it to be quite good. Even if the other party tried to cheat him out of the translation fee, he had only spent a little over 3 hours on it, so he would just have to deal with the other party later.
Time passed quickly and the next day arrived. Huh, so soon?
The manager of a translation company was very puzzled.
His company would take on many translation tasks, but if they couldn't handle it all, they would post some of the tasks online. He remembered that this task was only accepted yesterday evening. It can't be a shoddy translation. The manager quickly opened the email to check it out.
This. Soon, shock appeared in his eyes. The other party's translation was very accurate, and he felt that the other party's level was much higher than his.
Ha!
Upon looking at the time, the supervisor discovered that the other party had spent a total of only 3 hours from receiving the order to completing it.
Holy shit! This is a godsend. The supervisor was overjoyed.
If they could form a relationship with such a godsend, they could take on more difficult orders and make more money in the process.
Big guy, you translated very well, we will transfer the money immediately. Big guy, can we cooperate in the long term? This is my phone number and WeChat ID. The supervisor quickly sent an email back to Lin Chen. Chapter 9, You did a paternity test? Ding! The sound of a text message on Lin Chen's phone. He took out his phone and looked at it. It was actually a text message from the bank, saying that the 5,000 yuan translation fee had been credited. It was quite prompt.
Lin Chen muttered to himself. If the other party said there was a problem with his translation, he would have to argue with them.
Xiaoxi, you play for a while. Daddy has something to do.
Lin Chen patted Lin Xiaoqian's head and smiled.
Okay, go ahead, Dad.
Lin Xiaoqian obediently said.
Lin Chen went to the study and turned on the computer.
Logging into his email account, Lin Chen opened the email the other party had sent him.
Long-term cooperation?
Lin Chen muttered. He wasn't particularly interested in long-term cooperation, as the money to be made was limited. Even if he made a few thousand yuan a day, it would only be 100,000 yuan a month. That might be a lot for ordinary people, but he had the system, so making 100,000 yuan a month would be ridiculous. He makes more than that just by using the system space for transportation. But it's okay to make some money in the short term. Su Mengyau's 60,000 yuan is not counted, and he only has 30,000 yuan of his own. After moving, he spent a few thousand yuan on shopping. If he is the only one spending the 30,000 yuan, it will last him a long time, but with Lin Xiaoxi, it will go quickly. Yesterday's trip to the amusement park cost quite a bit. He pays the rent monthly, which is 15,000 yuan a month.
Hello. Lin Chen quickly added the other person's WeChat. Hello, boss, you translate fast and well.
We often have urgent jobs here, and the prices will be higher than normal.
Are you interested in cooperating?
On the other end of the line, Yao Bin, the manager of the translation company, replied.
I just want to make some pocket money in the short term, so you can send me the tasks. If I think it's okay, I'll take it on.
Lin Chen replied.
Okay. Yao Bin felt a bit of regret.
But the boss has the boss's personality.
He can't be forced.
If the boss doesn't take the order here, he can take it from someone else.
Boss, I have 3 orders here. See if there's anything you're interested in.
Soon Yao Bin sent Lin Chen 3 difficult manuscripts. They were a bit inadequate to handle themselves, so they were posted online to find someone to do it. It was too difficult, the price was low, no one would take it, and there was no guarantee of quality. The price is slightly lower, and it will be increased by 10%.
If possible, I will take all 3 orders. Lin Chen replied after checking the reply. Yao Bin was stunned. Can you handle all 3? It's not a big problem.
Yao Bin quickly agreed to Lin Chen's price increase request. After a 10% price increase, the 3 orders combined were worth 21,000 yuan, and Lin Chen estimated that it would take a total of 10 hours. Lin Xiaoqian wanted to take a nap, so she had an hour or 2 in the afternoon and more than 3 hours in the evening, so she could finish it in 2 days. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Lin Chen had only added 1 new skill in the past 2 days.
Singing. This came about when he was teaching Lin Xiaoxi to sing a children's song. Ding! A text message from the bank.
His translation was accepted and he earned 21,000 yuan. Together with the 5,000 yuan he earned earlier, he earned 26,000 yuan in just over 10 hours. Lin Chen felt that knowledge was power. He used to work hard for a few thousand yuan a month.
Cici, you just read it wrong. Daddy will read it to you again. Lin Chen glanced at the text message and continued to teach Lin Xiaoxi English.
Soon the system's voice rang in Lin Chen's head. Host, your French has reached a proficient level. Lin Chen gave a faint smile. He had learned another foreign language.
It was easy. System, let's move on to German.
Lin Chen commanded in his head, as he could choose freely.
Yes, host. Continuing to teach Lin Xiaoxi foreign languages will improve your German.
The system responded.
Knock, knock.
Xin Chang arrived outside the house where Lin Chen had lived. She knocked for a long time, but no one answered.
Are you looking for Lin Chen, young lady?
A woman asked, coming down the stairs.
Xinxing hurriedly said, Yes, I'm here to see Lin Chen. The woman sized up Xinxing. You must be Lin Xiaoqian's mother, right? Xiaoqian is very cute, and you parents are responsible for her. Shen Chang. You've got it wrong, sister. Xiaoqian is my best friend's daughter. The woman said awkwardly, I see. Lin Chen doesn't live here anymore. I don't know where he moved to. Thank you, sister. Xincheng hurried downstairs and left. Didi. Xinqing dialed Su Mengyau's phone number.
Su Mengyao often traveled abroad, so Xin Chang had long ago enabled international calling.
Xincheng, how is it? Su Mengyao asked nervously.
She knew that Xin Chang would go to Lin Chen's place to check up on him today. She was worried that Lin Xiaoqian was not doing well. Mengyao, Lin Chen moved.
Didn't he tell you? Xinqing asked. Su Mengyao, no. I asked him not to call me unless it was important, and he hasn't called. I'll call him and ask, and I'll talk to you later. Okay.
After hanging up, Su Mengyao called Lin Chen's phone.
Hello. Lin Chen answered.
He already knew that the number belonged to Su Mengyao.
Su Mengyao, Lin Chen, where did you move to?
A friend of mine went to see Xixi and found that you had moved.
Lin Chen said, Ziyuan Community, Building 5, Apartment 2001.
Don't worry, Xixi is my daughter, I won't mistreat her.
You did a paternity test? Su Mengyao asked.
No, Xixi and I look very similar, and I believe you wouldn't lie about something like that.
With your qualifications, you can find a lot of people to take over in no time.
Lin Chen said, You talked to Xiaoqian. He switched on the speakerphone and handed the phone to Lin Xiaoqian.
He then got up and went to the bathroom.
Xiaoqian, you've been with Dad for a few days now.
How do you feel? Do you want to continue living with Dad? Su Mengyao asked. Lin Xiaoqian said happily, Of course I do.
Mom, let me tell you, Dad is amazing, he's a superhero.
Oh? What's so amazing about Dad? Lin Xiaoqian said, holding the phone, Dad is awesome.
He taught me to sing, draw, write, and tell me.
Auntie Qingqing is here.
Lin Chen smiled and said. Xinqing surveyed Lin Chen. Lin Chen gave her a good first impression. She was dressed in ordinary clothes but was clean and tidy.
Auntie Qingqing. Lin Xiaoxi came running over.
Cici, Auntie Qingqing missed you so much. Xincheng crouched down, picked Lin Xiaoxi up and smiled.
Lin Chen, this is my first time here. I bought some fruit, including some blueberries that Cici likes. Help yourself. Xincheng said. Okay, thanks.
Xinqing carried Lin Xiaoxi into the house. She scanned the room with her eyes. The house was very spacious, not comparable to the villa where Xin Mengyao lived, but it was pretty good. It was more than enough for Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoxi to live in. The decoration of the house also gave a very comfortable feeling. Auntie Qingqing, some kids said that Xixi doesn't have a dad, but I do, and my dad is the best. Lin Xiaoqian said with a little smugness. Xinxing kissed Lin Xiaoqian. Xixi, don't listen to what those kids are saying, of course you do have a dad. Lin Xiaoqian said that Lin Chen was the best, which she had overlooked. The Su family had conducted a survey before, and Lin Chen was very ordinary. He was almost invisible in high school and college.
Lin Chen's family background was also very ordinary. His parents were just ordinary farmers. Although Lin Chen's family was not considered poor, they were definitely not rich. Compared to the Su family, they were definitely worlds apart. Lin Chen, can I take a look and take some pictures? Mengyao wanted to take a look. Xinqing asked. Lin Chen nodded, yes, you can take whatever pictures you like. The house is 160 square meters, and there are only 3 rooms, a master bedroom, a secondary bedroom, and a study. Xinqing entered each room and took a few pictures carefully. Lin Chen, the rent for this house is not cheap, is it? Xinqing asked. Lin Chen nodded, 15,000 yuan per month. By the way, you can help me pay back Su Mengyao when the time comes. Xiaoqian is my daughter, and I don't need her to pay for taking care of her. Lin Chen opened the suitcase and took out the bag containing the money.
Shen Chang was a little surprised.
You don't want it? This is the living expenses that Mengyao gave you in CC.
Lin Chen said, I can earn my own living. In the first 2 years when she took care of her, I didn't give her any living expenses, and now that I'm taking care of CC, she doesn't need to give us any living expenses either.
I won't mistreat CC.
Shen Xing shook her head and said, you can give it to her yourself when the time comes.
She will definitely come visit CC in the future.
Lin Chen, it's almost noon, let me treat you and CC to a meal. Lin Chen had not yet spoken when Lin Xiaoxi said, Auntie Qingqing, I don't want to eat out.
The food outside isn't as good as Dad's. I like the food Dad makes. Lin Chen smiled and said, if you don't mind, Shen Xing, let's eat at home.
You can play with Xiaoxi for a while I cook.
It'll only take 40 or 50 minutes. Thank you. Shen Chang nodded. Xiaoxi, shall Auntie Qingqing tell you a story?
Shen Xing took Lin Xiaoxi to the balcony, where there was a small low table with a number of storybooks on it.
Lin Chen went to the kitchen and quickly got to work.
Lin Xiaoxi had been following him for 5 days, doing the dishes every day, and he spent more than 2 hours in the kitchen every day, gaining a year of experience every hour, so that he had more than 10 years of chef experience. These 10 years of chef experience were not the 10 years of an ordinary person, nor the 10 years of an ordinary restaurant chef. His experience was the result of being taught by top chefs for more than 10 years. Lin Chen's culinary skills today, without exaggeration, have surpassed most chefs at 5-star hotels.
20 minutes passed.
Shen Xing sniffed, and the smell coming from the kitchen was so fragrant. 40 minutes passed, and Lin Chen carried the dishes out of the kitchen, and the fragrance Shen Xing smelled suddenly became even stronger.
Shen Chang, Lin Xiaoxian, dinner is ready. Lin Chen called out.
Auntie Qingqing, let's go wash our hands, and we can't eat until we've washed our hands.
Lin Xiaoxian said in a baby voice.
Soon the two of them washed their hands and went to the dining room.
Shen Chang looked at the 5 dishes Lin Chen had prepared on the table in amazement.
It didn't take long, but Lin Chen had managed to make 5 dishes, and each dish looked very appetizing.
Auntie Qingqing, the food Daddy made is delicious. Daddy, I want to eat that meat.
Lin Xiaoxian pointed her little finger at one of the dishes.
Okay, Daddy will give you some.
Lin Chen petted Lin Xiaoxian's little head and said in a loving tone.
Lin Chen, your cooking looks really good.
Shen Chang praised.
Lin Chen laughed and said, it's okay.
If you think it's delicious, you and Su Mengyao should come over more often to eat. Shen Xing giggled and said, Mengyao is my best friend, and if you want me to sell her, the food has to be really, really delicious. After she finished speaking, she picked up her chopsticks and started eating. When the food reached her mouth, Shen Chang was stunned. Lin Chen's cooking skills were actually not inferior to those of a 5-star chef.
This dish is not bad. I'll try this fish.
Shen Chang tried the second dish, and the fish was incredibly fresh. After trying all 5 dishes, Shen Chang was amazed. Lin Chen's cooking skills were leagues ahead of Su Mengyao's. It was very likely that he had reached the standard of a 5-star hotel chef. You have to understand that there are many chefs in 5-star hotels, and it is simply impossible for ordinary people to enjoy the chef's cooking when they go out to eat.
Auntie Qingqing, Dad's cooking is delicious, isn't it? CC really likes it.
Lin Xiaoxi said sweetly.
Shen Chang muttered to herself, Lin Chen's cooking is so good, how can it not be delicious? Lin Xiaoxi's picky eater has become less picky.
The nanny hired by Su Mengyao also makes passable food, but it's no match for this, and Su Mengyao's own cooking is even more difficult to describe in words.
Cici, your dad's cooking is really delicious.
Shen Chang praised.
After finishing the meal, Shen Chang was full.
She usually doesn't eat much to maintain her figure, but Lin Chen's cooking was really delicious, and she couldn't resist.
Xiaoxian, go over there and play by yourself for a while. Shen Chang, for the sake of this meal, can I ask you a question?
Lin Chen said with a smile.
Shen Chang nodded, go ahead. Lin Chen said, has Su Mengyao had anyone else in the past 3 years? Shen Xing's eyebrows shot up. If she has had someone else, even if she doesn't have a boyfriend now, you won't consider it?
Lin Chen smiled faintly. 3 years is a long time, it's normal for her to have had someone else, but in that case, I won't bother her.
He is a systematic man and has requirements.
Shen Xing said, for the sake of this meal, I can tell you.
She hasn't had anyone else.
After that incident back then, she had a psychological shadow and was very resistant to men.
She can't even accept a handshake.
Even if you are Xiaoxi's father, it is probably difficult to woo her. Lin Chen smiled and said, "Thank you for the information.
Today's performance was average due to time constraints.
In the future, you should bring Su Mengyao here more often.
I guarantee that you will be able to taste even more delicious dishes."
His cooking skills are still rapidly improving. By the time Xinxing comes again, his cooking skills will be at a different level.
Lin Chen, this is only average?
This is a bit like Versailles.
Xinxing laughed and said, "With cooking skills like these, why don't you become a chef?
Being a chef is definitely better than working for someone else."
Lin Chen smiled and didn't say anything.
He himself had been disgusted with his previous cooking skills.
Chapter 11, So the fairy tale just exploded?
At noon, Lin Xiaoxian wanted to take a nap, and Xinxing left.
Drip.
Walking out of the community, Xinxing dialed Su Mengyao phone.
Su Mengyao was abroad, and it was very late there, but Xinxing knew that Su Mengyao must not be asleep now. Sure enough, the phone was connected in an instant. "Xinxing, what's going on?" Su Mengyao asked anxiously.
Xinxing laughed and said, "Mengyao, we were worrying for nothing.
Cici is probably having an even better time at Lin Chen's than before.
The neighborhood where Lin Chen rents is a high-end one, and the house he rents is not small in size and is nicely decorated.
Not to mention the two of them, you could live there too."
Su Mengyao said impatiently, "Don't talk nonsense." Xinxing said, "Anyway, Cici is living very well.
In terms of food, Cici is definitely eating better than we are now."
"That's impossible,"
Su Mengyao said doubtfully. "They have money, and they don't eat badly." "Mengyao, didn't you say that your father investigated before? Didn't he find out that Lin Chen is a very skilled cook?"
"His cooking skills are on par with those of a chef at a 5-star hotel."
Su Mengyao said incredulously, "You're just making this up, aren't you? If he has such cooking skills, why didn't he become a chef? The pay of a chef at a 5-star hotel is not bad." "I don't know.
Anyway, the lunch I had at his place today, all 5 dishes were delicious, and I'm full now." Xinxing rubbed her stomach and said.
Su Mengyao still didn't quite believe it. How could he have such strong cooking skills without any special training? It might be talent.
"Sissy said that her father's cooking was the best, and I thought Sissy was just making it up, but I didn't expect it to be true," Xinxing said with emotion. Xinxing paused for a moment and said, "Mengyao, the 60,000 yuan that Lin Chen gave you is still in Sissai's suitcase."
"Lin Chen asked me to give it to you, but I didn't." "You will definitely go visit Sissai in the future, so you can take it yourself." Su Menyao's brows furrowed slightly. Why didn't he take it? The rent for the house he rented was probably not cheap. The rent was 15,000 yuan a month.
Lin Chen said that it was only right for him to take care of Sissai as her father, and that you didn't need to pay. "Mengyao, maybe Lin Chen is not as ordinary as you think,"
Xinxing said.
Lin Chen gave her the impression of being full of confidence. Su Mengyao said impatiently, "You are a typical example of being soft-spoken.
You ate a meal and then you speak for him. Didn't I ask you to take pictures? You took pictures, didn't you?" Xinxing, "Yes, I will send you the pictures later."
Soon Su Mengyao received the pictures that Xinxing sent her. The living reached the proficient level in German. Now he can speak 3 foreign languages, English, French, and German, and he can interpret all 3 languages simultaneously.
"Dad, the stories you tell are so good,"
Lin Xiaoxi whispered as she lay next to Lin Chen.
"Dad, can you tell me another story?" "Sure."
Lin Chen smiled. He started a new story, but before he could finish, Lin Xiaoxi couldn't hold back any longer and fell asleep sweetly.
Leaning over, he kissed Lin Xiaoxi and went to his study.
"Fairy tales are at the Grandmaster level, it's time to make money from them," Lin Chen muttered to himself. Translating a single order can earn thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars, but that's still too little to buy this house. The children's market is huge, and there is a huge demand for good fairy tales. If you make a name for yourself and publish a book, you can earn much more than translating.
And if this catches on, you can make a steady stream of money. Lin Yu.
Lin Chen first registered a pen name for himself.
Pilai.
He quickly finished writing a 1,000-character fairy tale, which he uploaded to the newly registered fairy tale platform tongxian.com. Tongxinwang is the largest fairy tale platform in China, providing online reading. If it becomes popular, the editor will contact the author about publishing. After posting one story, Lin Chen continued writing. He didn't want to sell just one or two stories to others, he wanted to write more and become famous so that he could publish directly.
Su Xiao is an editor at Tongxinwang.
Tongxinwang is the largest fairy tale platform in China, but it is a lucrative business and Tongxinwang is now facing considerable pressure.
The editors need to find good stories and recommend them. This is the only way to attract more users.
More users naturally means they can retain more good writers.
What is all this nonsense?
Su Xiao frowned, she hadn't come across any good ones all day. Nowadays the industry is full of mixed quality, there is just too much rubbish.
Lin Yu, a new author. Su Xiao read this one written by Lin Chen. Ha!
After reading it once she read it again carefully, excitement shone in her eyes. As a professional editor she could tell that this was definitely top-notch work.
Editor-in-chief, I've found a gem.
Su Xiao quickly called the editor-in-chief. She had the authority to give recommendations, but she only had general authority, so the recommendation she gave was naturally not as good as the recommendation the editor-in-chief could give.
Really? Editor-in-chief Chen Wenhan said with delight.
Editor-in-chief, maybe it's more than that. I feel that this fairy tale can be passed down for 100 years.
Su Xiao said.
Chen Wenhan was at home at the moment, and he quickly turned on the computer. After reading it, his feeling was the same as Su Xiao's. This fairy tale is likely to be passed down for centuries.
Hey! Chen Wenhan noticed that Lin Yu had updated it again. Great, excellent. Chen Wenhan was overjoyed after reading the second article.
He felt that this story was even better than the first one.
Editor-in-chief, have you read the second one?
Lin Yu is definitely a great talent.
Don't you want to recommend him? Don't let him go. Su Xiao called Chen Wenhan again. Right away. Chen Wenhan hurriedly arranged for the best recommendation. More than 10 people read it, which is too few.
But the ratings are all 10, so the ratings are not bad. Lin Chen muttered. After passing on the second article, he looked at the results of the first article.
A mere dozen clicks is dismal. Keep going. Lin Chen continued to type.
He had a lot of stories in his head, with 1,000 words in each story, and he had no problem writing 3 an hour. Tonight, he would get 10 together. Once I have 20 or 30, I can publish a children's book.
Above the fairy tale level? Really?
The editor-in-chief gave such a comment.
Look at it.
It's good enough to reach the fairy tale level. Chen Wenhan arranged for the recommendation, and soon many people clicked in.
Every night, there are many people looking for stories on Tongxin. This is the peak time for website traffic.
It is indeed above the fairy tale level, and Lin Yu is amazing.
Full marks and no explanation.
I'll read these 2 stories to my child tomorrow night. The comments section soon filled with more messages.
3 hours passed. Phew.
Lin Chen finished writing the other 8 stories in one go, and he planned to upload them all together.
What's going on?
Lin Chen was stunned when he opened the website. Both fairy tales had more than 50,000 clicks and thousands of comments.
This is a direct explosion. Chapter 12, Signing a Contract with Tongxin.com.
It turned out that he had been recommended on the homepage. The rewards for the 2 short stories had added up to 1,000 yuan, which was not bad.
Lin Chen's face showed a smile.
He took the opportunity to upload the other 8 stories he had written. These fairy tales should all become popular, and by then, the rewards for his fairy tales would bring him a lot of money every day.
That's really amazing. Chen Wenhan was full of emotion. After giving the recommendation, he kept an eye on the data.
In the same 3 hours, the click rates of the 2 short stories of Lin Yu were much higher.
His comment had a certain effect.
In addition, he guessed that some readers attracted many people by recommending others. Usually, for the same recommendation position, if you recommend another story, in 3 hours, the number of people who click in will be only 10,000 to 20,000.
30,000 is already very good data.
The clicks on these 2 stories of Lin Yu have even exceeded 50,000.
Ding! Chen Wenhan's phone rang again. Editor-in-chief, you're still awake, aren't you? I just went to bed and was about to fall asleep. Is everything okay? Chen Wenhan was a little nervous. Could it be that another website had poached Lin Yu and Lin Yu had posted an announcement and gone directly to another website? Su Xiao on the other end of the line excitedly said, Editor-in-chief, I think it's because we recommended Lin Yu in time that he felt our sincerity and he posted 8 more fairy tales. Chen Wenhan immediately sat up. He hurried to the study and restarted the computer. Sure enough, Lin Yu had updated 8 more. Awesome, just awesome. Lin Yu's level is definitely top-notch. Chen Wenhan read 2 of them as quickly as he could, and the level of these 2 was the same as the first 2. Drip. Chen Wenhan's phone rang. It was a publisher calling. 3,000 for one article? Mr. Li, if you have fairy tales of this caliber, 5,000 for one article, I'll buy as many as you have. Chen Wenhan hung up the phone. 3,000 for one article to buy a fairy tale of this caliber? That's a lot of money. 3,000 for a newbie might be a good price, but Lin Yu's level is so high, Chen Wenhan feels that Lin Yu is definitely not a newbie, but a top-notch master. He dares to contact Lin Yu and offer this price. Lin Yu might run away overnight. Ding. Less than 2 minutes later, Chen Wenhan's phone rang again. Someone else was asking for his contact information to make a purchase. Old Zhang, you're okay buying a fairy tale at 10,000 yuan per article, but these are masterpieces that are above fairy tales. 100 years from now, if we don't have these fairy tales, we'll still be around. Do you think Lin Yu is a newbie at this level? 30,000 yuan per article? I can ask Lin Yu for you, but at this price, I don't think it's possible to buy it. After chatting with the other person for a while, Chen Wenhan hung up the phone. 30,000 for an article is not a low price, but he knew that it would still be difficult to buy a fairy tale of this level at such a price. Drip. It wasn't long before a third call came in. The night passed. Lin Chen slept quite well, but Chen Wenhan didn't fall asleep until 3 a.m., and he was woken up by the phone at a little after 6 a.m. Lin Xiaoxian was still asleep, so Lin Chen got up and went to the study. Ha! Opening the author's background, Lin Chen was surprised. The clicks on the first 2 articles were close to 100,000. The other 8 articles also reached 40,000 to 50,000 clicks. The total reward for the 10 articles had already exceeded 10,000. Of course, not all the reward money was his, the website got 30%. Editor-in-Chief Chen Wenhan? Lin Chen found an internal message in the background. The editor-in-chief of tongxian.com wanted to add him as a WeChat friend. Let's not add him for now. Lin Chen didn't rush to add the other person. Hurry and add the other person and it would look like a newbie. In the blink of an eye, it was noon. Lin Xiaoqian fell asleep after eating lunch and playing for a while. Lin Chen then added Chen Wenhan. Chen Wenhan had no interest in working all morning. Lin Chen was too powerful. If he didn't give him the best recommendation, Lin Chen might take the money and run, and if he gave him the best recommendation, Lin Chen might take the users and run as well. Now that he had given the best recommendation, if Lin Chen took the users and ran, he might have to resign as well. Ding! The phone rang. Chen Wenhan quickly picked up the phone. He's added me, he's finally added me. Chen Wenhan was overjoyed. Lin Chen hadn't added him for half a day, which had made him feel restless. Big shot, this is Chen Wenhan, editor-in-chief of Tongxin. I'm contacting you because many publishers want to buy the fairy tales you've written. Chen Wenhan quickly sent a message to Lin Chen. What's the price? Lin Chen asked curiously. Chen Wenhan quickly replied, the quality of the 10 fairy tales is very high, and the highest bidder has offered 680,000. Lin Chen's heartbeat quickened slightly. He had written those 10 fairy tales in 3 or 4 hours. However, they were not his original work, but had been given to him by the system. Although his level was high, it would be quite good if he could create a fairy tale of this level every 3 days. Editor-in-Chief Chen, I don't want to sell for the time being. I still have other fairy tales to publish at that time. I wonder what kind of conditions tongxian.com can offer me next. Lin Chen replied. Chen Wenhan let out a sigh of relief. As long as Lin Chen doesn't run away, everything else is negotiable. Big brother, I also suggest that you don't sell now. Your works will definitely be able to sell for a higher price in the future. Can we meet? We will give you the best conditions. Lin Chen pondered, and if he didn't sign a contract with tongxian.com, he would definitely worry that someone like him who hadn't signed a contract could run away at any time. There would be no need to meet. You can discuss what kind of conditions you can offer. If you can offer good conditions, you can just sign the contract online. Lin Chen considered for a moment and replied. He wanted to bring Lin Xiaoxian with him, so he didn't have time to meet the other party offline. Moreover, he didn't want to go public and have his identity revealed, as it might affect his career of being a father.
Writing fairy tales was just about making some money, and the most important thing was to take good care of Lin Xiaoxian.
Okay, big guy. Chen Wenhan quickly reported back to his boss. Even though he was the editor-in-chief, he couldn't make the final decision on this matter. An hour later, Chen Wenhan sent over a document. Lin Chen clicked to take a look. The terms offered by tongxian.com were not bad.
The various recommendations were full, and in addition, tongxian.com would also provide promotional resources outside the site.
In addition, 90% of his rewards would be split, 90% for him. tongxian.com would only get 10%, which might not even be enough to pay taxes. Editor-in-Chief Chen, the terms are not bad. I can sign a contract with the website. Lin Chen replied after taking a closer look.
He only publishes on tongxian.com, and the copyright belongs to him. If he wants to publish the website, he still has to cooperate with him in publicity.
Big brother, we'll prepare the contract right away.
The boss said that as a sign of good faith, we'll pay an additional signing bonus of 300,000.
Chen Wenhan replied happily.
For top writers, 300,000 yuan in signing bonuses is not much, but the fact that the terms were negotiated and an additional 300,000 yuan in signing bonuses was added was very heartwarming.
Lin Chen smiled.
It was estimated that they had already negotiated and agreed on the signing bonus, but in the end, he didn't haggle over it, and the website didn't save any money either.
Thank you. Soon after, Chen Wenhan sent the electronic contract. Lin Chen signed the electronic contract. Boss, happy cooperation. If you have any questions, just call me. Chen Wenhan's face broke into a smile.
With a super god sitting on the website, it can develop rapidly.
His bonus this year will definitely not be small.
Chapter 13, Taking Lin Xiaoxian to buy a car.
Ding.
The sound of a text message reminder from the bank card sounded. The 300,000 signing bonus from tongxian.com was quickly transferred to Lin Chen's card. This money is subject to tax, but there is no need to pay it now, just pay the tax on the tax app during the annual tax return.
It's pretty fast. Lin Chen's face showed a faint smile.
With the tens of thousands of dollars earned from translation and the 300,000 signing bonus, there is no problem buying a car for 300,000 yuan. After a while, he will have even more money and can buy a better car, but a car in the 300,000 range already meets his needs. Cars in the 300,000 range have pretty good safety and equipment, and moving up from there is mainly about improving the perceived quality. What car should I buy? Lin Chen muttered to himself. If it were just him, his first choice would be an electric car, which accelerates quickly and is fun to drive, but there is also Lin Xiaoxi, and the safety of an electric car still needs to be tested over a period of time.
Let's go with Volvo. After a little online research, Lin Chen decided to buy the Volvo XC60. The price was right, and Volvo's safety record was good. He didn't really care about the brand. Besides, at 300,000 yuan, it was just a car for grocery shopping. No one would look at him any differently if he bought a BMW. He didn't need a car to impress people. He had the daddy system, and with Lin Xiaoxi in tow, he would be invincible. Woo woo. Lin Xiaoxi's crying could be heard from the master bedroom. Lin Chen hurriedly went into the master bedroom. Lin Xiaoxian, Daddy is here, why are you crying? Lin Chen asked Lin Xiaoxian as he hugged her. He reached out his hand and it was wet. Lin Xiaoxian tearfully said, Daddy, I peed my pants, I'm not a good baby anymore, oh. Lin Chen hurriedly coaxed, Xiaoxian, who said that? It's normal for a child like you to occasionally pee your pants, some children still pee their pants at the age of 5 or 6. Daddy will change you. Lin Xiaoxian said pitifully, Daddy, is that true? The nanny said that children who wet their pants are not good children. Lin Chen frowned inwardly. Lin Xiaoxian's nanny definitely didn't want to be bothered, but Lin Xiaoxian was still a young child and would definitely still wet the bed. Xiaoxian, of course what Daddy says is true. Your nanny may have taken care of older children before, so she doesn't understand. Xiaoxian is only a little over 2 years old now. Lin Chen kissed Lin Xiaoxian and said. Soon Lin Chen cleaned Lin Xiaoxian up and changed her clothes. The bed sheets naturally had to be washed as well. But this was not too much trouble, the washing machine was a washer-dryer, and the bed sheets would be clean in no time. You've worked hard, Dad. Here's a kiss for you. Lin Xiaoxian kissed Lin Chen on both cheeks. Xiaoxian, this afternoon we'll go buy a car. Lin Chen said with a smile. Lin Xiaoxian shook her head,
Daddy, I don't like cars, I like dolls.
Daddy, can we buy dolls instead?
Lin Chen scratched Lin Xiaoxian's little nose.
Daddy didn't say a small car, he said a big car.
We need to take taxis to go to places like the amusement park, which is a bit inconvenient. There are no car seats in taxis either.
Daddy, Mommy has 3 big cars, we can drive Mommy's big car, Mommy said to share.
Lin Xiaoxi said with some confusion. Her little brain couldn't figure out why her mother had a car and 3 cars, and why her father still had to buy one.
Mom has 3 cars?
Lin Xiaoxi nodded. One car is very short, one is very long, and the other is very tall.
I often ride in the tall car, and I've ridden in the long car before, but not the short one.
Lin Chen guessed that the short car Lin Xiaoxi was talking about was a sports car.
A sports car simply couldn't carry Lin Xiaoxi. Cici, Mommy likes a different kind of car from Daddy's. Hurry up and put on your little shoes, let's go.
Lin Chen said with a smile.
Half an hour later, Lin Chen arrived at the 4S store.
After seeing the actual car, Lin Xiaoxi also liked it, so Lin Chen bought it directly. The car was available, and you could drive it away after printing a temporary license plate.
Cici, Daddy has to drive in the front, so you sit obediently in the safety seat, otherwise it will be dangerous.
Lin Chen carried Lin Xiaoqian to the safety seat. The car market is not doing well these days, so the price is cheap, and this safety seat, which is of good quality, was also given away by the store.
Daddy, Xiaoqian is the best.
Lin Xiaoqian said in a baby voice.
Mr. Lin, your daughter is so cute. If only I had a daughter.
My wife gave birth to twin sons for me. The sales associate said with a face full of envy.
Lin Chen smiled and said, if you try again, maybe the 3rd child will be a daughter. The sales associate shook his head helplessly. 2 sons are already killing me, what if I have another son? Mr. Lin, if you have any problems, you can contact me at any time.
Lin Chen nodded, got into the car, and drove off steadily.
System, can I improve my driving skills by driving like this? Lin Chen asked in his mind.
The system said, of course you can, host. Accumulate 10 hours to reach master level, 20 hours to reach grandmaster level, 40 hours to reach legendary level, and 80 hours to reach mythical level.
Lin Chen asked, what happens after reaching mythical level?
Driving is often necessary when going out, so accumulating 80 hours is not difficult. The system said, host, the limits for different skills are different. The limit for improving driving skills is 100 hours.
After 100 hours, your driving skills will no longer improve.
Lin Chen was quite satisfied. After 20 hours, he will reach the level of a grandmaster, and the most skilled driver on the planet will also be at the grandmaster level. He will need 100 hours to improve his driving skills. When he is done, all the other drivers will be nothing in front of him.
Dad, where are we going?
Lin Xiaoxi, who was sitting quietly in the back seat, asked.
Lin Chen smiled and said, Xiaoxi, we are going to the supermarket. Now that we have a car, we can buy things that we couldn't buy before. Think about what you want to buy.
Lin Xiaoxi obediently said. Once they entered the supermarket, Lin Xiaoqian sat in the shopping cart while Lin Chen pushed her along as she looked here and there. Before long, Lin Chen had filled half the shopping cart.
Drip! Lin Chen's phone rang.
He took out his phone and saw that it was his mother, Chen Mei, calling.
It's time to tell the family.
Lin Chen muttered to himself. Although the house was still rented, they had moved to a new place, so even if his parents came to Shanghai, they would have a place to stay. He had also replaced his car, and when his parents came over, he could take them and Lin Xiaoxi out for a spin together.
Lin Chen quickly answered the phone. Chen Mei on the other end of the line asked, Son, you don't have a job right now, do you? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Mom, did Zhou Wei tell your family?
Zhou Wei was from the same village as him, and they worked in different departments of the same company. He had been laid off, but Zhou Wei hadn't.
Well. He called home and said you were laid off.
Relatives.
Dad, Mom. Why did you transfer money to me? I have money. Lin Chen said. Chen Mei said, Son, have you found a girlfriend?
You will spend more money if you have a girlfriend, so your father and I will sponsor you a bit. Lin Chen smiled and said, Dad and Mom, I have a surprise for you.
He then waved at Lin Xiaoxi. Lin Xiaoxi went over to Lin Chen. Grandpa, Grandma. Lin Xiaoxi called out to the camera in a baby voice. Lin Chen's parents. They were stunned. What's going on? Isn't she your girlfriend? Why is she a little cutie?
And this little cutie is calling them grandpa and grandma.
Dad, grandpa, and grandma won't agree. Do they not like Cici?
Lin Xiaoxi looked at Lin Chen and said nervously.
Be a good girl, we like you. Son, what's going on? Lin Hai asked hurriedly.
Lin Chen coughed lightly and said, her name is Lin Xiaoxi. 3 years ago, in an accident, Cici's mother became pregnant with her, and a week ago, Cici's mother brought her to me.
She is your grandchild.
Lin Hai and Chen Mei were overjoyed.
They suddenly had such a cute granddaughter. Cici, just now grandma was being bad, she didn't answer in time, wait until grandma comes over to buy you something delicious. Chen Mei coaxed.
Lin Hai also hurriedly said, grandpa will buy it for you too. Lin Xiaoxi sweetly said, grandpa and grandma, thank you.
Grandpa and grandma, are you going to come and see Cici? Aha, we'll come tomorrow. Chen Mei said, they can't wait to leave now.
Lin Chen smiled and said, Cici, go draw a picture.
Daddy will talk to grandma and grandpa, and come back to keep you company later. Bye, grandma and grandpa. Lin Xiaoxi skipped to the balcony to draw a picture. Lin Hai said, son, have you and Cici's mom gotten married yet?
Lin Chen shook his head, Cici's mom is called Su Mengyao.
Our situation is a bit special.
At the beginning, we just knew each other, not well.
Under special circumstances, we had sex. Then she went abroad.
I didn't even know she had given birth to a child. Chen Mei said, Mengyao, if there's no one else, then you should hurry up and get married.
We'll pay as much as we can as a bride price.
It's not easy for her to raise a child alone. Lin Chen said, Mom, it's not that simple. There's no one else for Su Mengyao, but I've looked her up online, and her family's assets are conservatively estimated to be over 10 billion yuan. Lin Hai and Chen Mei were dumbfounded.
10 billion yuan? That's a lot of money for them.
Xiao Qian is starting to understand things. She wants her father, but Su Mengyao has been busy lately, so she sent Xiao Qian over.
But now I'm me and she's her.
Lin Chendao said. Lin Hai and Chen Mei nodded, they understood the situation. Chen Mei said, it's normal for someone to have assets worth tens of billions of dollars.
Your father and I still know what you're worth. We'll come over tomorrow.
Lin Chendao said, Mom, send me your ID numbers, I'll buy your plane tickets.
When you get to the airport, just ask the airport staff if you don't understand anything. Don't worry.
Soon after, Chen Mei sent her ID numbers.
Lin Chendao bought their plane tickets. Husband, what will you do about your son's situation in the future? He and Mengyao are unlikely to get married, so will he ever get married? Chen Mei asked.
Lin Hai frowned slightly.
This was a problem.
The Su family has assets worth tens of billions of yuan, and the probability of their son marrying Su Mengyao is low. If they can't find someone else, Lin Chen will have another daughter.
We'll talk about it later.
Lin Hai sighed lightly. Early the next morning, Lin Hai and the others got into a black car and headed for the provincial capital. 2 or 3 hours later, they arrived at the airport. There were still 2 hours before the flight was due to take off.
After lunch.
Xiao Qian, let's go pick up Grandpa and Grandma. Lin Chen hugged Lin Xiaoqian as they left the house.
Lin Xiaoqian had to take a nap at noon, so she took a nap in the car. Grandpa, Grandma.
At a little after 2 in the afternoon, Lin Chan and Lin Xiaoqian received their people.
Cici, Grandma will hug you.
Chen Mei carefully hugged Lin Xiaoqian.
Grandma, kiss. Lin Xiaoqian kissed Chen Mei on the cheek.
Chen Mei couldn't stop smiling, and Lin Hai was beside her, full of envy. Dad and Mom, I was a bit shocked when Xian suddenly appeared, so I didn't tell you right away.
Lin Chen said. Lin Hai nodded, it's okay, we know. Hurrying over like that might have scared Xian. Now that Xian is familiar with you, it'll be better if we come back later. Okay.
Lin Chen took Lin Hai and the others to the parking lot. Seeing Lin Chen driving, Lin Hai and the others were not too surprised. This car should belong to Su Mengyao in their opinion.
Son, are you a good driver?
It's fine if you knock us around, but Cici can't have an accident.
Chen Mei asked.
In a short time, Lin Xiaoxi completely conquered Chen Mei and the others. Mom, don't worry, I'm known as the Autumn Roar Mountain Car God.
Lin Shen said with a smile. Chapter 15 Dad, I'm making a little money.
After driving for a few kilometers, Lin Hai and the others finally felt relieved. Lin Chen's driving skills were really quite good. Even though the car was not going slowly, Lin Chen was still driving very steadily.
Dad and Mom, was the trip okay? Lin Chen asked. Lin Hai nodded, it was very smooth.
It's just that your mom is impatient and left quite early, so she had to wait at the airport for almost 2 hours.
Chen Mei said, it's better to arrive early than late. If something happens and causes a delay, you'll be even more anxious than I am.
The plane won't wait for you. Lin Xiaoxian said in a baby voice, grandparents, if mom went abroad, she could pick you up at the airport, so the plane won't fly away. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment.
The Su family has a private jet?
Then the Su family's assets must be more than 10 billion. A private jet is estimated to cost hundreds of millions of dollars, and with other expenses, it is a bit of a strain to support assets of tens of billions of dollars. Lin Hai turned his head and glanced at Chen Mei, who was sitting in the back row. The richer the Su family is, the lower the chance that Lin Chen and Su Mengyao will get together. It is estimated that it will be a bit difficult for my son to get married in the future.
Cici, have you ever flown on Mommy's plane? Chen Mei asked. Lin Xiaoxi nodded, Grandma, I have.
I've been on it many times, but I can't count how many.
Cici is still young, so it's normal that she can't count.
Chen Mei said with a smile.
An hour or so later, Lin Chen drove back to the residential area. Lin Hai said, Son, you didn't used to live here, did you?
Yes.
Lin Chen nodded. Lin Xiaoxi giggled, Grandpa, Dad and I chose the house together.
Oh, both Dad and I like it here.
Well, as long as Cici likes it.
Lin Hai frowned inwardly. Lin Chen living on this side should spend Su Mengyao money, so the chances of Lin Chen and Su Mengyao getting together will be even lower.
The four of them took the elevator upstairs and entered the house.
Lin Xiaoxi bounced around and showed Lin Hai and the others around.
Son, come here for a second.
While Lin Xiaoxi was playing with Chen Mei, Lin Hai called Lin Chen aside. Housing prices in the Magic City are expensive, so the rent for this house is not cheap, right?
Did Cici's mother spend the money?
Lin Chen shook his head, I rented it myself.
Lin Hai nodded, that's okay.
Son, your mother and I don't want to get close to the Su family, but since you and Su Mengyao have a child together, it's best if you can be together.
Don't spend her money, or it will give the wrong impression.
Your mother and I have some savings, and when we go back, I'll transfer 100,000 yuan to you.
You should save some money and spend some. Lin Chen was moved. It's not easy to earn 100,000 yuan in the countryside. Son, let me be frank with you.
Our family has a total of 300,000 to 400,000 yuan in savings, and the rest of the money will have to go towards your wedding.
This is the most we can give you. Lin Haidao said.
If Lin Chen and Su Mengyao could not be together and got married to other people in the future, they would still have to hold a banquet and pay a bride price.
They definitely could not spend all the money.
Lin Chen smiled and said, Dad, let me show you something. Lin Chen took out his mobile phone from his pocket. He opened the chat history with Chen Wenhan. I was laid off this time, so I had nothing to do, so I started writing fairy tales, and I didn't expect to have any talent in that area. The highest bid for my 10 fairy tales was already 680,000, and I signed a contract with the website, which gave me a signing bonus of 300,000.
I used that money to buy that car.
Lin Chen said with a smile.
Lin Hai was shocked. His son had this talent? Is this for real?
Lin Hai said in disbelief.
Lin Chen nodded, of course it's true. But you and Mom have to keep this a secret. If people find out about my identity, I'm afraid it will affect me taking Xiaoqian. You can log into the website and take a look. Lin Hai said. He was a little suspicious. Could it be that Su Mengyao had given Lin Chen the money, and that this chat record was fabricated by Lin Chen? Dad, where's the trust between us?
Lin Chen said with a sneer. Soon Lin Chen opened his computer and logged into tongxian.com. Lin Hai saw the data in Lin Chen's background. Lin Chen said, Dad, look, these 10 fairy tales have already received 30,000 to 40,000 rewards, and there will definitely be more rewards.
I can get 90% of the rewards from readers. Lin Hai asked, you haven't sold them yet?
Lin Chen shook his head, the price of 680,000 is a bit low, so I plan to contact a publishing house directly to publish them in the future. In the long run, the money earned will definitely be much more than 680,000.
These are golden hens that lay eggs. Lin Hai nodded, that's better. Son, if you develop well, there is hope for you and Su Mengyao in the future? Lin Chen laughed, Dad, there is still hope.
Even if there is no hope, you don't need to rush when I get married in the future.
HM. Lin Hai nodded.
As long as Lin Chen can make his own money and have his own business, he definitely won't need them to worry about getting married in the future.
Dad, you must keep this a secret.
I don't want to be surrounded by many fans when I take Xiaoxi out in the future.
Lin Chen warned.
He doesn't have many fans yet, but as he writes more and more fairy tales and publishes them in the future, his fan base will definitely be very impressive. If his identity is revealed, he may well be mobbed.
Don't worry. If people know you're making money, they'll still come to us for money. Lin Hai said.
He knows the situation in the countryside. They don't like you if you're poor, but they're afraid of you if you're rich. Dad, I don't have much money right now, but when I have some, I'll give you some money to show my respect.
Lin Chen said with a smile.
Lin Hai shook his head, you don't need to give us money. Your mother and I are still active, and we can still earn some money every year. We're not yet at the point where we need you to support us financially. Just take care of Xiaoxi and yourself. Our house is not good, and it's not a big deal to change the frame structure.
Why don't we just tear the house down and build a new Chinese-style villa? If there's not enough money, I'll give it to you then.
Lin Hai frowned and said, tearing it down and rebuilding it will cost 500,000 yuan, and with the renovations, the total price will be close to 1 million. Lin Chen laughed and said, Dad, I wrote these 10 stories in a month, and they are worth at least 1 million.
The house needs to be done well, so you can live comfortably, and Su Mengyao might follow me back in the future? Lin Hai took a deep breath, that's fine, let's build the house. Dad. Dad.
Lin Xiaoxi ran to the door of the study.
Xiaoqian, what's wrong? Lin Chen asked.
Lin Xiaoxi said, Dad, I told Grandma that your cooking is the best, but she doesn't believe it.
Dad, I'm a good boy and I don't lie. Chen Mei also came over. Son, why does your little sister think the food tastes good?
Lin Chen muttered to himself, he is not the same person as he once was.
I have practiced cooking every day. I am a genius.
Lin Chen said with a smile.
He will not let anyone know about the existence of the system. Chapter 16, Origami planes are so useful?
In the evening, Lin Chen went to the kitchen to get busy. Chen Mei originally wanted her to cook dinner, but Lin Xiaoxi said she wanted to eat what her father cooked, and Lin Chen also wanted to let his parents try it.
Son, how did you learn to use a knife? Chen Mei looked on in amazement.
Lin Chen's knife skills were much better than hers. A fish was cleaned up in Lin Chen's hands in no time.
Practice makes perfect.
Lin Chen said with a smile.
Chen Mei was a little doubtful about life.
She had been cooking for half her life, but how had she not reached this level of perfection through practice? Mom, you and Dad take Xiaoxi down to play. I'll pick you up today, she hasn't had enough outdoor exercise today.
Be back for dinner at 6. Lin Chen said.
Chen Mei nodded, and she and Lin Hai took Lin Xiaoxi out the door.
As soon as they left, Lin Chen processed the ingredients even faster.
If Chen Mei saw it, she would probably be shocked. It was a few minutes to 6 when Chen Mei and the others returned.
As soon as they entered, they could smell the rich aroma.
Dad, it smells so good.
Dad, I want some meat.
Lin Xiaoxi ran to the kitchen door and yelled. Lin Chen smiled and said, Xiaoxi, you take Grandpa and Grandma to wash your hands, and after you wash your hands, you can eat. Chen Mei and the others went to wash their hands, and Lin Chen served all the dishes. Seeing the 6 dishes on the table, Lin Chen's parents were shocked. Each dish looked like a work of art. The food in a 5-star hotel was probably no better than this. Chen Mei said crossly, you have such good cooking skills, but you've been hiding it from us.
Why didn't you cook at home before?
Lin Chen said, Mom, I used to be a bad cook.
In fact, it seems like I've suddenly gotten better this year. I learn everything quickly. My English used to be bad, but now it's gotten much better.
Lin Xiaoqian said, Grandpa and Grandma, Dad is so amazing. Lin Chen lifted Lin Xiaoqian onto the dining chair.
Dad and Mom, I've become a genius. Please don't tell anyone, I don't want to be taken away and used as a guinea pig. Lin Chen reminded his parents. Lin Xiaoqian asked curiously, Dad, what's a guinea pig?
Lin Hai and Chen Mei nodded solemnly.
Lin Xiaoqian didn't know, but of course they knew what a guinea pig was. They didn't want anything to happen to their only son. Let's eat.
Son, this dish looks good, but I don't know how it tastes. Chen Mei said, and they picked up their chopsticks and tasted it.
This taste shocked them even more. With the same ingredients, why is Lin Chen so delicious? Grandparents, Xiaoxi didn't lie.
Dad's cooking is the best, and Xiaoxi is a good girl. Lin Xiaoxi said, nibbling on a piece of spare rib.
Yes, our Xiaoxi is the best.
Lin Hai and Chen Mei hurriedly said. Lin Xiaoxi smiled sweetly, Daddy, I want another big piece of spare rib. The spare rib is so fragrant and delicious.
Lin Chen smiled and said, Xiaoxi, Daddy will give you another piece of spare rib, but you have to eat some vegetables, okay? Lin Xiaoxi nodded obediently.
The vegetables that Lin Chen cooked had also become tastier, and she was no longer as averse to eating vegetables as she had been at first. After finishing the meal, Chen Mei and the others were full.
Son, you take CC. We'll clean up. Chen Mei said. Lin Chen nodded. What's the point of being polite with your own parents?
After Lin Chen had taken Lin Xiaoxi out the door, Chen Mei said, Honey, with our son's cooking skills, I think it's entirely possible that Cici's mother and he will end up together in the future.
Lin Hai nodded. There's something I haven't had a chance to tell you yet. Our son has made money.
Lin Hai told him about Lin Chen's fairy tale writing.
Chen Mei, it seems that our son has really become a genius. We have to keep this secret and not let it get out. Lin Hai nodded.
There are many geniuses in the world, and even if it gets out, it may not actually cause any problems, but as parents, they are worried.
What if something happens to their only son? Dad, what's that? Lin Xiaoxi asked.
They went downstairs and saw other children playing with paper airplanes. Lin Chen smiled and said, That's a paper airplane. If you want to play, go ask the ant for 2 sheets of paper and be polite.
Lin Xiaoxi nodded.
She was very sweet and soon got a few sheets of paper.
Dad, you teach me. Lin Xiaoxi handed Lin Chen a few sheets of paper. Okay. Dad will teach you how to fold an origami airplane.
Lin Chen patiently and slowly taught Lin Xiaoqian how to fold it.
In the blink of an eye, 5 minutes passed.
The system voice sounded in Lin Chen's mind. The host taught Lin Xiaoqian how to fold an origami airplane and obtained aircraft manufacturing technology.
100 hours to master level, 200 hours to grandmaster level.
Lin Chen was stunned.
Taught Lin Xiaoqian how to fold an origami airplane and obtained aircraft manufacturing technology? The system is very powerful. System, the time for this one has increased.
Lin Chen thought to himself.
System, host, this one is much more difficult. Naturally, the time required for improvement will also increase a bit.
200 hours, and he can reach the Grandmaster level in aircraft manufacturing technology, the top in the world.
What else is there to be unsatisfied with? System, do fighter jets and civilian passenger aircraft both count? Lin Chen asked.
System, as long as it's an aircraft, it all counts, including small drones, large drones, early warning aircraft, fighter jets, tankers, civilian passenger aircraft, etc.
Lin Chen marveled. The system is really a thoughtful little coat. Dad, it's hard. CC can't do it. Lin Xiaoxi said sulkily.
She took a piece of paper and tried, but she was only a little over 2 years old, and she couldn't even fold the simplest paper airplane.
CC, don't worry.
There are all kinds of paper airplanes on the internet, and in the future, Dad will teach you, and CC will be the best at folding paper airplanes.
Lin Chen said with a smile. Lin Xiaoqian pouted, Daddy, I want to give it to my grandparents so they have a plane to go home. But I can't fold it.
Lin Chen comforted, Xiaoqian, you want to give it to your grandparents, and they will be very happy when they receive it.
Xiaoqian, don't worry, your grandparents will be staying with us for a few days, so you still have time to learn how to fold it properly. Lin Xiaoqian's eyes lit up. Daddy, I will be serious.
Unbeknownst to them, 2 days had passed. Lin Chen had uploaded 30 fairy tales.
Each of these 30 fairy tales is above the immortal grass.
The entire industry was shaken. It is not easy to publish a fairy tale above the immortal grass. Lin Yu has created 30 of them alone.
Big brother, 30 fairy tales packaged together, a publishing house offered 3 million. Chen Wenhan excitedly messaged Lin Chen.
100,000 yuan for a fairy tale, this price is pretty good. Editor-in-chief, I want to self-publish. Lin Chen replied. Big brother, self-publishing carries certain risks. You'll only get 16% as royalties at most. For a book priced at 30 yuan, you'll only get 4.8 yuan. You need to sell 600,000 copies to earn 3 million yuan. Chen Wenhan replied after a moment's consideration. Lin Chen, you don't think it will sell 600,000 copies? It should be possible, but there are still some risks. Chen Wenhan said. The quality of the work is good, but good quality doesn't necessarily mean good sales. Editor-in-chief, I want to publish it myself. Chapter 17 A Special Contract. Chen Wenhan quickly spread the news. Alas! 3 million didn't even sway him. That's normal. Zhang used to get 20 million in royalties a year. Can Lin Yu, at his level, meet this 3 million? What royalty rate should he be offered? His name is new, but his level is definitely among the best. If the royalty rate is too low, he might as well be eliminated. Publishers from all over discussed this. E-books are all the rage these days, and paper books are not selling well. But children's books are still selling well, and parents don't want to hold a mobile phone or tablet while they read to their children. Many publishers are competing for this market. The meeting room of Tongxin Wang. Boss, we also have our own publishing house, and after all these years of development, we are not weak. We can compete. Chen Wenhan said. Liang Zhirong, the boss of Tongxin Wang, said, Chen, although I founded Tongxin Wang, I don't know much about fairy tales. If we fight for this, our relationship with some publishers may worsen. Chen Wenhan said, the quality of these fairy tales by Lin Yu is absolutely unbeatable. Even if we pay a relatively high price and suffer in the short term, we will make a lot of money in the long term. As long as he can write 30 such stories every year, he will be unstoppable and his position will be unassailable. In today's market, where sentimentality doesn't matter, we'd be crazy to give up such a piece of the pie. Another editor said, Chen, you make sense, but what if this is all Lin Yu has to offer? 30 fairy tales a year that are nothing but fairy tales? You're overestimating him. If he can keep it up, it'll be worth it no matter what. His fame will only grow, and fame equals traffic, which equals money. But if he can't write any more good stories, it won't be worth the price we'll have to pay to get him. Everyone chimed in. Boss Liang Zhirong fully listened to their opinions. I understand what you mean. If Lin Yu can continue to fly, we will fly with him. If he can't continue to fly, we will have to follow him up and eat dirt. Liang Zhirong said. Chen Wenhan and the others nodded. Liang Zhirong said, Chen, contact Lin Yu and ask him if he is willing to sign a special contract with us. His total book sales are within 500,000 copies, and the royalty rate is 15%. Sales of 500,000 to 2 million copies, the royalty rate is 16%. 17% for 2 million to 5 million copies, and 18% for all books with a cumulative total of more than 5 million copies. Chen Wenhan looked at his boss in surprise. The normal 15% was already the limit. An 18% rate would squeeze their profits a lot. After all, publishing books involves expenses in every aspect. The royalty rate for an ordinary author is already pretty good at 10%. The lowest is 6 or 7%. Aren't you afraid that he won't be able to write in the future? He should sign. If he can write. Liang Zhirong said. With such a high royalty rate, he can afford it, but others can't. He has Tongxin Wang, which is getting better and better, and Tongxin Wang will become stronger and stronger, which can make up for it. Boss, are there any other benefits? This is the only thing I'm afraid he may not cooperate with us. Chen Wenhan asked. Liang Zhirong thought for a while and said, we will print 300,000 copies in the first printing. We can give him the money for these 300,000 copies when we sign the contract. Boss, isn't printing 300,000 copies in the first printing a bit risky? Said another editor. Liang Zhirong, you all think his fairy tales are of reliable quality, and in that case, I believe the sales will definitely not be bad. Chen, you tell him that if there is a reprint in the future, as long as we start printing, his royalties will be transferred to him immediately. Chen Wenhan nodded. He quickly sent a message to Lin Chen. Such a contract? It's interesting. Lin Chen's face showed a faint smile. It's not bad to cooperate with tongxin.com, and he is actually happy to cooperate with tongxin.com. It's fine. Lin Chen quickly messaged Chen Wenhan back. Boss, Lin Yu has agreed.
Chen Wenhan said happily.
Liang Zhirong, Chen, this contract is very important. We need to meet with him and sign it offline.
You make an appointment with him, I'll go with you to meet him.
Okay.
Chen Wenhan messaged.
Lin Chen thought for a moment. Now that his parents were there, he could meet with Chen Wenhan and the others.
Editor-in-Chief Chen, signing the contract offline is fine.
But I have to bring my child, I can't go far, and besides, I don't want my child to be affected by my fame. You can come over to sign the contract, but don't take any photos and let them go viral. Lin Chen messaged back after a moment of consideration.
Bring your child?
It seems that Lin Yu is quite young.
Agree with him, let's hurry up and set off. Liang Zhirong smiled. They weren't in the Magic City, so after buying the tickets, Liang Zhirong and the others quickly left for the Magic City, and they arrived in the afternoon. Are you boss Lin Yu? Lin Chen and Chen Wenhan were shocked to see Lin Yu.
The boss in their eyes was so young. Lin Chen smiled and said, Mr. Liang, Mr. Chen, my real name is Lin Chen, you can just call me by my name. Chen Wenhan and the others shook Lin Chen's hand.
Lin Chen, I really didn't expect you to be so young. Chen Wenhan said with emotion.
Lin Chen laughed and said, young people have a childlike heart, and they have an advantage in writing fairy tales.
Chen Wenhan nodded, that's true. Lin Chen, I want to ask you how much time did you spend writing those fairy tales? Less than a month. I can write one every day, but I may not be as diligent in the future. Lin Chen said. Liang Zhirong and the others were shocked. Chen Wenhan said in disbelief, Lin Chen, are you sure it was less than a month? You were able to write one every day?
Lin Chen muttered to himself.
He didn't write one every day.
He could write 10 when he had time with the kids.
Lin Chen nodded. Liang Zhirong and Chen Wenhan were overjoyed.
It would be great if Lin Chen could maintain this level for a long time. Lin Chen, for the same quality of fairy tales, as long as you exceed 30 per year, I will give you 10,000 bonuses for each of the extra ones.
Liang Zhirong promised.
Lin Chen laughed and said, President Liang, thank you very much. 10,000 bonuses per story, that's very attractive. Now that he still has quite a bit of inventory from the system, he can write 10 stories a day and get 100,000 bonuses. Of course, it's impossible to write that much every day.
That would be too abnormal. Lin Chen, let's sign the contract.
Chen Wenhan said, taking out the contract from his bag.
Lin Chen read it carefully and didn't find any problems.
He signed his name and his pen name.
Liang Zhirong also signed his name and stamped the company seal.
President Liang, Editor-in-Chief Chen, you have come a long way, I'll treat you to dinner as a token of my hospitality. Lin Chen smiled. They were in a tea house, next to a restaurant. After dinner, Lin Chen hurried home.
Grandma, when is Daddy coming home? Cici misses Daddy.
Lin Chen heard Lin Xiaoxi's voice outside the door. His constitution had reached 93 points, and with his enhanced constitution, Lin Chen found that his hearing had improved quite a bit.
Daddy should be here soon.
Lin Chen's mother, Chen Mei, said. She was a little helpless, as Lin Xiaoxi had asked no less than 20 times.
Lin Chen quickly opened the door. Dad! Dad, I miss you so much.
Lin Xiaoxi ran cheerfully towards Lin Chen and hugged his legs.
Have you been a good boy and eaten your food?
Lin Chen bent down and picked up Lin Xiaoxi. Lin Xiaoxi said, Dad, I didn't finish eating.
It's my stomach that's full, not Grandma's food that's not tasty. Chapter 18 Su Mengyao is here. Chen Mei looked a little helpless.
She had already given it her best shot, but there was a big difference between her level and Lin Chen's, so the taste of the food she made was definitely much worse.
Mom, the food you make is still pretty good. I've been eating it for so many years, and I still like the food you make.
Lin Chen said with a smile, and it's fine if Cici eats less.
For children to be healthy, they need to be a little hungry and a little cold. Chen Mei nodded. Cici, when Grandma gets home, I'll practice hard, so that when you go to Grandma's house in the future, I'll definitely cook better. Lin Xiaoxi said in a baby voice, Grandma, Mom says that children shouldn't be picky eaters. Grandma's cooking is also delicious. Our Cici is really good.
Chen Mei said with a smile. Dad, you teach me to fold paper airplanes. Lin Xiaoxi still remembered that she wanted to give Chen Mei and the others paper airplanes.
Okay.
Lin Chen took Lin Xiaoxi to the balcony and taught her carefully. 2 hours later, after a bath and a story, Lin Xiaoxi fell asleep. Lin Chen went to the living room, where Chen Mei and the others were watching TV.
Son, how's the contract coming along? Lin Hai asked.
They knew that Lin Chen had gone out to sign a contract with the publisher. Lin Chen laughed and said, I've already fed them, so of course the contract is signed. The first print run will be 300,000 copies, and the royalties for the first print run of 1 million or so should be transferred to my account soon. Lin Hai and the others looked at Lin Chen in shock. They had never earned so much money in their lives. Dad, I will find a good company online to build the house, and they will provide everything, so you will be much more relaxed. You just need to supervise them.
Lin Chen said. Lin Hai was surprised and asked, why don't you hire someone from the local area to build it?
Lin Chen shook his head and said, the construction team from our area is good at building the old-fashioned houses from before, and even if they are given the drawings, they may still build something that doesn't look right. There's nothing wrong with hiring a professional company to build it, except that it may cost a bit more.
Lin Hai nodded. Son, we plan to go back tomorrow. Lin Chen said in surprise, so soon?
Lin Hai said, we have to go back to complete the formalities for building the house, and we have to hurry if we want it to be completed before the end of the year, otherwise we'll have to stay with other people during the new year. Once the house is built, maybe you can take Xiaoxi back for the new year.
Lin Chen guessed that the latter was the point.
Lin Hai and the others probably wanted him to take Lin Xiaoxi back for the new year.
Son, it would be best if you could bring Mengyao back with you, Chen Mei said.
The next day, Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoxi saw Chen Mei and the others off at the airport.
Grandparents, I have a gift for you. Close your eyes,
Lin Xiaoxi said mysteriously. Chen Mei and Lin Hai closed their eyes. Lin Xiaoqian took out a paper airplane that she had folded by hand. Grandparents, look, this is the paper airplane I made.
Seeing it will remind you of Xiaoxi.
Lin Chen said in surprise, Xiaoqian, you said before that if grandparents' airplane flew away, they could fly in yours.
How come you've changed your mind now? Lin Xiaoqian giggled and said, silly dad, this is a paper airplane, it's not real, and it can't carry people. Lin Chen.
Lin Hai and Chen Mei laughed heartily.
Thank you, Xi.
Chen Mei hugged Lin Xiaoqian and kissed her.
Goodbye, grandparents.
Chen Mei and the others entered the airport, and Lin Chen drove away.
An hour passed.
Host, you have accumulated 20 hours of driving, and your driving skills have improved to the level of Grandmaster. The system's voice sounded in Lin Chen's mind. Lin Chen's parents had been here for 3 days, and during this time, he had taken Lin Xiaoqian and his parents to many places in the city.
He spent a lot of time driving. This is Grandmaster level, that's really good.
Lin Chen's face broke into a smile.
Grandmaster level is the world's top level.
The world's top racers are now more or less on the same level as Lin Chen. But Lin Chen's level can continue to improve. He can still reach legendary level, mythical level.
System, what level are my various skills at? Lin Chen asked in his mind. He really hadn't paid much attention to this.
Anyway, improving these skills just happened naturally when he was taking care of Lin Xiaoxi.
Trying to deliberately improve them would not improve his abilities.
The system said, Host, you have had 30 hours of cooking, which is equivalent to 30 years of hard study for the rest of the people. Your cooking has reached the Grandmaster level. Your fairy tale writing is at the Grandmaster level, your driving is at the Grandmaster level, your painting and calligraphy are at the Master level, and the rest have not yet reached the Master level. In addition, your physical fitness is 95 points.
You are proficient in 4 languages, English, German, French, and Russian.
Lin Chen's face revealed a faint smile. He hadn't known the system for long, but he had already been reborn.
Dad, I miss Mommy. When is Mommy coming back to see Xiaoxi? Does Mommy not want Xiaoxi anymore?
Lin Xiaoqian started to cry as she spoke.
Lin Chen hurriedly coaxed, Xiaoxi, how could Mommy not want you? Mommy will be back in no time. When you get home, will you call Mommy?
Lin Xiaoqian nodded.
Dad, how long will it be before we get home? I miss Mommy so much.
Lin Chen said, very soon, after we pass the intersection up ahead. Half a minute passed, and Lin Xiaoqian looked out the window and said in surprise, Dad, I see Mommy's car. The car just now was Mommy's.
Lin Chen said in surprise, Xiaoqian, are you sure?
Someone else might be driving the same car as your mom.
Dad, that's Mommy's car.
Lin Xiaoqian said very affirmatively.
Lin Chen muttered to himself, Su Mengyao didn't tell him, is she trying to surprise him and see how he'll react?
Soon Lin Chen drove into the residential area.
Ding!
His phone rang as he got out of the car. It was Su Mengyao.
Lin Chen, where have you and Sisai gone? I've arrived outside the house you rented, but no one answered the doorbell.
The call connected and Su Mengyao asked.
Lin Chen, we're in the underground garage, we'll be right up.
Soon Lin Chen and the others went upstairs.
Mom!
Mom, I miss you so much. Lin Xiaoxi shouted excitedly when she saw Su Mengyao.
Cici, I miss you too, Mom. Su Mengyao smiled and took Lin Xiaoxi's hand. Lin Xiaoxi asked innocently, Mom, do you miss Dad? Dad misses you very much. Lin Chen. When did he say he missed Su Mengyao? Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen.
Lin Chen was a little embarrassed. Although he had had sex with Su Mengyao and they had a child together, they really didn't know each other very well.
Mom, do you miss Dad? Lin Xiaoxi asked again. Well, yes. Su Mengyao nodded.
If she said no, it would affect Lin Xiaoxi if her parents didn't get along.
Lin Xiaoxi said hopefully, Mom, can you not leave, okay? Sisai wants to sleep with Mommy and Daddy at night. Good girl. Lin Chen secretly praised Lin Xiaoxi. Chapter 19, Discussing Getting Married with Su Mengyao.
Su Mengyao, Sisai is a good girl, but Mommy has been very busy lately.
Mommy has to come see you, but then I have to go back. Lin Xiaoxi said with a sad face, Mommy, are you going to leave soon? Sisai really misses Mommy. Lin Chen opened the door.
Su Mengyao carried Lin Xiaoxi into the house, and Lin Chen took out a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet for her.
Cici, you go and play for a while. Mom and Dad want to talk.
Su Mengyao put Lin Xiaoxi on the ground and said,
Mom, are you going to kiss? Su Mengyao.
Lin Chen, come here for a moment. Su Mengyao went to the study, and Lin Chen followed. Su Mengyao said, Lin Chen, the rent here is not low, and your salary is not high, so you shouldn't have saved much money.
Why didn't you refuse the 60,000 yuan?
Lin Chen said, Xiaoqian is also my daughter, and it is only right that I give her better conditions. I don't need to take your money, I can still afford to support her.
Su Mengyao's eyebrows furrowed.
In her opinion, Lin Chen was a bit of a hypocrite. Lin Chen, you and your people have worked hard, and I have money, so it is only right that I give you some living expenses. It is really much better for Xishi if you live here.
How about I increase it to 50,000 yuan per month? Su Mengyao asked.
Lin Chen's brows furrowed slightly, I don't think you're giving me too little.
20,000 yuan per month is a lot of living expenses. I really do have money.
Speaking of which, Lin Chen took out his phone and opened a bank text message. When he returned, he had refueled and spent 400 yuan, and the text message showed that the balance was still over 1.4 million yuan.
TongXIN.com had already paid him 300,000 yuan in initial print money.
The initial print royalties were 1.35 million yuan, and together with the original tens of thousands of yuan, the total was over 1.4 million yuan.
You won the lottery? Su Mengyao said in surprise. Lin Chen. Can't I earn this money myself?
Su Mengyao said doubtfully, before I sent Cici here, I learned that you only made a few thousand a month before you were laid off.
Lin Chen smiled faintly, who doesn't have secrets? I didn't know you were actually a rich man's daughter before. Cici said you also have a private jet?
Su Mengyao said, I bought it during my pregnancy. It was inconvenient to take a business flight when I was pregnant, and it was even more inconvenient to take a plane with a child after Cici was born. So I bought a small business jet.
Lin Chen nodded, that is indeed much more convenient. Take the 60,000 yuan with you when you go.
As you just saw, I have no problem raising Xiaoqian.
Su Mengyao nodded. Lin Chen has a few million in his bank account, which is indeed enough to spend. Su Mengyao, there is a question I want to discuss with you.
If you marry someone else in the future, let Xiaoqian stay with me.
Lin Chen said. Su Mengyao hurriedly said, no, Xiaoqian is mine. Lin Chen, calm down.
If you don't get married, this problem won't exist.
But if you do marry someone else, would it really be good for Xiaoqian to follow you?
If Xiaoqian follows me, I will take care of her with all my heart.
Su Mengyao frowned and said, let Xiaoqian follow you, and then come a stepmother? Isn't that the same thing?
Lin Chen shook his head, it's not the same. It's fine for a man to get married later, but the optimal marriage age for a woman is much younger.
We can also change the conditions. Whoever gets married first will have custody of Xiaoxian, how's that?
That would be better for Xiaoxian.
Su Mengyao nodded, okay.
You won't get custody, and I have no plans to get married.
Lin Chen said, are you sure you have no plans to get married?
Of course.
I'll be fine with CC.
Su Mengyao said indifferently.
Lin Chen laughed, Su Mengyao, since you don't have such plans, why don't we go get a certificate?
Ha? Su Mengyao frowned slightly. Lin Chen said, CC is already beginning to understand things, and it's not good for her to know that we had her without being married. Other children are the product of their parents' love, but she was an accident.
Do you think that would be hurtful to her? Su Mengyao pondered.
Lin Chen said, don't worry, even if we get a certificate, you'll still be you and I'll still be me.
I don't want a single penny of your property.
We can go to a notary public to get it notarized.
After marriage, your property will still be yours. Su Mengyao thought for a moment and said, what you said also makes sense. She is more sensible than most children.
Lin Chen said, simply getting a certificate will not change anything.
If you don't plan to get married, it won't affect you.
By the way, when she said she missed you, she was just talking nonsense.
I think she may have realized something. Su Mengyao was silent.
She originally planned to never get married in her life.
But getting a certificate with Lin Chen would indeed be better for Lin Xiaoxi. I have no problem with it.
As you said, first get it notarized, then get the certificate.
Su Mengyao said.
Her family has too much money, so she definitely has to be careful in this regard.
No problem.
Lin Chen smiled and said. Su Mengyao, if you like a girl and want to chase her, you should propose a divorce before taking action. If you cheat on me during the marriage, it will have a significant impact on me.
You too? Lin Chen said. Su Mengyao nodded, of course.
Lin Chen said with a smile, then there's no problem, it's quite fair.
When is it convenient for you?
Su Mengyao thought for a moment and said, I'll ask Xinqing to take care of Xixi, and you can come with me in the afternoon with the household register. I can go and apply for the divorce as soon as I get home and get the household register.
Okay. Lin Chen nodded. The two of them agreed and went outside.
Lin Xiaoxi was alone on the balcony, writing.
Su Mengyao walked over to her. Mom, look, Dad taught me how to write this.
She can already write her own name.
Lin Xiaoxian said in a baby voice.
Su Mengyao was a little surprised.
Lin Xiaoxian's writing wasn't bad. Xiaoxian, did Dad write this?
Su Mengyao picked up a piece of paper next to her. It had the characters Lin Chen Duo had written after he had reached the level of a master calligrapher.
Each character gave off a pleasing feeling. Yes. Dad is amazing.
Dad taught me how to write, draw, play football, sing, and he even taught me English.
Lin Xiaoxi said with admiration. Su Mengyao was a little jealous.
Lin Xiaoxi had never looked up to her like that.
She had taught Lin Xiaoxi all that too. Lin Chen said, Mengyao, are you and Xinqing having lunch here? There's nothing in the fridge, so I'll go out and buy some food. Su Mengyao was taken aback.
Lin Chen had actually called her Mengyao. But soon Su Mengyao realized that Lin Chen probably called her that because Lin Xiaoxi was nearby.
Let's go out to eat together. Don't bother. Su Mengyao shook her head. Lin Xiaoxi said, Mom, I don't want to eat out. Dad's cooking is better than anything you can find outside. Lin Chen laughed and said, I'll go out and buy some food.
I didn't know you were coming, and we only have enough food for Xiaoxi and me at home.
Su Mengyao nodded. Lin Chen went out the door, and Su Mengyao patted Lin Xiaoxi on the head. Cici, you ungrateful little thing, I've been taking care of you for so long, and you're more on your father's side.
Lin Xiaoxi looked at her mother with confusion.
Mom, I'm not. I love you the most. Lin Xiaoxi hugged Su Mengyao and kissed her. Mom, has Dad kissed you? Su Mengyao. Chapter 20. Su Mengyao is shocked. Cici, Daddy and Mummy have a little problem, but Daddy and Mummy both love you, you know? Su Mengyao said to Lin Xiaoxi. Lin Xiaoxi said with a downcast expression, Mummy, have you divorced? Will you stop loving Cici? Su Mengyao hugged Lin Xiaoxi tightly. Cici, what are you talking about? Didn't Mummy just say it? Both Mummy and Daddy love you. How could your parents not love you? Su Mengyao quickly said. What have you and Dad been up to recently?
Su Mengyao successfully changed the subject.
Lin Xiaoxi's face quickly lit up with a smile. Mom, I'll tell you a secret. Dad and I looked for this house together, and we both like it. Lin Xiaoxi talked about a number of things in a rambling way.
Su Mengyao was a little surprised.
Lin Chen seemed to know a lot.
In addition, Lin Chen's parents had actually come to see Lin Xiaoxi. After Lin Xiaoqian and the others had finished chatting, Lin Chen returned.
Su Mengyao went to the kitchen. Do you need any help?
Lin Chen shook her head. No, Xiaoqian has missed you. She hasn't seen you for a long time, so please spend some time with her. I'm quite a fast cook, so I'll be done in about an hour.
Thank you for your hard work,
Su Mengyao said, and returned to the balcony.
Lin Chen quickly got to work.
He brought his full culinary skills to bear, and in less than an hour he had prepared 5 dishes and a soup.
Ding dong.
Xinsheng arrived just in time.
Wow, looks like I came at the right time. Lin Chen, why do I feel that the food you cooked this time is even better than the last time?
Xinsheng said in surprise as she looked at the dishes on the table. Su Mengyao finished washing her hands with Lin Xiaoxi. She also looked shocked when she saw the dishes on the table.
Mom, Cici wasn't lying. Dad's cooking is the best, I love it,
Lin Xiaoxi said sweetly.
Lin Chen carried Lin Xiaoqian to the dining chair. Mengyao, Xinsheng, don't just stand there, sit down and eat. I'll be rude.
Xinsheng sat down and quickly picked up a chopstick.
This.
The first bite went down, and Xinsheng froze.
Lin Chen, last time Mengyao wasn't here, you were deliberately hiding your strength, weren't you?
Although it was delicious last time, the taste was not on the same level as it is now,
Xinsheng said.
To verify her thoughts, she picked up another dish.
Sure enough, it was just as she had expected. Mengyao, if you want to eat the best, you have to follow you,
Xinsheng said with a satisfied look. Su Mengyao was puzzled. Could it really be this delicious?
The dishes looked top-notch, and the taste was also so good?
Soon she picked up a pair of chopsticks. When the dish entered her mouth, Su Mengyao was shocked. She has eaten a lot of delicious food, but she is not that demanding when it comes to food. Occasionally, she will ask the chef to cook something special for her, but most of the time she will not make such a request.
Now Su Mengyao discovered that the food cooked by Lin Chen was even more delicious than any of the fine food she had eaten before.
Lin Chen's cooking skills are now at the level of a grandmaster, the top level in the world. There are so many 5-star hotels in the world, and only a very small proportion of chefs can reach the level of a grandmaster. There are only a handful of grandmasters in the world. Lin Chen's understanding of food
tried all 6 dishes. Lin Chen, didn't you hold back last time? Xinsheng asked.
Lin Chen laughed and said, I told you, last time I was pressed for time and my performance was average.
This time I had more time. After finishing the meal, Su Mengyao was shocked. Lin Chen's cooking skills are good enough to cook for a state banquet. Lin Chen, do you want to open a restaurant? If you open a restaurant, you will definitely make a lot of money, Su Mengyao asked.
Lin Chen shook his head, I don't have that kind of idea. You have a lot of things to do at your company and you fly around a lot.
If I'm still busy, who will take care of Xiaoqian?
You can't make money forever, but Xiaoqian will grow up day by day.
Su Mengyao nodded slightly. I'm sorry.
Lin Chen chuckled, no need to be sorry, I like taking care of Lin Xiaoqian.
Xinsheng, Mengyao, you guys hurry up and go.
I've eaten for free twice, and I'll wash the dishes later when Lin Xiaoqian falls asleep.
Lin Xiaoqian asked in puzzlement, Mom and Dad, where are you going?
Lin Chen knelt down and kissed Lin Xiaoqian, Mom and Dad are going on a date, you stay home and sleep.
Mom and Dad need to go on dates to keep the relationship going, don't they? Su Mengyao blushed slightly. She hadn't really gone on a date before. Cici, we'll be back in no time.
Soon Lin Chen and Su Mengyao went out, and Lin Xiaoxi didn't make a fuss, as if she was happy for them to go out on a date. Your car is still outside the community, take my car,
Lin Chen said. Su Mengyao got into Lin Chen's car in the parking lot.
I heard Cici say that you bought this car together?
Su Mengyao asked.
Lin Chen nodded, I just bought it a few days ago. But don't worry, I'm a pretty good driver. Soon Lin Chen smoothly started the car.
They first went to the notary office to get their marriage notarized.
They had no objections to separate property before and after marriage.
Lin Chen, how come you're such a good cook? Su Mengyao asked curiously.
Lin Chen chuckled, it's probably a talent.
Don't even think about asking me to open a restaurant, I'm not interested. Unbeknownst to them, half an hour passed. Su Mengyao's phone rang. She answered it, and the person on the other end of the line said anxiously, President, there's a problem with the shipment we sent to Bear Country. The other party contacted us. Our Russian translator is on vacation and can't be reached, and the other party's Chinese translator is very poor and doesn't understand the translation. Su Mengyao frowned and said, then hurry up and find a Russian translator. President, we're looking for, the other party is in a hurry, so I want to ask if you know anyone in this field. Su Mengyao said, I don't know any Russian translators.
Lin Chen suddenly spoke up, Su Mengyao, I know Russian. If you're in a hurry, I can help you translate.
Ha? Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen in surprise. Lin Chen, are you sure?
Of course. Su Mengyao took out her phone and said, a friend of mine next to me speaks Russian.
Put him on speakerphone and let him try translating. Su Mengyao also turned on speakerphone as she spoke. Okay, President. Time passed slowly as Lin Chen translated with ease.
His Russian is at the level of simultaneous interpretation, and translating a call like this is just a piece of cake for him.
President, it's solved. After hanging up the phone, Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen in amazement. According to the information her father had found, Lin Chen was not very ordinary, right? How come Lin Chen's cooking is so good? And his Russian is surprisingly good too.
Lin Chen, I heard Cici say that you taught her English, and your English level must be very good too.
Su Mengyao asked.
Lin Chen laughed and said, maybe I'm just naturally gifted when it comes to languages.
I speak English, French, German, and Russian. You? Su Mengyao was shocked. Lin Chen could speak 4 foreign languages.
Lin Chen was just a little too ordinary.
Chapter 21, I've already married Su Mengyao. You speak English, French, German, and you're just starting to learn Russian? Su Mengyao couldn't believe what she was hearing. More or less. I learned Russian last.
Su Mengyao started chatting with Lin Chen in English.
Lin Chen had a relaxed conversation with her, speaking even more standardly and idiomatically.
Lin Chen chuckled and said, don't worry, I can teach Xiaoxi without any problems, and I won't teach her the wrong things. Lin Chen, with your level of proficiency, you could become a translator, Su Mengyao exclaimed.
Lin Chen smiled and said, I have taken on translation work online.
I can take on one order every day without any problem, and I can easily earn 7,000 to 8,000 yuan per order.
Is this how you make all your money? Su Mengyao asked.
Lin Chen shook his head and said, some of it is earned this way, and some of it is earned by other means.
Anyway, it's not illegal income. I can still support Xiaoxi without any problem. Su Mengyao nodded lightly. Why did you quit your last job? Su Mengyao asked with some confusion.
With Lin Chen's cooking skills and foreign language abilities, he could easily find other, higher-paying jobs. Lin Chen smiled faintly and said, I'll tell you later. Showing off his abilities while maintaining a certain sense of mystery, Su Mengyao's curiosity about him would definitely increase a lot. With his curiosity piqued, and after he had tricked Su Mengyao into getting her certificate first, he was convinced that he would be able to win Su Mengyao over in the future.
It's just the front community.
You can just drive there, and I'll tell the security guard.
Su Mengyao said.
Lin Chen nodded, and he drove into the community, and eventually the car stopped outside Su Mengyao's large villa. Generally, a villa is only about 300 to 400 square meters. A villa of 500 to 600 square meters is considered quite large. Su Mengyao's villa is estimated by Lin Chen to be over 1,000 square meters. No wonder Lin Xiaoxi said that her mother's house is like a castle.
Lin Chen, would you like to come in and have a seat? Su Mengyao asked.
Deep down, she actually felt a little resistance, but Lin Chen was after all Lin Xiaoxi's father, and she had also eaten dinner at Lin Chen's place and was going to go get a marriage license together.
No. Let's hurry up.
I don't know how long it will take at the Civil Affairs Bureau, and it will take time to get back.
Lin Chen said. Su Mengyao nodded.
She quickly got the household registration book when she got to the house. In the future, perhaps they can register for marriage with just their ID cards, but this policy has not yet been implemented. If they want to get married, the two of them still need their household registration books.
Let's go.
Su Mengyao calmly said as she returned to the car.
20 minutes later, Lin Chen and the others arrived outside the Civil Affairs Bureau.
Su Mengyao, I'll call you Mengyao from now on. If I call you by your name, the staff will be very surprised. Also, when we take the photo, you have to smile.
Our marriage certificate will be seen by Xiaoqian in the future. Lin Chen said. Su Mengyao nodded slightly. The two got out of the car and entered the Civil Affairs Bureau. Nowadays, with low marriage rates and high divorce rates, the Civil Affairs Bureau is deserted, while the divorce queues are long. Tilt your head a little and smile. Ka-cha. The staff at the Civil Affairs Bureau took a photo of Lin Chen and his bride-to-be. It wasn't long before they got their shiny new marriage certificate. Su Mengyao looked a little dazed as they walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau.
She had never planned to get married, but now she had just gotten a marriage certificate with Lin Chen. Lin Chen, I won't tell my parents about our marriage certificate, and you shouldn't tell yours either. This is not a matter for our two families. We, as parents, just want what's best for Cici. Su Mengyao spoke as they got back in the car. Lin Chen nodded, no problem. Don't worry, as long as you don't agree, I definitely won't say anything. Su Mengyao, don't tell Cici for now either. When she's older and starts to wonder, then you can show her. Okay. Lin Chen nodded. Su Mengyao was probably worried that if she told Lin Xiaoxi would not be able to keep a secret and would tell everyone soon. Creak. Lin Chen drove to the outside of a flower shop. He had seen a flower shop here when he arrived.
What are you doing?
Su Mengyao asked, puzzled.
Lin Chen laughed and said, I'm buying you a bouquet of flowers. We're going out on a date today, so you can't go empty-handed, can you?
Don't look at Cici as a little girl, she's very smart.
Su Mengyao said, I can buy them myself. It's just a bunch of flowers, I can still afford it.
Lin Chen quickly got out of the car and went inside the flower shop.
How much is this one?
Lin Chen pointed to a large bunch of roses. The flower shop owner quickly quoted the price, which was a little expensive, but Lin Chen didn't bother to bargain so much.
Please give me a card.
The owner gave Lin Chen a pink heart-shaped card.
Wife, I love you.
Lin Chen wrote a few words.
Boss, do you have any colored pens? Lin Chen asked.
Yes. The boss took out a set of colored pens from the cabinet for Lin Chen. Lin Chen quickly drew 3 little people. Dad was hugging mom with his left arm, and holding a little girl with his right arm. The 3 little people looked quite similar to him, Su Mengyao and Lin Xiaoxi.
Thanks, boss.
Lin Chen scanned the QR code, paid and took the flowers out.
Mengyao, happy wedding. Lin Chen gave the flowers to Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao's face turned slightly red.
Lin Chen said, I'll take some photos of you, and you can show them to Cici later to fool her.
Without waiting for Su Mengyao to refuse, he took out his phone. Holding the flowers, Su Mengyao let Lin Chen take a few photos. Lin Chen's heart beat faster.
His wife was really pretty. Unfortunately, although his marriage certificate with Su Mengyao was real, their relationship was fake.
Su Mengyao was an iceberg.
Su Mengyao was the school beauty queen before, but after the incident, she completely sealed herself off.
Let me add you on WeChat. I'll send you the photos.
If I don't even have your WeChat, Cici will be very suspicious.
Lin Chen said. Su Mengyao opened her phone and added Lin Chen's WeChat. Let's go back.
I'll go over and see Cici, then I'll have to leave. Su Mengyao said calmly. Lin Chen nodded, and he started the car and returned.
Mengyao, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Lin Chen asked.
Su Mengyao glanced at Lin Chen and said indifferently, unless you're in front of Cici, otherwise you should still call me Su Mengyao.
Lin Chen nodded. An iceberg doesn't melt all at once, so take your time.
The marriage certificate was obtained, and they already had a child. Lin Chen was not at all flustered. He would be able to win Su Mengyao over completely sooner or later.
What about the flowers?
Su Mengyao frowned as the car returned to the residential area.
Lin Chen said, you carry them up.
Later, you carry the flowers, and I'll carry Xiaoqian and walk you to the outside of the residential area. Xiaoqian will probably be happy for a long time. Su Mengyao hesitated a little, but she still picked up the flowers, the card hidden inside which she had not yet noticed.
Dad, Mom. The two returned home. Lin Xiaoxi shouted happily. Xin Qing's eyes revealed surprise. Su Mengyao was actually holding a large bouquet of roses. Could it be that Su Mengyao and Lin Chen had really started dating? Cici, do you miss your mommy and daddy? Lin.
Chen hugged Lin Xiaoxi and kissed her, saying affectionately,
Lin Xiaoxi nodded repeatedly, I miss daddy and mommy.
What beautiful flowers.
Daddy, did you give these to mommy?
Yes. Lin Chen smiled.
Lin Xiaoxi blinked, Daddy, I'm your treasure too, don't I have pretty flowers too? Lin Chen. I miscalculated. Chapter 22, Lin Yu's Fairy Tale Collection. Su Mengyao smiled. Lin Chen scratched Lin Xiaoxi's nose and said, Our Xiaoxi also likes flowers.
This time Daddy forgot, but Daddy will remember next time.
He. Daddy, let's pinky swear.
Lin Xiaoqian held out her pinky and shook hands with Lin Chen.
Hey, what's this?
Xin Sheng saw the card hidden inside the flowers.
She reached out and took it out. Wife, I love you. Su Mengyao felt a bit superfluous here.
Xin Sheng read the heart-shaped card. Su Mengyao reached out and grabbed back the heart-shaped card.
She saw the words on it and the three little people drawn on it. Lin Chen, did you draw that? You're actually such a good drawer, it's lifelike. Xin Sheng exclaimed. Su Mengyao glanced at Lin Chen.
The three little people on the card were indeed well drawn, and Lin Chen's skills in drawing them were extraordinary.
Mom, I want to see it. Lin Xiaoxi held out her little hand. Su Mengyao gave the card to Lin Xiaoxi. Lin Xiaoqian's eyes lit up. Daddy, it's really good. Is this me? Is this mommy? Lin Chen smiled, yes.
If you like it, Daddy will draw you another one.
You give this one to mommy, it's for her. Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Mommy, here you are. Mommy, are you happy today? Xiaoqian is always happy when she goes out with Daddy. Lin Xiaoqian asked in a baby voice. Happy.
Cici, I just got back from abroad, and there's still a lot of work to do at the company back home.
I have to go now, but I'll come back next week to see you, okay? Su Mengyao kissed Lin Xiaoxi. I'll be a good girl, Mom. I'm not fussy about food anymore. Lin Xiaoxi was a little reluctant, but she nodded. Xin Xing laughed, Cici, it's because your father cooks so well that you're not fussy about food anymore, right? He. I have a good father.
Lin Xiaoqian smiled sweetly. Lin Chen said, Xiaoqian, Mom's car is parked outside, let's walk Mom and your Aunt Qingqing out.
Lin Chen and the other three went downstairs.
Su Mengyao was holding a big bouquet of roses in her arms, and everyone they met in the community looked at them. Su Mengyao felt quite uncomfortable.
But Lin Xiaoqian was very happy. Mengyao, drive safely. Lin Chen hugged Lin Xiaoxi and escorted Su Mengyao and the others to their car.
Su Mengyao had arrived in her own sports car. It was a red Porsche 911, which was very low-key for someone of her wealth.
Cici, you must listen to your father.
Su Mengyao reminded her.
Lin Xiaoxi nodded, Mom, I will. Mom, you must come and see Cici soon. Cici will miss you a lot. Su Mengyao nodded. She was reluctant to leave.
But she is now the president of the group, with assets of 60 billion yuan, and many things require her decision. Some businesses also require her to personally run them. The group has developed to such a scale, does she have to abandon the entire group just to bring up her daughter? If it were just a 6 million company, she might just give up, but a 60 billion company is not something she can just give up.
Sell the shares and get 20 to 30 billion in cash?
Without the group and those connections, she might as well die quickly with 20 to 30 billion in cash.
All kinds of evil spirits might come knocking on her door. Boom! Su Mengyao drove away.
It wasn't a long way, and another car followed. This car had the bodyguards that Su Mengyao had hired.
Mengyao, what did Uncle Su investigate before? Or was he deceived, and the people investigating didn't look carefully enough?
Lin Chen's excellent cooking skills were never discovered. Xin Sheng said from the passenger seat of the sports car.
I don't know. Su Mengyao shook her head.
She was even more puzzled. Not only were his cooking skills never discovered, but Lin Chen was also proficient in 4 foreign languages.
Mengyao, how does it feel to go on a date? Xin Sheng asked with a smile.
She didn't know that Lin Chen and Su Mengyao had gotten married. Su Mengyao told her that she was going on a fake date with Lin Chen today to let Lin Xiaoxi know that her parents love each other. Su Mengyao said, "We're going on a fake date. If you want to know what a real date feels like, find a boyfriend." Xin Qing laughed. "Mengyao, I think it's not a bad idea for you to develop a relationship with Lin Chen in the future. Not to mention his cooking skills, if you really marry him, you'll have a great time eating every day."
Su Mengyao was silent. Xin Qing said, "The results of Su Shu's investigation show that he is very ordinary. However, he is a good cook, writes well, and paints very well. He also has one more great quality." Su Mengyao said indifferently, "What quality?"
Xin Qing, he is Sisai's father.
Look at how close they are.
I have spent more time with Sisai than he has, and Sisai is much closer to Lin Chen than to me. Blood ties are truly amazing. Su Mengyao said with a sigh, "I now know what they mean by a person's mouth is soft after eating. You've had Lin Chen over for dinner twice, and now you're trying to say good things about him no matter what.
What's the matter? Do you want to have dinner with him again in the future?" Xin Cheng nodded repeatedly, "Of course I do.
His cooking is better than that of a 5-star hotel chef.
His cooking is really good."
Su Mengyao said, "But don't sell me out for a few meals."
"Dad, I'm so happy."
Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoqian returned home, and Lin Xiaoqian said happily,
"What are you so happy about?" Lin Chen asked.
Lin Xiaoqian giggled and said, "Dad loves mom, and mom loves dad, so mom and dad won't get divorced. I'll be able to stay with mom and dad forever." Lin Chen kissed Lin Xiaoqian and said, "Don't worry, our family will definitely stay together forever."
Drip. Lin Chen's phone rang.
He took out his phone and saw that it was Chen Wenhan calling.
"What's the matter, Chief Editor Chen?" Lin Chen asked.
On the other end of the line, Chen Wenhan said, "Lin Chen, your book has already started printing.
Send a message to your readers. The website will have a link to buy it. Also, if you don't want to hold a book signing, can you get a batch of signed books? Buy the book and get a signed copy of your book for free."
Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, "Editor-in-Chief Chen, at that time, you can have someone send over 1,000 books, and I will sign 1,000.
"Good," Chen Wenhan said with joy.
Shi, go play on the balcony by yourself.
Daddy has something to do, but I will be back soon to keep you company. P.S. Why do so many people think it's dangerous? This one is not dangerous. Please ignore its messiness."
Lin Chen smiled and said.
Lin Chen went into the study and turned on the computer. "Upload some more."
Lin Chen muttered to himself. He had only uploaded 30 fairy tales on Tongxin, and he still had 20 more in his computer. Soon Lin Chen uploaded 10 of them. The paper book Lin Yu story collection is in print, so stay tuned. After uploading the 10 stories, Lin Chen posted an announcement.
Chapter 23, Lin Chen's books are on sale. Lin Yu has updated 10 more chapters.
I just read one to my child, and she loved it. It's a bit strange to read on a mobile phone, but after I finished, my child was full of energy and wanted to keep reading on the phone. Upstairs, Lin Yu the Great God has issued an announcement. The paper books are already in print.
Many people left comments in the comments section. The first 30 chapters have already attracted many fans to Lin Chen. Many people didn't even know about tongxian.com before, they were introduced to it by others. Some groups of mothers have a lot of members. Some foreign fairy tales are very good, but because of the different cultural backgrounds, some children may find them strange. Many of the people who write fairy tales in China are not up to scratch. Lin Yu's works are closely related to Chinese culture, full of interest, and you can also learn knowledge from the fairy tales. My goddesses, Lin Yu has posted 10 more fairy tales, and they are going to be published in book form. Extra! Extra! Lin Yu is going to publish a paper book. After reading the announcement and the 10 newly uploaded fairy tales, many of Lin Chen's fans spontaneously started promoting him. After hearing the news, many people quickly logged onto tongxian.com. Boss, Lin Yu has uploaded 10 more fairy tales, and they are all classics. The feedback from readers has been very good. Chen Wenhan called Liang Zhirong. Liang Zhirong was surprised and said, 10 more? Yes. Liang Zhirong was overjoyed. As long as Lin Chen can maintain this level of performance, his popularity will definitely continue to grow. tongxian.com will definitely make a lot of money. Budget 500,000, and hurry up and promote it. Find more promoters. Liang Zhirong said sternly. Chen Wenhan was surprised. Boss, spend this much? Liang Zhirong said, yes, this money will not be a loss.
If you use other people to promote it, a lot of the traffic they bring in will not be retained, but Lin, you can make others stay on our website.
We won't lose money just from the increase in website traffic. Chen Wenhan, boss, I'll make the arrangements right away.
I suggest spending 500,000 of these 34 days. You decide what to do with the rest. Send the first batch of books to Lin Chen as soon as possible, and send him more, because he may want to give them to his relatives and friends. Liang Zhirong hung up after finishing speaking. Chen Wenhan quickly communicated with the website operators, who would find individual promoters to strongly recommend the book.
3,000 copies have already been printed?
Boss Lu, please pack 1,100 of them, and I'll arrange for someone to drive and pick them up.
Chen Wenhan spoke to the printing press owner on the phone.
This printing press was one they often worked with, and an hour later the person arranged by Chen Wenhan arrived. The 1,100 brand new books had also been packed. Be careful not to drop them.
Boss Lu personally had someone lift each cardboard box into the car.
Editor-in-Chief, the books have been loaded into the car. The driver driving the car contacted Chen Wenhan. On the other end of the line, Chen Wenhan said, Li, you'll have to make the trip and deliver these books to Linyu. It's an 80 to 90 kilometer trip, so be careful on the road.
There are 1,100 books in total, and you need to bring 1,000 of them back.
Linyu doesn't want his identity to be revealed, so you can't leak any information about him.
The driver's name is Li Lin, and he said apologetically, Editor-in-Chief, can I get a signed copy of the book by the great Linyu?
My wife and daughter are both fans of his.
Chen Wenhan, you can't have less than 1,000 copies. You ask Linyu to sign a copy for you, and he'll refuse? Bring me one too. Li Lin hurriedly said, okay.
After hanging up the phone, Chen Wenhan sent Li Lin his location.
After a night had passed, Li Lin arrived at the location indicated.
His place was a shopfront outside the Lin Chen residential area. The location of this shopfront was not very good, so the rent was not very expensive.
Lin Chen rented it yesterday. Editor-in-Chief Chen, I'm here. Li Lin called Chen Wenhan.
Li Xiao, there is a flower pot outside the door, with the key underneath.
Take the key and open the door.
After you've put the stuff in, lock the door and leave the key where it is.
Then, go find a hotel and get some rest. Chen Wenhan said.
Lin Chen had told him what to do last night.
Dad, where are we going?
After breakfast, Lin Chen carried Lin Xiaoqian to the rented door. He opened the door and saw 11 large boxes.
We've got a lot of work to do.
Lin Chen muttered to himself. He secretly felt lucky that he had only used 2 characters for his pen name. If he had used 4, the workload would have doubled.
Dad, what are we doing here? Dad, what are these? Lin Xiaoqian asked curiously.
Lin Chen smiled and said, Mommy has to work, and so does Daddy, right?
These are Daddy's work. Xiaoqian, why don't you draw there for a while? Lin Xiaoxi nodded obediently.
Inside this facade there was a table and chairs.
Lin Xiaoxi drew while Lin Chen took out a book and read.
After reading it all, Lin Chen didn't find any problems.
Swish.
Lin Chen began to sign. His calligraphy was masterful, and his signature was extremely beautiful.
Phew. After almost 3 hours of busy work, Lin Chen finally finished signing.
Editor Chen, I'll keep 1,100 copies for myself, 20 for myself, and have the other 1,080 copies delivered. You can arrange the extra 80 copies yourself. Lin Chen made a phone call to Chen Xinheng.
Okay. Lin Chen, you've worked hard.
Chen Xinheng said with a smile on the other end of the line.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen went over to Lin Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, Daddy's done. Daddy's taking you to the playground.
Yes. Lin Xiaoqian said happily. In the afternoon, Li Lin, who had just woken up, arrived at the storefront.
A gift for Li Lin, Linyu. Lin Chen had deliberately left him a book. This is really nice handwriting. Li Lin's eyes lit up.
He had seen the signatures of many writers, and some people's handwriting was as bad as a dog's.
Lin Chen's handwriting was much better.
Li Lin was beaming with a smile. He had not made the trip in vain with this book.
His wife and daughter should be very happy. Time passed quickly and the next day arrived.
Li Lin had already returned the book, and Chen Xinhan told Lin Chen that Tongsun Wang would be open for purchase at noon.
How many people will buy it?
Lin Chen muttered to himself. The first print run was 300,000 copies, and if not many people bought it, it would be embarrassing to sell only 3,000 to 5,000 copies. However, Lin Chen believed that it shouldn't be that bad. The fairy tales he had uploaded were provided by the system, and they were all top-notch, so there was no reason for it to be a flop. Judging from the popularity of the website, there were also many people who wanted to buy it.
It was nearing noon. Many people were waiting for the purchase link to be released.
Tongxin.com had said that the first 50 purchasers would definitely receive a signed copy, and these would not be included in the 1,000 copies.
Here it comes. The purchase link came out, and many people quickly placed their orders.
Tongxin.com has a lot of traffic, and with the promotion, there are already millions of people who have read the fairy tales written by Lin Yu.
Many of them have already become loyal readers. The editor-in-chief exclaimed, "It's exploded." The number of purchases in 1 minute has already exceeded 10,000. Someone exclaimed in surprise.
Chen Xinhan's face broke into a smile and said, "It's normal for it to explode."
It would be strange if Lin Yu's quality didn't explode. Another editor joked, "If his book doesn't explode, I think we can all consider switching careers." Chapter 24 Su Mengyao rewards Lin Yu. Time passed by minute by minute.
10,000, 20,000, 30,000. The sales volume at the end of the first hour reached 100,000 copies. Of course, this does not mean that 100,000 people bought it. Some people will buy multiple copies, and the books may be lost or torn by children. For such high-quality books, buying them as gifts is also a very good choice. Some bookstores and libraries will also purchase them. They may buy dozens of copies at a time.
Lin Chen leaned down and kissed Lin Xiaoxian, who was taking a nap. Editor-in-chief Chen, there's no news at all, and sales are dismal?
Lin Chen went to the study, turned on the computer, and sent a message.
He logged into the author's account and took a look.
There had been quite a few new rewards, and there had also been many new clicks and new bookmarks.
Big guy, are you a little nervous? Chen Xinhong quickly replied to Lin Chen.
Lin Chen gave a faint smile. After all, it was his own book, and he was more concerned about it. But it definitely couldn't rise to the level of being nervous. He had a system, so how could he be nervous about this? If the children's story didn't make much money, the worst that would happen is that he would switch to another track.
It's okay.
Lin Chen replied.
Drip.
Chen Xinhan called, and Lin Chen answered. On the other end, Chen Xinhan said happily, "Lin Chen, 100,000 copies, it broke 100,000 copies in an hour." Lin Chen was a little surprised.
100,000 copies in 1 hour?
The first hour's sales must be the best, but at this rate, 300,000 copies may be sold in a day. Lin Chen, the quality of this book is there, as long as the user word of mouth is good, future sales will definitely be good.
The first month's sales will likely exceed 1 million copies.
Chen Xinhuan said excitedly. Lin Chen joked, "I'll be relieved when the first print sells out, don't you guys lose money directly."
Chen Xinhuan laughed and said, "As we just said, if a book like yours doesn't sell well, we can just switch careers."
Lin Chen, the boss will probably be looking for you tomorrow or the day after to order a reprint, and you'll make a lot of money again.
Lin Chen, if 300,000 copies sell out quickly, will they be able to print more?
Chen Xinhuan laughed on the other end of the phone and said, "Don't worry about that. The factory we're working with is a big one, and they're very idle now that there's less printing business.
As long as Party A pays quickly, they can print as much as they want."
After hanging up the phone, Chen Xinhan told the operations team to act quickly. The first hour sales of 100,000 copies must be publicized immediately. Su Mengyao was brushing up on a short video in her spacious office. She had just finished a meeting and was relaxing. For all the mothers out there with children, I'm going to recommend a great book to you. It's my most highly recommended children's book of the year.
Su Mengyao brushed up on a short video.
She has a child, and big data often pushes this kind of thing to her.
A children's book? Su Mengyao clicked on it. Next time she goes to see Lin Xiaoxi, she can bring her a storybook.
But she has high standards, and she can't be bothered with ordinary books.
Time passed gradually, and Su Mengyao was completely absorbed in the book. Knock, knock. The office door was knocked on. Su Mengyao came back to her senses.
She was a little surprised that she, an adult, could be so absorbed in a children's book. This book is really good, each fairy tale is very good. Su Mengyao thought to herself. President, you need to leave for the airport. The car is waiting for you downstairs. Su Mengyao was reminded by her assistant. Su Mengyao now takes at least one flight a day, and sometimes 3, so she can be described as busy taking off every day. The company has a lot of business, and there is a backlog of business ahead. Some of the business requires her, the president, to personally intervene, and even the company's vice president would not have enough weight. Let's go. Su Mengyao arrived at the car park on the ground floor. She continued reading without finishing the book. Before she knew it, she had finished reading all 40 fairy tales by Lin Xuan. They were all classics, amazing. This Lin Yu will definitely become the king of stories. Su Mengyao thought to herself. She ordered 2 copies, one for her own home and one for Lin Chen. She could let Lin Chen read it to Lin Xiaoxian. Reward him a little. Su Mengyao muttered to herself. She was not in the habit of rewarding people, but she really thought Lin Yu's fairy tales were very good. The leader is 1,000 silver coins, the silver is 10,000 silver coins, and the gold is 100,000 silver coins. Su Mengyao noticed that Lin Yu did not yet have a silver. There were already a dozen or so. I'll be the first silver. Su Mengyao rewarded 10,000 yuan. It was a drop in the bucket for her to reward a gold alliance leader, but she didn't know much about Lin Yu. Maybe his work was good, but his character wasn't very good. For now, rewarding a silver alliance leader was enough. Even if his character wasn't good, his work was worth this much reward. Hey! Lin Chen was in front of the computer at this moment. He found that he had an extra silver alliance leader. 10,000 yuan for a silver alliance, this person quite supports me. Thank you for your support. Lin Chen gave a brief thank you. Time flew to the next day. Chen Xinhan and the others looked at the large screen, which displayed the sales numbers. The numbers kept jumping. Suddenly, the number jumped from 299,996 to 300,001. Wow! A round of applause sounded. It was now 10 a.m., 22 hours, and all 300,000 copies of the first print run had been sold. Boss, 300,000 copies have been sold. Chen Xinhan quickly called Liang Zhirong. On the other end of the line, Liang Zhirong was overjoyed. This was a gamble that paid off. Chen, you call Lin Chen and ask him to print an additional 500,000 copies. Never mind, I'll call him myself. Liang Zhirong said. Soon after, Liang Zhirong called Lin Chen. Lin Chen was surprised. Mr. Liang, you're printing an additional run already? On the other end of the line, Liang Zhirong laughed out loud. Yes, let's not engage in hunger marketing, just go for quantity and satisfaction. As long as the users like it, I'll try to satisfy them. Lin Chen, let's sign the online contract for the reprint. I'll transfer the money to you as soon as the contract is signed. The contract is ready, just modify the data. In the next 10 minutes, Lin Chen signed the reprint contract with Tongxin. Ding! Less than 2 hours later, the bank sent a text message. The account has received 2.35 million yuan. He had originally transferred 700,000 to his family, leaving 700,000 odd, plus these 3.1 million. He was originally going to give 1 million, but his father stubbornly refused, and only after much persuasion did he let him transfer 700,000. According to his father, he only needed to give 500,000. In total, they spent 1 million, and they still had 300,000 to 400,000 in savings. Even if they borrowed some money, they would repay it themselves in the future. Even though Lin Chen is making money quickly these days, they know that it is not easy for Lin Chen to buy a good house in the Magic City. 3,100,000 yuan is still a long way from the house payment. Lin Chen muttered to himself. The additional print run of 500,000 copies. Unfortunately, I didn't win the lottery and can only admire it online. Many people who received the book posted pictures of it. Some people who received a signed book posted it online and in their circle of friends, and received many likes. This wave of enthusiasm has attracted many people to read the books. After reading, they felt it was good and they placed an order to buy it. Sales and word of mouth are flying together, it's great. The year before last, the sales of that person were still okay, but then word of mouth exploded, and in a short time sales plummeted. Everyone at Tongxinwang is in a great mood. Lin Yu has brought a lot of traffic to the website, and the boss has made money, so how can they not get a bonus? Chen Xinhan, looking at the situation, said that perhaps these 500,000 books could be sold in half a month. Liang Zhirong, the owner of TongXIN.com, said to Chen Xinhuan.
He was in a very good mood.
The royalty rate he had agreed to pay Lin Chen was high, but it was nothing compared to the boost Lin Chen had given the website. Chen Xinhuan laughed. I originally estimated that it would take at least 20 days to sell 500,000 copies, but it doesn't look like it will take that long now.
Lin Chen's autograph has brought a lot of attention. Liang Zhirong said happily, we're saving money. I'm not sure if spending $1 million would have generated this much attention. Knock, knock.
The sound of knocking came from outside.
Come in. Liang Zhirong said.
Soon, a man pushed open the door and came in. He said happily, Boss, Gu Laoshi, the president of the Calligraphy Association, has praised Lin Yu's calligraphy on Weibo. He also said that Lin Yu's fairy tales are very good and that he plans to read them to his granddaughter when the time comes.
Liang Zhirong's eyes lit up.
Even though the Calligraphy Association has little presence, people like Gu Laoshi still have a lot of influence.
There are many official media outlets that pay attention to Gu Laoshi. Boss, it's great that Gu Lao has come out in support.
I was worried that the tree would attract too much wind and that some people would jump out to smear it, but now I feel much more at ease.
Chen Xinhuan said with delight. With Gu Lao's open support, anyone who wants to smear it will have to think twice.
Liang Zhirong said excitedly, Gu Lao posted a message, and some state media are expected to help us with free publicity. The second batch may be sold out in 10 days.
Chen Xinhuan nodded. This is entirely possible.
If the buzz gets going, many people will spread the word on their own, and the good word of mouth will naturally lead to better sales. The fertility rate in China has dropped, but there were still quite a few children in the previous few years, and they are just the right age to listen to stories. Lin Chen's fairy tales are suitable for children aged 2 to 6 or 7, and there should be 15 million children at this age. The first and second batches combined only sold 800,000 copies.
Many parents are willing to spend money on their children.
Besides, a book doesn't cost much.
Knock, knock. Before long, someone knocked on Liang Zhirong's office door again. More good news?
Liang Zhirong asked, looking at the person who had just come in. Boss, just now a female celebrity posted that she had bought the book and read the story to her child. The child really liked it, and she recommended the book to her fans.
She has tens of millions of followers.
The editor who had just come in said excitedly.
Liang Zhirong and Chen Xinhuan exchanged glances. Chen, it seems we underestimated Lin Yu. Chen Xinhuan nodded. Celebrities cherish their reputation, they don't easily give free advertising like this. This is a genuine like.
If there's the first one, there might be more to follow.
Liang Zhirong and Chen Xinhuan went outside.
The sales curve was displayed on the big screen. It had originally dropped, but now it was rapidly increasing.
A celebrity with tens of millions of followers still has a strong influence.
In this situation, these 500,000 copies will be sold out in 10 days at most.
Chen Xinhuan said. Liang Zhirong laughed. Chen, you are being conservative.
We can't afford to hire a celebrity, but celebrities are very effective at boosting sales.
I don't think 500,000 copies will last a week. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. More than 10 celebrities had helped to promote the book for free. The second batch of 500,000 copies were completely sold out. Order another million copies? President Liang, don't let it slip through your hands.
Lin Chen said in surprise.
Chen Xinhuan didn't say anything, and he didn't ask either. He didn't expect that it would be sold out again in just 3 days.
Lin Chen, no, Lin Yu, you don't know how popular your fairy tale is right now. Order another million copies, and they will definitely be sold out in a month.
Liang Zhirong said with a smile. Lin Chen, Mr. Liang, since you are confident, I am sure it will be fine. Of course I want to be paid. Liang Zhirong coughed lightly and said, Lin Yu, there is a small problem.
Many people have reported that the second batch does not have signed copies.
Can you arrange another batch of signed copies for the third batch? Lin Chen. How many do you need? Liang Zhirong said, how about 2,000 copies?
Lin Chen sighed inwardly, signing 2,000 copies will take most of the day.
Okay. You can have Li Lin deliver the books to the usual place. Lin Chen said.
Soon Lin Chen and Liang Zhirong signed the third contract.
Last time, 500,000 copies were 2.35 million.
This time, for 1 million copies, he got 4.8 million. His royalty rate fluctuates depending on sales volume.
Ding. Liang Zhirong quickly arranged for the financial transfer.
Lin Chen's bank card balance suddenly reached 7.9 million. If it weren't for a city like the Magic City, 7.9 million might be enough to live comfortably for the rest of his life.
Whoa wah, whoa wah. Lin Xiaoxian cried. Lin Chen quickly came out of the study and went into the living room. Xiaoxian, what's wrong?
Lin Chen asked, quickly picking up Lin Xiaoxian in his arms.
Lin Xiaoqian's eyes were filled with tears. Daddy, I cut my hand, look, I'm hurt. Lin Chen quickly checked.
Lin Xiaoqian's hand was indeed a little red, but the skin was not broken, and if he had arrived a little later, the red mark would have disappeared.
Daddy will rub it for you. Cici, be good, don't cry, it's okay. Lin Chen said. Lin Xiaoxi, Dad, aren't you going to put medicine on it?
When I got hurt before, Mom would put medicine on it for me.
Okay, Dad will put some on it for you.
Lin Chen was a little between tears and laughter. At this moment, the red mark was almost invisible.
He got the medicine box.
Worried that Lin Xiaoxi might get hurt or something, he prepared a medicine box with some common medicines.
The host applied medicine to Lin Xiaoxi and gained the ancient medical skills.
30 hours to reach the master level, and 60 hours to reach the grandmaster level. The system voice sounded in Lin Chen's mind. Lin Chen was stunned. Applying medicine to Lin Xiaoxi actually gained ancient medical skills.
This is quite strong.
Normally, it takes 10 hours to reach the master level, and 20 hours to reach the grandmaster level, but this one takes 3 times as long. Among the skills he has obtained so far, this one is the second most difficult, just like aircraft manufacturing technology, which requires even more effort.
It takes 50 hours and 100 hours respectively. Xiaoqian, it doesn't hurt anymore, does it?
Lin Chen said with a smile. It seems that he cannot look at it from an adult's perspective. Applying medicine to Lin Xiaoqian has unexpectedly brought such a great reward.
Ancient medical skills are really something. Hee, it doesn't hurt anymore. Dad is awesome.
Lin Xiaoxian said, hugging Lin Chen's head and giving him a kiss.
System, how do I improve this? It doesn't seem like there's much opportunity for it normally.
Lin Chen thought to himself.
System, host, it's common for children to get sick. Well, then I'll leave this alone for now. Lin Chen didn't want Lin Xiaoqian to get sick. Chapter 26 Daddy, it's your wife's phone.
Xiaoqian, this character is not written correctly.
Look at how Daddy writes it and then look at how you wrote it. Isn't there a difference? Lin Chen taught Lin Xiaoxi how to write.
Lin Xiaoxi already knew how to write her name, so he started with simpler characters.
Lin Xiaoxi studied very hard.
Dad, you're an adult, I'm a child, your steps are big, and my steps are smaller.
Lin Xiaoxi said innocently. Lin Chen laughed and explained, Xiaoxi, people are not divided into adults or children, and we don't describe children as little people. You can say you're a baby. You can also say you're a child. Lin Xiaoqian nodded as if she understood.
Lin Chen smiled and began to tell a story. Xiaoqian, a long time ago, we humans were just like other animals.
We had no words and could not write. So just think, what did people do in the past? Lin Xiaoqian, use their mouths like puppies?
Lin Chen laughed and said, when we are face to face, we can use our mouths, but what if we can't meet?
How do we tell each other? How do you warn someone that a place is dangerous, or how do you find your way home in the forest? Lin Xiaoqian pondered.
After a while, her eyes lit up. Dad, I know, they can draw pictures to tell others. Lin Chen rubbed Lin Xiaoqian's head and said, Xiaoqian is really smart, and that's what people in ancient times did at the beginning. The oldest writing is just like drawing pictures. Later, the wise men among humans slowly created writing. Lin Xiaoqian listened intently. Host, you have been teaching Lin Xiaoqian to write for 20 hours, and your calligraphy has improved to the level of a grandmaster. The system's voice sounded in Lin Chen's mind.
Lin Chen's face showed a faint smile. A lot of information kept flooding into his mind.
With the help of the system, Lin Chen quickly absorbed it all, as if he had been learning calligraphy for decades.
Half an hour passed. Xiaoqian, let's stop practicing calligraphy for now. You need to rest your eyes, and I'll teach you English.
Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoqian started talking to each other in English. He didn't teach Lin Xiaoqian vocabulary or grammar, just to speak. The more she spoke, the more she would learn. Most children don't need to learn English, but the Su family has a lot of business abroad, and the Su family's assets will probably be Lin Xiaoqian's in the future. He himself will also be able to earn a lot of money in the future, and he may also have business abroad, which will also be Lin Xiaoxian's. It is very necessary for Lin Xiaoxian to learn English. Host, your Japanese has reached a proficient level. After more than half an hour, the system's voice sounded. So far, Lin Chen has mastered English, German, French, Russian, Arabic, Portuguese, and Japanese. That's good, I won't need subtitles when watching movies in the future. Lin Chen muttered to himself. It is still necessary to learn Japanese. It can be used when watching small movies, and it can also be used if you go to the East Sakura country in the future. Learning English was so difficult in the past that I killed a lot of brain cells. Now I've easily learned 7 foreign languages. Lin Chen thought to himself. If he continues teaching Lin Xiaoxi, Lin Chen estimates that in the future he will be able to speak the language of an African indigenous tribe. Drip. Lin Chen's phone suddenly rang. It was Su Mengyao sending a video. He had already sent 2 WeChat videos to Su Mengyao, both in the evening, and Lin Xiaoxi wanted to video chat with Su Mengyao. It was now morning. At this time, Su Mengyao was usually busy working. Xiaoxian, it's mommy on video. Lin Chen connected the video call to Lin Xiaoxian. In the past, when they had video calls, he didn't talk much to Su Mengyao either. They had a child and had received their marriage certificate, so naturally he wanted to really win Su Mengyao over, but he didn't feel comfortable being too proactive. There was no way around it, the Zus were just too rich. He acted enthusiastic, or Su Mengyao and her parents felt that he was after the Zus money. Mom! Lin Xiaoxi cried out happily. Cici, Mom will video chat with you again tonight. Mom has something to tell Dad now, so give the phone to Dad. Su Mengyao said with a smile. Dad, your wife is on the phone. Lin Xiaoxi said seriously like a little adult. Lin Chen took the phone and smiled. Mengyao, what's up? Su Mengyao said, Cici, you play by yourself for now. Lin Chen, go to the study, I need your help with work. Okay. Lin Chen quickly went to the study. Su Mengyao asked, Lin Chen, you said you speak English, German, French, and Russian? Lin Chen nodded slightly. I also know a little Arabic, Japanese, and Portuguese. What's wrong? Su Mengyao was shocked. Lin Chen can speak more than those 4 foreign languages. I urgently need a German document, which involves a lot of technical terms. Our company's translation level is not high enough, so I don't know if you can understand it. Su Mengyao said. Lin Chen laughed and said, send it over, I'll take a look. Su Mengyao quickly sent the file over. Lin Chen opened the file and took a look. There shouldn't be any problems. I'll send you the translated file in half an hour. Lin Chen said. Thank you. Su Mengyao said. After the call, Lin Chen turned on the computer and quickly translated it. Even the difficult technical terms were a piece of cake for him. Su Mengyao sighed. Boss, we've contacted 4 translation companies, and they all said they couldn't finish it in 2 hours. They said there were too many technical terms. An assistant next to Su Mengyao said helplessly. I've found someone, so just wait. Su Mengyao said, and you can go now, I want to be alone. The assistant left, and Su Mengyao called her father. Dad, how is Mom? Su Mengyao asked. Su Guofeng, Su Mengyao's father, smiled and said, your mother is recovering quite well. In another 2 months, once the situation stabilizes, your mother and I will return to China. Su Mengyao said in surprise, return to China in 2 months? It turns out that Su Guofeng planned to stay longer. Su Guofeng said helplessly, your mother misses home and misses Xixi. She can't wait to get on a plane and come back right now. Is Xixi doing well at Lin Chen's place? He knew that Lin Xiaoxian was with Lin Chen, but he had not contacted Lin Chen, and he did not approve of Lin Chen. Lin Chen was just SOSO, and he only had Su Mengyao as a precious daughter, so naturally he did not want Lin Chen to be with Su Mengyao. Fortunately, Su Mengyao did not have a crush on Lin Chen either. Su Mengyao said, Lin Chen is Cici's father, and he is very good to Cici, and Cici is also very close to him. That's good. Su Guofeng said. Su Mengyao asked, Dad, you had Lin Chen investigated back then, and Lin Chen was mediocre in every way? Yes, why? Su Guofeng asked. Su Mengyao, Dad, who did you ask to investigate him back then? Did the other party not investigate in detail and fool you? Su Guofeng froze for a moment. Mengyao, do you mean Lin Chen is not ordinary? Su Guofeng asked. Chapter 27 Su Guofeng's Worries. Su Mengyao said, Dad, who did you ask to check? Su Guofeng said, my former bodyguard, Xiaoxi, did the checking. Lin Chen's family background is ordinary, his academic performance is ordinary, and although his appearance is passable, his clothing and appearance are very ordinary. Xiaoxi went to their village, to the high school he used to go to, and even asked his former homeroom teacher.
There shouldn't be any omissions. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Su Guofeng's heart tightened. Has his daughter fallen for Lin Chen?
Dad, he doesn't seem so ordinary. He's a very good cook, and he speaks several foreign languages.
Su Mengyao said. Su Guofeng said in surprise, he speaks several foreign languages?
I have his college entrance exam results, and his English score was just SOSO.
He barely passed the CET-4.
Su Mengyao said, his English is better than mine. Besides, he's also very good at Russian, German, and French.
Su Guofeng couldn't believe it.
Even if he was not good at anything else, his talent for languages was outstanding.
Why had he previously performed SOSO? Other times were fine, but even during the college entrance exam he hit it? Mengyao, are you sure?
Of course, I have communicated with him in English, and he has also communicated with others in Russian in front of me.
Su Guofeng, did you fall in love with him because of this?
Dad, of course not. Dad, I still have things to do here, so I won't talk to you now.
Su Mengyao hung up the phone. Su Guofeng was puzzled. How could someone change so much? He went to the hospital room. Honey, what's wrong with our daughter? Su Mengyao's mother Yang Qingyue asked, waking up. Su Guofeng sat down by the bed.
Honey, Mengyao called to say that Lin Chen doesn't seem to be that ordinary. Mengyao said that he speaks several foreign languages. He also said that he is a good cook.
Yang Qingyue was surprised. Did our daughter really say that? Yes. Su Guofeng nodded.
Then she should have some favorable impression of Lin Chen. She may already have a lot of curiosity about Lin Chen.
Yang Qingyue said. Su Guofeng's brows furrowed.
Yang Qingyue, honey, don't call her and tell her.
Just let your daughter choose for herself. Isn't your daughter smarter than you? Su Guofeng.
Even if he knows a few foreign languages, he's not good enough for Mengyao. Yang Qingyue said impatiently, in relationships, there is no such thing as being a good match or not.
It depends on whether there is a connection.
After that incident, my daughter had psychological scars, and she froze herself up. If Lin Chen can make her come out of it, it might not be a bad thing.
Su Guofeng looked at Yang Qingyue in surprise. My dear, that's not what you used to think. You used to want Mengyao to find someone who was a good match, too. It would be best if she could find someone even better.
Yang Qingyue, after going through the operating table and the gates of hell, I feel that many things are not that important.
As long as our daughter likes us, we don't need to care too much. Su Guofeng frowned, but. Yang Qingyue said, don't say but, help me up. Su Guofeng quickly helped Yang Qingyue up.
Husband, even if Lin Chen is ordinary, as long as our daughter likes him, our money is enough for them to spend 10 lifetimes.
Su Guofeng sighed lightly and said, wife, you don't understand. Yang Qingyue rolled her eyes and said, how come I don't understand?
Su Guofeng frowned and said, if our family only had 30 to 50 million, it wouldn't be a problem. While living a life of affluence, no one would find trouble with us.
We now have 30 billion. To the big sharks, we are just a piece of meat. Yang Qingyue said doubtfully, we haven't encountered any major problems along the way, have we?
Su Guofeng said, that's because I have a good father-in-law, but your father has been gone for 2 years.
We have used up most of the favors he left behind.
In the future, our road will definitely be much more difficult.
Yang Qingyue, we still maintain our connections, don't we? Su Guofeng shook his head, it's different.
Although our family is rich, we no longer belong to that circle.
At most, someone will target us in 2 or 3 years.
Yang Qingyue said, but that doesn't mean we have to sacrifice our daughter's happiness. Su Guofeng, I was hoping that Mengyao could find someone who was a good match for her and from a good family, so that both sides would be happy.
Su Guofeng let out a sigh when he said this. If only things had turned out differently back then.
Su Mengyao is unmarried and has a child, which will inevitably deter some powerful second and third generations.
Husband, don't think about it so much.
Even if we lose most of our wealth, 300 to 500 million yuan is enough for our family to live comfortably.
Yang Qingyue comforted. Su Guofeng nodded slightly.
Don't think about it too much, just focus on getting better.
There shouldn't be any problems in the next year or two. It's done.
Lin Chen gave a faint smile. He double-checked it to make sure there were no problems.
Su Mengyao, the translation is done. Lin Chen sent the translated document to Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao looked at the time.
She was surprised. Lin Chen had spent a total of 27 minutes.
Thank you. Including this time, is 20,000 yuan for the translation okay?
Su Mengyao replied.
Lin Chen. We have a child and are legally married, so we are considered friends, right? Don't pay for this little help between friends.
If you do, don't ask me for it in the future. I'm too lazy to earn this money. I have to take care of the child and don't have time for this. Lin Chen quickly replied.
Su Mengyao replied after a moment of silence, thank you. 5 minutes later, Su Mengyao's assistant said, President, the company's German translator said that the document is fine.
He said that the other party's level is much higher than his.
HM. Su Mengyao nodded slightly.
She marveled in her heart. They are a big company, and the level of translation in the company is still quite good, but it is actually so much worse than Lin Chen. English, Russian, and German are also strong, and Lin Chen's French is probably not much worse than these three.
Su Mengyao thought to herself.
Lin Chen sighed.
Dad, there are so many boxes.
Lin Chen took Lin Xiaoxi to the rented storefront.
2,000 books had already been delivered.
There were 100 books per volume, and there were 20 large cardboard boxes on the floor.
Lin Chen smiled and said, Xiaoxi, do you want to play for a while, or go to sleep?
Lin Chen had set up a small bed in the storefront.
Lin Xiaoxi could work here at midnight. I don't want to go to sleep yet, I want to draw.
Lin Xiaoxian said in a baby voice.
Lin Chen smiled and said, okay, then you can draw for a while. Half an hour later, Lin Xiaoxian was sleepy.
Lin Chen carried her to bed, and she quickly fell asleep sweetly.
Swish. Lin Chen quickly signed a new book.
His signature seemed to be the same,
and smiled. Daddy, come here for a second.
Lin Xiaoxian called sweetly. Lin Chen squatted down next to Lin Xiaoxian.
Lin Xiaoxian, Daddy, look, this is you, this is Mommy, and this is me, don't I look good? Lin Chen looked at Lin Xiaoxian's drawing in amazement.
Lin Xiaoxian was so young, but she drew it very well.
Xiaoqian, you drew really well. It seems you have a talent for drawing. In that case, Dad will teach you more in the future. Lin Chen said.
The system's voice sounded in Lin Chen's mind, Host, your continuous improvement in certain abilities will have a strong impact on Lin Xiaoxi in this area.
Lin Chen's eyes lit up. His improvement in abilities can affect Lin Xiaoxi? System, just in certain areas? System, yes, host.
If you reach the Grandmaster level in a certain skill, you can double Lin Xiaoxi's talent in that area.
Legendary level is doubled, and mythical level is tripled. Lin Chen reached the Grandmaster level in painting yesterday.
Lin Chen thoughtfully mused, if Lin Xiaoxian is talented in a certain area, then doubling it is quite a lot.
If she has no talent, would tripling it be enough? System, yes, host. Lin Chen was overjoyed. This was pretty good too.
Lin Xiaoxian didn't need to be a genius in everything, it was enough if she could become very strong in the area she was talented in.
System, how do you calculate this 1, 2, or 3 times? Lin Chen asked while carrying Lin Xiaoxian home.
The numerical value of everyone's various talents ranges from a minimum of 0 to a maximum of 100.
Most people have a talent with a numerical value below 10.
A few people have a talent with a numerical value between 10 and 20. Very few people have a talent with a numerical value between 20 and 30. Ordinary people who have a talent with a numerical value of 30 are considered very good. However, even if they work hard, they will rarely see much effect from this kind of talent. Lin Chen sighed inwardly.
The gap between ordinary people and geniuses is too big. Most ordinary people can only play around with learning various arts. Want to rely on it to become successful in the future?
Very difficult, very difficult.
System, you continue.
The system said, a talent above 40 is in the category of geniuses, and above 60 can become a leader in the province. Above 70 is a national leader. Above 80 is a genius at the continental level, and above 90 is world class. Lin Chen said excitedly in his heart, if Xiao Qian's original talent is 20, and it is doubled to 40, tripled to 60, and quadrupled to 80?
Yes, host.
Lin Chen's face was full of smiles. Very good. Lin Xiaoqian will definitely have several talents reaching 20 or 30, and the probability of tripling it to exceed 90 is very high. It is also possible to reach the full value of 100. Tripling her talent value of 10 or so is also very high. What are you smiling at, Dad?
You seem very happy. Lin Xiaoqian asked in a baby voice.
Lin Chen smiled and said, because Dad loves you.
Dad is very happy just by holding you. Boo! Dad, I love you too. Lin Xiaoqian kissed Lin Chen sweetly and said. System, can you detect Xiaoqian's talent? Lin Chen asked in his mind. System, no.
With your abilities as the host, you can judge it during the companionship process.
HM.
Lin Chen did not feel any regrets.
He thought about it.
Among his current skills, those that have reached the level of Grandmaster are cooking, fairy tale creation, calligraphy, painting, and driving.
Foreign languages also count.
Football, singing, and shooting are not yet at the Grandmaster level.
As for cooking and driving, I don't know about Lin Xiaoxi's talent. As for fairy tale creation and calligraphy, Lin Chen estimated that Lin Xiaoxi's talent was most likely below 20.
The improvement was not particularly obvious.
The improvement in foreign languages and painting was more obvious, especially painting.
The improvement in painting talent was the most obvious.
Xiaoxi's talent in painting should be close to or even exceed 30.
Lin Chen thought to himself. Lin Xiaoqian's talent in drawing should now be around 60.
Provincial level top talent.
If it were to double again, her talent in drawing would be around 90.
Above 90 is world class. Xiaoqian, do you like drawing very much? Lin Chen asked.
Yes.
Lin Xiaoqian nodded.
Lin Chen smiled and said, Xiaoqian, from now on, I will spend a little more time teaching you to draw.
Is that okay? Lin Xiaoqian happily said, yes, yes.
Lin packed the book and drove back that night. Editor-in-Chief, Lin Yu's autographed book has arrived. Chen Xinhuan reported to work.
HM.
Chen Xinhuan went to the place where the books were stored.
He opened a box at random and took out a book. Eh? Chen Xinhuan's eyes revealed a look of surprise.
He rubbed his eyes. The handwriting was the same, but it seemed that he always felt that Lin Chen's character seemed more beautiful. Chen Xinheng had Lin Chen's previous signature.
He found the previous signed books for comparison. What's going on? Obviously they are the same, but I always feel there is a difference. Chen Xinheng thought to himself. Lao Feng, come here for a moment.
Take a closer look at these two signatures.
Chen Xinheng called out. The other editor approached. Soon he said in surprise, Chief Editor, what's going on?
I feel that this signature looks more comfortable.
This is the one at the back, right? Chen Xinhuan nodded, I also think this one is better. There is an indescribable beauty. Wait, let me check the rest of the books. Chen Xinhuan took out more signed books.
The signatures on these books were all better than the original. Editor-in-Chief, perhaps it is because Lin Yu has gained some experience after signing so many books that his signature looks better. Editor Feng said with a smile.
Chen Xinhuan nodded slightly, maybe. The third batch of 1 million copies, 1 in 500. Don't make a mistake.
Editor Feng nodded, don't worry, there won't be any mistakes. Chen Xinhan picked up a signed book that had been collected at the back. I'm going out for a while, so call me if there's anything.
An hour later, Chen Xinhan arrived at a villa community. He was visiting an elderly man.
This man used to be a member of the National Calligraphy Association, and he is a figurehead in the calligraphy world. The current president of the Calligraphy Association has to call him uncle when they meet.
Chen Xinhan had visited him once before. Ding dong. Chen Xinhan rang the doorbell. The nanny quickly opened the door.
An old voice came from inside, Chen, I'm not very mobile, so I won't greet you.
Just come in yourself.
When Chen Xinhan arrived at the villa, he bowed with a bent back, Master Jiang, long time no see.
Master Zhang's name is Jiang Xuesong, and he nodded slightly, it's been 4 or 5 years.
I'm old now, and I don't see guests casually.
What brings you here, Chen?
He doesn't welcome you if you just drop by for no reason.
Grandpa Jiang, I want to ask you to help me look at a signature.
Chen Xinhan said respectfully.
Chapter 29, The Calligraphy Master is shocked. Jiang Xuesong asks, what signature?
Chen Xinhuan, the signature on this book, please take a look. I have seen a lot of calligraphy works, and this signature gives me a rather special feeling.
What's so special about it?
Zhang Xuesong puts on his reading glasses.
Chen Xinhuan clears his throat. Mr. Jiang, I'm not very good, I can't put it into words. But I always feel very comfortable looking at it, I can get lost looking at his signature.
Zhang Xuesong laughed. That means you're still at the beginner's level. Ordinary people see mountains as mountains and water as water. You've reached the second level, where mountains are not mountains and water is not water.
Let me see. Chen Xinhuan quickly opened the book. Grandpa Jiang, this is the signature.
Zhang Xuesong laughed. It's Lin Yu.
Someone showed it to me.
His calligraphy is quite good.
Ha!
Zhang Xuesong was stunned. He leaned closer and looked carefully.
1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Chen Xinhuan didn't say a word, he waited quietly.
5 minutes passed, and Zhang Xuesong let out a sigh. Amazing, Lin Yu's calligraphy level is above mine. I originally thought I was a little better than him, but now it seems that he has broken through to a higher realm.
Chen Xinhuan, Grandpa Jiang, what realm are you talking about?
Zhang Xuesong took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes. My calligraphy is okay, I'm considered quite famous these days, but in the long river of history, I'm nothing. Lin Yu's calligraphy is on a par with Yan and Lu.
Chen Xinhuan said in shock, Yan Jinqing and Lu Gongquan? Mr. Jiang, aren't you a little overstating it?
Yan Jinqing and Lu Gongquan were also top calligraphy masters in the long river of history, and above them was only the sage of calligraphy, Wang Shiji.
Not really. Lin Yu's level is indeed that high.
But strangely, I have never heard of anyone else in the calligraphy world who was so good.
Zhang Xuesong said doubtfully. Chen Xinhuan, Mr. Jiang, perhaps he is only good at signing his name, and his other characters may be just a so-so. Zhang Xuesong shook his head. Chen, that's impossible. Do you think that if you don't reach such a level, you can reach it by writing more? Without that level, you won't be able to read it. Chen Xinhuan sneered. He is one of the people who can't read it. Zhang Xuesong, Chen, I'm not talking about you. You can see that it's not simple, and your level is quite good. Where is the master Lin Yu?
I'll pay him a visit.
Chen Xinhuan hurriedly said, Master Jiang, you're over 80 years old, how can you travel far?
Lin Yu is a fairy tale author on our website.
Ha! Zhang Xuesong was stunned for a moment. At his level, writing fairy tales for you? Chen Xinhuan nodded, he is very good at writing fairy tales. This is his book, which sold millions of copies in a few days. Sigh. Zhang Xuesong sighed. Calligraphy doesn't make money, but you guys do. There aren't many people in the whole country who can appreciate his level of calligraphy.
Chen Xinhuan respectfully said, Master Jiang, although calligraphy doesn't make money, the top calligraphy masters have a high status and may be remembered for 100 generations.
Zhang Xuesong, Master Lin Yu is completely likely to be remembered for 100 generations. I'm not even close to being a master. Chen, Master Lin was in his 60s or 70s, wasn't he? Chen Xinhuan froze for a moment. Lin Chen was in his 60s or 70s? Grandpa Jiang, he's not yet. Zhang Xuesong was shocked, he's only in his 50s? At this age and with this level of mastery, he's amazing. Chen Xinhuan coughed lightly, Grandpa Jiang, calm down. Lin Yu is only in his 20s now. Zhang Xuesong was stunned. Half a minute later, he shook his head, no way, absolutely not, how can someone in their 20s have reached such a level?
Chen Xinhuan said, Mr. Jiang, I have met him.
He is indeed only in his 20s. Zhang Xuesong put on his reading glasses again.
He looked at the signature for a while longer.
It's impossible. Could it be that someone else signed it for him?
Zhang Xuesong said, a little incredulously.
Chen Xinhuan said, I don't think so.
He is extremely talented at writing fairy tales, so there is no need for him to fake his signature. If it is discovered, it will be a huge stain.
Zhang Xuesong, Chen, you can contact him, right? Can you ask him to write a piece of calligraphy for me? I will pay 300,000. Shall I ask him now? Chen Xinhuan said. Zhang Xuesong nodded, yes, just write the preface to the Orchid Pavilion. Chen Xinhuan dialed Lin Chen's phone. Lin Yu, big guy, are you free right now? I need to ask you something. Lin Chen's voice came over the phone, sure, what's up?
Chen Xinhuan said, "Big brother Lin Yu, I know a calligraphy enthusiast who thinks your signature is very good and wants to pay 300,000 for a piece of your work."
Is that okay? Lin Chen was surprised. 300,000?
He originally thought that he could make a lot of money from calligraphy, but after actually coming here, he checked it out and realized that he was a bit naive.
Nowadays, there are too few people who know calligraphy.
With the popularity of computers and mobile phones, many people's handwriting is getting worse and worse. Calligraphy works in the live broadcast room, 199 packaging and framing, delivered to your door.
You say you write better than they do? How can the average person read it?
Yes, he wants a copy of the Orchid Pavilion preface.
Is that possible? Chen Xinhuan asked. Lin Chen laughed. 300,000 yuan. How could he not make that money?
In the past, he made a few thousand yuan a month, and 300,000 yuan would take a few years. No problem, I'll send it to you by express delivery after I've finished writing it.
Okay. After hanging up the phone, Chen Xinhuan said, Master Jiang, I will send it to you as soon as I receive it.
Jiang Xuesong nodded, I will transfer the money to you, you can give him the money first, the work must be paid for in advance.
Jiang Xuesong quickly transferred 300,000 yuan to Chen Xinhuan.
He lived in a villa worth tens of millions of yuan, and had tens of millions more lying in the bank, so 300,000 yuan was not much to him. It's not bad to be able to make money from your calligraphy while you're still alive. Lin Chen muttered to himself. With Lin Xiaoqian by his side, Lin Chen went to a specialty store for the four treasures of the study to buy everything, and bought the best quality brushes, ink sticks, paper and ink stones. Even if someone spent 300,000 yuan to buy them, he couldn't fool them.
Maybe he could even buy them back?
Although fairy tales made a lot of money, the pace was still not fast enough.
Dad, what are you doing? Lin Xiaoqian asked with confusion when they got home.
Lin Chen smiled and said, Dad is writing. Lin Xiaoxi, you haven't seen many of the characters I've written before, so I'll write now and you can take a good look. I'll be good, Dad.
Lin Xiaoxi said, sitting on the dining chair. Lin Chen spread out the paper and went over the preface to the Orchid Pavilion in his mind.
His calligraphy was now at the level of a grandmaster, and he was a grandmaster at all kinds of styles. He of course knew Wang Shiji's running script. He also had a very high level of understanding of the preface to the Orchid Pavilion. In the 9th year of Yonghe, in the year of Guizhou, at the beginning of late spring. Dipping the brush in the ink, Lin Chen wrote with flowing lines. Lin Xiaoqian looked at Lin Chen quietly. Lin Chen was now focused, with an extraordinary momentum. When signing his name, Lin Chen was free and easy, using a regular signature pen, and his level of skill was not fully displayed. Now that someone was sincerely buying it, he could not settle for less.
Phew!
After finishing all the more than 300 characters, Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. After checking it once, Lin Chen's face broke into a smile. Although it was the first time he had written it, the system made it seem as if he had written it thousands of times, and there was nothing wrong with the work.
Lin Chen. Lin Chen signed his name. Dad, you're so handsome. Lin Xiaoqian looked at Lin Chen with admiration. Lin Chen scratched her little nose and laughed. Xiaoqian, you're so young, do you know what handsome is? Hee, anyway, Dad is the handsomest.
Lin Xiaoqian smiled sweetly.
Chapter 30, Mom, do you want to sleep together tonight? When buying the writing brush, ink stick, paper and ink slab, Lin Chen bought a painting tube.
After the ink dried, Lin Chen rolled up the written characters and put them inside.
He wasn't responsible for framing it. Ordinary framing might not satisfy the other party.
Soon Lin Chen mailed the written characters.
Dad, what kind of ball is that? That ball is so big. Lin Xiaoqian asked in a baby voice. She saw a little boy shooting a basketball.
Lin Chen felt that the basketball was too big and didn't buy her one.
Xiaoqian, that's a basketball.
You shoot it with your hands, and you kick a soccer ball with your feet. Lin Chen said with a smile.
Lin Xiaoqian, can I play basketball with that brother? Then you have to ask that brother yourself.
Lin Chen put Lin Xiaoqian on the ground and said.
Lin Xiaoqian was timid.
She talked a lot with adults and was good at expressing herself, but she didn't play with other children much. In the past, the nanny took her out, afraid that she would fight with other children or get hurt. She rarely let her play with other children.
Come over here.
Lin Chen naturally dared to let her play with other children. But there was a small problem. The other children's fathers played with them less and were basically brought by their mothers.
It didn't seem appropriate for him to join in. This is a problem.
Lin Chen thought to himself. Lin Xiaoxian not only needs his company, she also needs friends. She needs to learn how to get along with other children.
Don't be afraid, Xiaoxian. I'm here, aren't I? Xiaoxian, you're a brave little baby. Lin Chen smiled as he crouched down. Lin Xiaoxian walked over with Lin Chen's encouraging gaze. I'm Xiaoxian, can we play together? No way.
The little boy quickly walked away with the basketball in his arms. Lin Xiaoxian looked at Lin Chen with a sense of grievance, and tears quickly welled up in her beautiful, watery eyes. Lin Chen walked up to Lin Xiaoxian and hugged her, saying, Xiaoxian, you were great just now. You didn't know that boy, but you were very brave to go up and say hello to him.
Lin Xiaoxian's tears suddenly stopped flowing. Dad, was I really great?
But that boy wouldn't play ball with me. Lin Xiaoxian said a little sadly. Lin Chen kissed Lin Xiaoxian and smiled, of course you were great.
It's fine if that older boy didn't want to play with you, maybe he wanted to play with a bigger kid. As long as Xiaoxian is always as brave as you are, you will definitely find kids who want to play with you. Lin Xiaoxian's eyes lit up. Dad, really? Lin Chen nodded, of course. Do you still want to play basketball? If you want, Dad will take you to buy one. Lin Xiaoxian nodded.
There was a stationery store nearby, and soon Lin Chen bought back a basketball.
Pong.
Lin Chen played with Lin Xiaoxi. Table tennis and badminton were not suitable for Lin Xiaoxi, but she could play basketball and football. She was only a little over 2 years old, so she couldn't learn much, but playing basketball and football could make her limbs more agile.
Soon 5 minutes passed.
Host, your basketball skills have begun to improve.
10 hours to reach master level, 20 hours to reach grandmaster level.
40 hours to legendary, 80 hours to mythical. The voice of the system sounded in Lin Chen's mind. Lin Chen's face revealed a faint smile.
Sure enough, he had gained another skill. Basketball was more practical than football for him.
There were basketball courts everywhere in the country, but football pitches were much rarer.
System, how much has my physical fitness increased? Lin Chen asked in his mind.
System, your physical fitness has increased by a total of 51 points.
Currently, your physical fitness is 112 points. The average male physique is 60 points, and he has almost doubled it. Lin Chen's face showed a faint smile.
With a doubled physique, his combat effectiveness can increase more than tenfold. If both sides are unarmed, he can now fight almost 10 people by himself. Lin Chen didn't want to fight, but as a man, he definitely wanted his combat effectiveness to be stronger.
Dad, this ball is naughty. It keeps running.
Lin Xiaoxian looked at Lin Chen and pouted.
Lin Chen smiled and said, Xiaoxian, that's because you and it aren't good friends yet.
If you play with it often, it will become your good friend and stop running around.
Really?
Of course it's true. An hour passed and Lin Chen's ball skills improved greatly. 10 hours would be enough to reach master level, which was not a short time. His current ball skills were enough to make the university team. Plus, with his strong physique, dunking the ball should be easy.
In a real confrontation, the main players on the school team would probably not be able to compete with him. Drip. Lin Chen's phone suddenly rang. It was Su Mengyao calling. Lin Chen answered the call and put it on speaker. Xiaoxian, it's Mommy's phone, you talk to Mommy.
Lin Xiaoxian said sweetly, Mommy, I miss you so much, when are you coming to see me and Daddy?
Daddy misses you too. Lin Chen. Su Mengyao's voice rang, Xiaoxian, Mommy's here. But Mommy didn't see you when she got home. Lin Xiaoxian's eyes lit up. Mom, we're playing ball down here. Come down too. Lin Chen laughed, Mengyao, are you coming down?
You can hang out with Xiaoxi for a bit later, I'll go back and cook.
Su Mengyao, I cooked last time, I'll cook this time, you and Xiaoxi come back in an hour. Are you sure? Yes.
Su Mengyao hung up after she finished speaking. Lin Chen shook his head. Su Mengyao probably didn't want to owe him anything, and it wasn't going to be that easy to win her over. But he wasn't in a hurry. He had a child, a marriage certificate, and the system on his side, so why should he panic? Dad, are you going to eat Mom's cooking tonight? Lin Xiaoxi asked. Lin Chen nodded, yes, Dad hasn't tried Mom's cooking yet. Is it delicious?
Lin Xiaoxi tilted her little head and thought for a moment. It's edible.
Lin Chen laughed silently.
Lin Xiaoqian thought about it for several seconds and came up with that answer. Xiaoqian, mom's cooking may not be as delicious as dad's, but she does her best for us, right? We'll say it's delicious later, and we'll eat more, okay? Lin Chen said. Lin Xiaoqian looked at Lin Chen doubtfully and said, Is this lying? Mom says good babies can't lie.
Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, Xiaoqian, lies can be divided into malicious and benevolent.
This is a kind of benevolent lie. If mom is happy, the whole family will be happy, don't you think so? Lin Xiaoqian nodded as if she understood. An hour later, Lin Chen and the others returned home.
After playing basketball for 2 hours, Lin Chen's ball skills had skyrocketed.
Lin Chen, Xiaoqian, go wash your hands and eat. Su Mengyao said.
Lin Chen looked at Su Mengyao and froze.
Su Mengyao was wearing an apron. She was the daughter of a wealthy family and the CEO of a company. She looked very charming with an apron on. However, Lin Chen glanced at the table. Su Mengyao had made 4 dishes, but they didn't look very appetizing. Mom, it's getting dark. Are we going to sleep together tonight?
After washing her hands, Lin Xiaoxi sat down in the dining chair and said hopefully.
Chapter 31, Helping Lin Xiaoqian Find a Drawing Teacher?
Su Mengyao's expression froze slightly as she shook her head and said, Cici, I was passing by here, so I stopped by.
Mommy still has things to do and will have to leave later. Lin Xiaoqian looked very aggrieved.
But I really want to sleep with my mom and dad. Lin Chen said, Mommy has to work.
Xiaoqian, which of Mommy's dishes do you think tastes the best? Lin Xiaoqian's attention was instantly diverted.
Dad, that dish.
I like meat. Lin Xiaoqian pointed to a plate of diced beef. For this pan-fried diced beef, Su Mengyao used top Australian Wagyu beef.
This is an ingredient she brought herself.
If your skills aren't up to it, then use ingredients to compensate. Lin Chen looked at the pan-fried diced beef.
With his level of skill, he could instantly find dozens of problems.
Xiaoqian, Dad will pick one up for you, let's try it together.
Lin Chen picked up a beef cube for Lin Xiaoxi and also picked up one for himself. The two of them put it in their mouths together.
Good meat, what a waste.
Lin Chen muttered to himself.
Su Mengyao's cooking skills were even worse than his before.
But as the daughter of a wealthy family and now the CEO, it was already rare for her to be able to cook.
Xiaoxi, what do you think? Su Mengyao looked at Lin Xiaoxi expectantly. Lin Xiaoxi looked at Su Mengyao and said hesitantly, Mom, it's delicious. Cici, your nose will grow if you lie.
Lin Xiaoxi looked at Lin Chen and said, Mom, this doesn't count as lying.
Dad says it's a white lie. Lin Chen. Cici, let's try this dish.
Lin Chen picked up another dish and served it to Lin Xiaoxi.
This is steamed sea bass.
Lin Xiaoqian took a bite and her face turned ashen.
Cici, doesn't it taste good? Su Mengyao asked.
The sea bass she used was not the ordinary kind sold in the market, one could buy a dozen of the kind sold in the market.
Mom, it's delicious.
Lin Xiaoqian said delicious with her mouth, but she didn't really eat much. Su Mengyao tried it herself.
Ugh.
The fish was bland and had a fishy smell. Lin Chen tasted a little and said that it didn't even taste as good as the diced beef.
Mom, I love eating vegetables.
Lin Xiaoqian said in a baby voice. She really couldn't eat the fish. Su Mengyao quickly picked up some vegetables for Lin Xiaoqian.
Lin Xiaoqian tasted it. Mom, I think I'm full. Su Mengyao.
She tasted it herself and it was salty. Lin Chen tasted all 4 dishes, and the most delicious one was the diced beef, but the taste was also very average.
That. Lin Chen, let's go out and eat.
Su Mengyao said awkwardly. Lin Chen smiled, no need to go to that trouble, I'll reprocess it, just wait a moment. Soon Lin Chen brought the dishes to the kitchen.
Rescuing failed dishes is also something top chefs need to master.
Many ingredients are expensive, and it would be a shame to waste them. He turned on the stove and Lin Chen quickly disposed of the food. His cooking skills were still at the Grandmaster level, but compared to the last time he cooked for Su Mengyao, his cooking skills had improved quite a bit. The system had made him stronger in all aspects of cooking, and naturally, his level of saving failed dishes was also top-notch.
Mom, don't be sad. Lin Xiaoxi looked at Su Mengyao and said. Su Mengyao looked at Lin Xiaoxi.
Although your cooking isn't very tasty, you have a husband who cooks very tasty food. Lin Xiaoxi said very seriously. Su Mengyao reached out and tapped Lin Xiaoxi's forehead. Your sharp tongue was brought up by your father. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Chen had finished all 4 dishes. He served the dishes.
Su Mengyao's eyes revealed surprise. Lin Chen's dishes that had been recooked looked even better than the first time. Mengyao, you try them.
Lin Chen smiled. Su Mengyao picked up a piece of beef and put it in her mouth. She froze.
Did she just eat the same thing? Why did Lin Chen's food taste so much better after he cooked it? Lin Chen fed Lin Xiaoxi a piece. Dad, it's delicious. Lin Xiaoxi said happily.
After she finished speaking, she looked at Su Mengyao and said, Mom, the food you cook is also edible.
Su Mengyao. I don't need this kind of comfort.
Lin Chen smiled and said, Mengyao, if you want to learn, I can teach you, and I guarantee you'll learn it. And there's no tuition.
Mom, you can just give Dad a kiss.
Lin Xiaoqian giggled. Su Mengyao blushed slightly, and Lin Chen picked up more food for Lin Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian, try some of the other dishes too.
Lin Xiaoqian ate with big bites. Su Mengyao said in a bad mood, Xiaoqian, didn't you just get full? Now you can eat again?
Lin Xiaoqian didn't dare to look at Su Mengyao, who kept her head down and finished her rice. Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen and said, Lin Chen, let's discuss something. Xiaoqian seems to have some talent in drawing, so I want to find her a drawing teacher. Every day, they can come to the house and teach her how to draw.
It may take up a lot of your time.
Lin Xiaoqian looked up and shook her head repeatedly.
Mom, I don't want someone else to teach me to draw. Dad is very good, Dad can teach me to draw.
Su Mengyao said, Sisai, Dad is good at drawing, but the teacher your mom will find for you will be even better.
Lin Chen's eyebrows shot up.
This he disagreed with a little. His drawing was at the level of a grandmaster and was top in the world. Although Su Mengyao was rich, it was a question of whether she could find a top-notch painter in the world to teach Lin Xiaoxi. The Su family has quite a lot of assets, but looking at the world as a whole, a few 100 billion yuan in assets is really not that impressive.
The world's top painters will never lack for money.
Mengyao, my level is enough to help Cici get started.
Lin Chen said.
Su Mengyao's eyebrows wrinkled slightly. I've contacted a painter who is quite well known across the country.
The enlightenment stage is also very important for Cici.
Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, I'll paint a picture, and you can show it to the other person.
You can ask if my level is good enough to enlighten a child over 2 years old. It's quite a hassle running around every day. Su Mengyao nodded, that's fine then.
After dinner, Su Mengyao said, I'll clean up, you go paint. Lin Chen shook his head, you rarely come over, you go keep little she company, it won't take long for me to clean up and paint a picture.
Okay then. Su Mengyao really wanted to spend more time with Lin Xiaoxi.
After tidying up the kitchen, Lin Chen prepared his paintbrushes and a large sheet of paper. After thinking about it, Lin Chen painted an illustration of the 8 horses. In the history of modern painting, Su Beihong's horses were unparalleled, but this time he had met his match.
Lin Chen's horses were in no way inferior to Su Beihong's.
He had spent more time teaching Lin Xiaoxi to paint, and his level was also that of a great master. His painting was even better than his calligraphy.
Lin Xiaoxi can't just follow someone else's example.
Lin Chen muttered to himself. After the ink had dried, Lin Chen rolled up the scroll and stored it in a painting tube he had bought earlier.
Su Mengyao came over. Finished already? She didn't even have time to take a look. Lin Chen nodded, it's in here.
Mengyao, don't say it's my work when the time comes.
Just ask if this level is good enough to teach Xiaoxi. Okay. Su Mengyao nodded. Chapter 32, Lin Xiaoxi is sick. Su Mengyao left with the painting tube, and Lin Xiaoxi was sullen. Xiaoxi, what's wrong?
You can hang an oil pot from your little mouth.
Lin Chen scraped Lin Xiaoxi's delicate little nose and said.
Lin Xiaoxi hugged Lin Chen, Dad, I don't want to learn painting from anyone else, I want to learn from you. Lin Chen laughed and said, Xiaoqian, you can trust your father. I think I can teach you at my level.
Now let's go take a bath and go to bed.
Lin Xiaoqian asked in a baby voice, Dad, I like to sleep with Mom and Dad.
Do you like to sleep with me and Mom?
Yes. Lin Chen said with a smile.
He really likes it.
Let's go, I'll wash you and then tell you a story before you go to sleep. Lin Chen said with a smile. An hour later, Lin Xiaoqian fell asleep sweetly, and Lin Chen went to the study and seized the time to write a fairy tale. He had already uploaded a total of 50 articles.
If he uploaded 10 more, the second book could be published.
The first book had sold 1 million copies,
and word of mouth can last for many years.
Boss, Lin Yu has passed on 10 more fairy tales.
Boss. The owners of many publishing companies have all gotten the message. Many of them were woken up from sleep by the phone. Tongsun Wang boss Liang Zhirong was also woken up. Chen, is the quality confirmed? Liang Zhirong asked.
Chen Xinhan, boss, phone, and I each read 5 of the new ones, and the quality of the 10 newly uploaded ones is also very high.
A lot of people must have called you, right?
Yes, they all want to cooperate with Lin Yu, and some have left comments in the comments section wanting to talk to Lin Yu in detail. Liang Zhirong thought for a while and said, for the second book, we'll give Lin Chen 18% of the royalties directly, and no other company will be able to surpass us.
We have a website, and they don't. In addition, we'll give Lin Chen a little more signing bonus.
If the percentage given to Lin Chen is high, they will earn less, but as long as the sales are high, they will earn a lot.
And this kind of book will continue to make money in the future. Boss, how much is the signing bonus?
I'll send a message to Lin Chen right now, he should still be awake.
Chen Xinhan asked.
Liang Zhirong considered for a while and said, Lin Yu has brought a lot of traffic to the website. The first signing bonus was 300,000, and this time he will be given a signing bonus of 600,000.
Boss, that's a lot?
Chen Xinhan said in surprise.
Liang Zhirong, didn't you say that his writing is even better than Master Zhang's? This could become a hit in the future.
I'll make less money now, and slowly make it back in the future. By the way, the first print run will be 1 million copies.
Chen Xinhan quickly sent a message to Lin Chen.
Lin Chen happened to be done showering and saw the message Chen Xinhan had sent.
18% tax rate, 600,000 signing bonus, and the first print run will be 1 million copies?
Lin Chen's eyes revealed a look of surprise.
The Tongxin network boss Liang Zhirong is really quite capable.
With this royalty rate, the royalty for the first 1 million copies is 5.4 million, and with the signing bonus of 600,000, it's exactly 6 million. Add that to the 8.2 million I have, and I'll still have 1.2 million left over when I buy this house. Lin Chen thought to himself.
Okay.
Lin Chen directly agreed with Chen Xinhuan. Tongsun Wang is generous, and he didn't want to waste any time. It would be difficult for other publishing companies to offer such terms.
Tongsun Wang can get traffic, but other companies can't. Phew. Chen Xinhan let out a sigh of relief.
Lin Yu, boss, you go get some rest first, and we'll sign the contract tomorrow.
Okay.
Lin Chen went to bed and quickly fell asleep.
Cough.
2 hours passed, and Lin Chen woke up with a start.
Lin Xiaoxi was coughing. Xiaoxi really caught a cold.
Lin Chen frowned. He had checked on Lin Xiaoqian every 2 paragraphs, and she had been fine until she kicked the covers off. She had caught a cold after all.
Cough, cough.
Lin Xiaoqian coughed until her face turned red. Lin Chen felt very distressed as he watched, and he would rather be sick himself.
System, now that my physical fitness has improved, can't I help improve Xiaoqian's a little?
Lin Chen asked in his head. The system said, host, this is not possible. But if your medical skills improve, you can help Lin Xiaoqian recover. Or you can teach her martial arts when you learn it yourself in the future. Lin Chen nodded slightly. He had actually wanted to acquire martial arts skills for a long time. But acquiring skills had to be done naturally, and it would not appear if you did it deliberately. Lin Xiaoqian was not interested at all right now.
Cough, cough.
Every now and then, Lin Xiaoqian coughed a few times in discomfort. Coughing like this, Lin Xiaoqian woke up.
Dad, I feel so bad.
Lin Xiaoqian said with a red face.
Chapter 33 Lin Chen's drawing skills are so high?
Lin Chen touched Lin Xiaoqian's forehead. Her forehead was burning hot, and Lin Xiaoqian had a cough and fever caused by a cold. There were fever-reducing patches at home, so he quickly got one and put it on Lin Xiaoqian, but the sticky thing was uncomfortable, and Lin Xiaoqian tore it off as soon as it was put on. Xiaoqian, be good, you have a fever.
This is to lower your temperature, so you have to wear it for a while.
Lin Chen reapplied the patch to Lin Xiaoxi.
Dad, am I going to die?
Lin Xiaoxi looked at Lin Chen and said pitifully.
What are you talking about? It's normal for children to catch colds and have fevers.
In the future, I'll take you out for more exercise, and you'll get sick less often.
Lin Chen comforted Lin Xiaoxi,
Taking her temperature, rubbing her body, and giving her an antipyretic.
Time passed by minute, and Lin Chen carefully watched over Lin Xiaoxi.
He had obtained ancient medical techniques, but they had not yet been activated.
He has not acquired much knowledge of ancient medical techniques.
At this moment, he is not yet able to use ancient medical techniques to treat Lin Xiaoxi.
Ancient medical techniques are traditional Chinese medicine, and fever-reducing medicine is Western medicine. However, Lin Chen does not reject either traditional Chinese medicine or Western medicine.
To him, good medicine is medicine that makes patients feel comfortable. As the fever subsided, Lin Xiaoxi fell back asleep in a daze.
Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief.
It is normal for children to get sick, but Lin Chen still feels very sad that Lin Xiaoxi is really sick. It made him feel very distressed when she coughed.
Tomorrow's diet needs to be watched.
In addition, I need to prepare a medicated bath for Xiaoxian to keep her warm. Lin Chen thought to himself. Some foods can worsen the condition, while others are good for recovery. He had just gained a lot of information in this regard.
He now also knows a little about prescribing medicine.
However, his medical skills have not improved much yet, and he is still not brave enough to prescribe medicine for Lin Xiaoxian that she can eat. Lin Xiaoxian's condition wasn't particularly serious, so Lin Chen thought that a combination of dietary supplements and medicinal baths should be enough to get her better.
Cough, cough. Lin Xiaoxian coughed every now and then. Lin Chen didn't go back to sleep.
He had a good constitution, and even if he didn't sleep for 3 or 5 days, he would be fine. Before he knew it, it was morning. Lin Xiaoxian had a fever twice more, but Lin Chen helped her cool down by wiping her body in time, so the cold didn't get any worse. Lin Chen placed an order for some things. Lin Xiaoxian had not yet woken up when the things were delivered. Some of these things were for Lin Xiaoxian to nourish her body.
Some were for Lin Xiaoxian to take medicinal baths.
Lin Chen took advantage of the time before Lin Xiaoxian woke up to get things done. 5 minutes passed, and a lot of information came flooding into his mind, and his medical skills improved at an extremely fast rate.
Half an hour later, Lin Chen had everything ready. Dad.
Lin Xiaoxian walked out of the bedroom. She still looked a little dazed.
Lin Xiaoxian, what's wrong?
Lin Chen asked, picking Lin Xiaoxian up in his arms. Lin Xiaoxian said softly, Dad, I don't seem to have much strength, and I feel a bit sticky. Lin Chen wiped the sweat off Lin Xiaoxian, but then she fell asleep, and there were some parts of her body that he naturally couldn't reach.
Lin Xiaoxian, you have a cold. But a cold is just a minor illness, so don't worry. You can trust your dad, and I'll cure you soon.
Lin Chen kissed Lin Xiaoxian and smiled. After Lin Xiaoxian finished brushing her teeth, Lin Chen added boiling medicine to the bathtub and let Lin Xiaoxian soak for 10 minutes. Lin Xiaoxian's physical condition visibly improved a lot during the bath. Lin Chen's medical skills improved a lot during the treatment.
He had already improved for an hour. But for Lin Chen, the improvement was huge. His level had already surpassed that of many traditional Chinese medicine doctors. Dad, let's go out and play. Lin Xiaoxian giggled after breakfast. Usually after breakfast, Lin Chen would take Lin Xiaoxian out to play. It was cooler in the morning. Lin Chen shook his head and said, Not today. Xiaoxian, you're sick, so we need to rest at home. If you go outside and catch a cold, it will make your cough worse. Dad will teach you to draw.
Lin Xiaoxian is in this condition today, so she has to stop learning spoken English.
It's better to speak less and be quiet. Great. I love painting.
Lin Xiaoxian said happily, clapping her hands.
Ding dong. Su Mengyao arrived at a villa area. This villa area is not very far from the UN community, just a 20-minute drive away. Su Dong, please come in.
A middle-aged man in his 40s said warmly as he opened the door. He is the painter Su Mengyao mentioned, called Zhao Yanming.
He is well known nationwide and has real talent. Su Dong, where is your child? Didn't you say you were bringing your child here to try out for the class today? Zhao Yanming asked with some confusion.
Su Mengyao apologetically said, Teacher Zhao, I'm really sorry, she didn't come today. Someone said they could help when they heard that I was looking for a teacher for Shi. He also drew me a picture. Zhao Yanming looked at the painting tube brought by Su Mengyao. Su Dong, although your child is young, enlightenment is also very important.
Do you want me to help you evaluate and see the other person's abilities? Su Mengyao nodded, thanks. It's okay, no trouble.
Zhao Yanming took the painting tube and poured out the painting. He spread the painting out on the workbench.
Ha! Su Mengyao was stunned. Zhao Yanming was even more stunned.
Su Mengyao didn't understand, but as an ordinary person, she thought that Lin Chen's painting of the 8 horses was very good.
Lin Chen actually had such painting skills. Su Mengyao thought to herself.
She hadn't seen the painting yet, as she had left the painting tube in the car last night and drove directly here this morning.
Time passed by minute.
Zhao Yanming leaned closer to observe and admire it carefully.
Amazing. This person's level is too high.
Even if Su Beihong were still alive, he might not be able to match this person.
Zhao Yanming was shocked. Teacher Zhao, what do you think? After 10 minutes, Su Mengyao couldn't help but ask. Zhao Yanming came back to his senses. Su Dong, are you joking? Zhao Yanming shook his head and said. Su Mengyao hurriedly said, Teacher Zhao, isn't this person's level good? I don't really know much about this.
Zhao Yanming took a deep breath and said, Su Dong, the person who painted this picture could be my teacher. No, I may not be qualified to be his student.
Ha! Su Mengyao was stunned. Zhao Yanming said, Do you know Su Beihong? Su Mengyao nodded.
She had to know this. If she didn't know this, then all her previous schooling would have been for nothing. Su Beihong was best at painting horses, and the horse in this
of painting was actually so terrifying? Teacher Zhao, are you sure? Zhao Yanming nodded, although my level is far lower than this, my judgment should not be too different. Su Dong, who is this person? Chapter 34, Shall We Kiss?
Su Mengyao said apologetically, Teacher Zhao, the other person forbade me to reveal his identity, so I'm sorry I can't tell you who it is.
Zhao Yanming was filled with regret. It really was like this. This person of great ability should be the type of recluse. Otherwise, with his level of skill, he would have already been famous. Your daughter is really lucky to have him as a teacher. Su Mengyao's mind conjured up the image of Lin Chen.
His cooking is so good, his language skills are so strong, and in terms of painting, Lin Chen is even on par with Su Beihong. But he is very low-key, and really has the feel of a recluse. Su Mengyao muttered to herself. She felt like this was a dream. Even if Zhao Yanming's judgment was a bit off, Zhao Yanming's level should not be that far off.
Lin Chen's level is definitely super high. Su Dong, I have a request that is not appropriate. Zhao Yanming said with some embarrassment. Su Mengyao, Teacher Zhao, just say it. Zhao Yanming looked at the painting on the table. Su Dong, can you ask the other party if I want to buy this painting? Su Mengyao shook her head.
This painting was painted by the other party for Xiaoqian, and it has special meaning for Xiaoqian.
I don't want to sell it. If you want to buy it, I will ask the other party later and see if they are willing to paint another one. What do you think? Zhao Yanming nodded, of course. Su Dong, Su Beihong's works are basically all over 5 million.
But Su Beihong's works are scarce, and his popularity is also high, so the price will definitely be much higher.
I will pay 800,000 yuan for the same work. Su Mengyao, Mr. Zhao, I will talk to the other party, but I cannot guarantee that the other party will draw it for you. Well, I'm sorry to trouble you. Zhao Yanming said.
Su Mengyao rolled up the scroll and packed it. Teacher Zhao, I'm really sorry to waste your time this time.
Zhao Yanming shook his head. It is my honor to be able to see such a masterpiece and know that there is such a genius in the world. I hope to have the opportunity to meet this genius in the future. Su Mengyao quickly took her leave and left.
Back in the car, looking at the scroll in her hands, Su Mengyao still felt shocked. Lin Chen's level was actually that high, and a single painting was worth 800,000.
Lin Chen didn't even spend half an hour painting this. President, where are we going? The driver and bodyguard Liang Yeshuan asked. Su Mengyao thought for a moment and said, Go to the UN community.
This painting is worth 800,000, and she can't just take it. She has to return this painting to Lin Chen. Besides, she also has some questions she wants to ask Lin Chen.
I forgot to give him this book.
Su Mengyao took a book out of the shelf behind the seat.
This book was precisely Lin Yu's collection of fairy tales. And this one is even signed.
Su Mengyao had bought 2 copies before, but neither of hers was signed.
This one was given to her by Tongsun Wang. She was Lin Yu's first Silver Alliance leader. Ding dong. Su Mengyao rang the doorbell. Lin Chen saw Su Mengyao outside through the peephole. Xiao, mommy's here. Lin Chen shouted.
He opened the door, and Su Mengyao looked at him with a strange expression.
Lin Chen didn't seem like a top artist. Mom! Lin Xiaoxi ran over in surprise. Cici. Su Mengyao crouched down and picked up Lin Xiaoxi. Hey, Cici, why does your body smell like medicine?
Lin Xiaoxi said in a sweet voice, Mom, I took a bath, and Dad added some black medicine to the water.
Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen.
Lin Chen said, Xiaoqian kicked the quilt and caught a cold, but her cold is not serious. You don't have to worry, I'll give her some tonic and then she'll be fine after a medicinal bath.
Su Mengyao went into the room. Lin Chen closed the door. Lin Chen, did you take Xiaoqian to see a Chinese medicine doctor? Su Mengyao asked.
Lin Chen shook his head, I mixed the medicine myself.
Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen in surprise, you know Chinese medicine? A little. Lin Chen said. He wasn't lying. Traditional Chinese medicine is vast and profound.
It took him 30 hours to reach the level of a master, and now he only knows a little.
This is for you. Su Mengyao returned the painting tube to Lin Chen. Mom, let's go to the balcony.
I've drawn a picture, and Dad taught me how to draw.
Lin Xiaoxi urged. Su Mengyao hugged Lin Xiaoxi and went to the balcony.
She saw the picture Lin Xiaoxi had drawn and her eyes revealed a shocked expression.
Cici, did you paint this?
Su Mengyao said in disbelief. Lin Xiaoxi was only a little over 2 years old, but the painting, from the composition to the colors to the artistic conception, was quite good.
Yes. Mom, am I good?
Lin Xiaoxi said with a little pride.
Great. Our Cici is the best. Su Mengyao praised Lin Xiaoxi by kissing her. Lin Xiaoxian said, Mom and Dad are even better. You kissed me, so do you want to kiss Dad too? Su Mengyao said. Little brat, don't you ever mind your parents' business. Su Mengyao tapped Lin Xiaoxian on the head. Cough, cough.
Lin Xiaoxian coughed twice.
Su Mengyao's heart tightened.
Lin Xiaoqian's health was not very good, and every time she caught a cold, she had to toss and turn for several days.
Mengyao, don't worry. Cici just has a common cold.
Her bronchial tubes are fine, and her lungs are even better.
She should be fine tomorrow.
Lin Chen said with a smile.
Su Mengyao said, are you sure it will be better in 2 days?
In the past, Cici's colds would last at least 3 or 4 days. Once, she had pneumonia and was hospitalized for more than 10 days. Lin Chen nodded, I'm sure, you don't have to worry.
Su Mengyao let out a sigh of relief.
Lin Chen, Cici's drawing skills have improved a lot. She's only a little over 2 years old, and she can already draw so well.
Thank you.
Lin Xiaoxian looked at Su Mengyao with confusion. Mom, why are you thanking Dad? Dad taught me to draw, so you don't need to thank him, just give him a kiss.
Su Mengyao blushed slightly. Adults shouldn't kiss in front of children. Lin Chen, let's go to your room. Su Mengyao went to the study, and Lin Chen naturally followed. Shall we kiss?
Lin Chen said with a smile. Su Mengyao gave Lin Chen a wide-eyed glance. Sisai is a child talking nonsense, so you must not talk nonsense.
Lin Chen, what is your level in painting?
Lin Chen shook his head, I don't know, I just do it for fun.
But I think I'm not bad at it, so I don't think there will be any problems enlightening Sisai, right?
Su Mengyao took a deep breath and said, I showed your painting to a well-known painter, and he commented that your level is probably not lower than Su Beihong's.
Oh. Lin Chen nodded. The other person's level seems to be okay, at least their eye for talent is on point. Is that your reaction? Don't you know who Su Beihong is?
Su Mengyao said with a strange expression.
Lin Chen shrugged and said, Su Mengyao, you're kind of looking down on people, I'm at least a college student, I'm your senior, how could I not know Su Beihong? Then why did you react so flatly? Su Mengyao said. Lin Chen was puzzled, what kind of reaction do I want? I'm not thinking about being a painter, I'm just teaching Xiaoqian at home.
Su Mengyao, I showed your painting to Jia Yanming, and he wants to pay 800,000 to buy an identical painting from you.
Chapter 35, did Dad write this book? 800,000 for my painting?
Lin Chen said in surprise.
Su Mengyao nodded. Lin Chen, why didn't you just sell him the painting?
Su Mengyao said, this is your thing. And you painted this painting because you wanted to teach Xiaoxi, it's meaningful to Xiaoxi, so if you want to sell the painting, just paint another one.
Lin Chen thought about it.
Tongxian.com had already transferred the 6 million, and he originally had 8.2 million, which added up to more than 14 million. The market price of this house was 13 million.
The landlord was eager to sell, so perhaps he could get a discount.
After buying the house, he would still have more than a million left, and the sequels to his book would definitely earn him a lot of money. It was pretty good that a painting could sell for 800,000, but now he didn't lack this kind of money, so there was no need to earn it.
Mengyao, if I don't sell it, will you have any trouble? Lin Chen asked.
Su Mengyao shook her head and said, no, but why don't you sell it?
800,000 is no small sum of money.
Lin Chen said, I don't need this money. I don't want to be famous for the time being, I just want Xiaoxian to grow up peacefully. I don't want to go downstairs to take Xiaoxian for a walk or to the supermarket and be surrounded by a lot of people.
Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen in surprise.
Everyone else is trying to find ways to become famous, but Lin Chen is so low-key.
Lin Chen, I have a question. You're so good at cooking, you have a talent for languages, and you're also good at drawing, so why hide it? Su Mengyao said doubtfully.
Lin Chen sighed, you don't understand the troubles of a genius.
Su Mengyao guessed. You're so good that you're afraid of being discovered, and you're afraid of being caught and used as a guinea pig? Lin Chen secretly praised Su Mengyao. This is a good reason. Lin Chen smiled and said, I think it's pretty good this way.
I get to spend every day with Xiaoxian and witness her growth.
Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen.
She suddenly noticed that Lin Chen seemed to have become more handsome recently.
And indeed, it was true.
Lin Chen's physique had improved and his body was changing. He didn't have abs before, but now he did. Moreover, there were fewer toxins in his body, his skin had improved, and his facial features definitely looked more handsome.
Mengyao, what are you looking at? If you want to kiss me, I'm fine with it.
Lin Chen said with a smile.
Su Mengyao's face flushed, don't talk nonsense.
Since you don't want to sell the painting, I'll turn down Zhao Yanming.
Cici is sick, so you take care of it.
After saying this, Su Mengyao quickly opened the door and went out.
Lin Chen laughed.
Future melting Su Mengyao, there should be a play on this iceberg.
Cici, mommy still has things to do, mommy has to go. Mommy will come see you again in a few days. By the way, mommy brought you a book of fairy tales. You let daddy read it to you.
Su Mengyao took out Lin Yu fairy tales from her bag.
Lin Xiaoxi, mommy, I've heard it before. This was written by daddy, daddy's stories are so good to hear. Su Mengyao was stunned. This was written by daddy?
Lin Xiaoxian said in a baby voice, yes.
Dad, you tell mom quickly, didn't you write this for me? Yes. Lin Chen patted Lin Xiaoxian's head and laughed. Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen in surprise.
Lin Chen laughed and said, Lin Yu is my pen name. Some of the fairy tales aren't very good, so I wrote them myself.
Xiaoxian likes to listen to them, and I can make some money on the side. You. Su Mengyao didn't know what to say.
Lin Chen is a top-notch cook, has a great gift for languages, can draw like Su Beihong, and is even so good at writing fairy tales.
Mengyao, why don't you stay for lunch? Lin Chen asked. Su.
Mengyao shook her head, I still have things to do at the company.
Sisai's mother is leaving first, so you have to listen to your father. Mommy, kiss.
Su Mengyao crouched down, and Lin Xiaoxi kissed her.
Daddy kissed you, so I'll kiss you too. We all love you.
Lin Xiaoxi said sweetly.
Su Mengyao.
She and Lin Chen did not kiss in the room. But there was no need to explain to the little one Lin Xiaoxi.
Mengyao, it is inconvenient for Cici to go out with a cold, so we won't see you off. Drive carefully by yourself. Okay. Su Mengyao left.
Back in the car, her Bentley drove towards the company.
Lin Chen is actually Lin Yu.
Wait, the internet says that Lin Yu's calligraphy is very good, so Lin Chen has one more great advantage.
Su Mengyao thought to herself.
She secretly wondered how her father had managed to find so many flaws in Lin Chen.
In the afternoon, Lin Xiaoxi took another medicinal bath and fell asleep.
She no longer had a fever, but her cough persisted.
Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and Lin Chen went to open the door. Outside the door was the agent he had called. Mr. Lin. Is there a problem with the house?
The agent asked, putting on shoe covers before entering. Lin Chen invited him to sit down. There's nothing wrong with the house, my daughter and I are very happy living here, and I'll consider buying it if the price is right.
The agent's eyes lit up. This was a gift from heaven.
Mr. Lin, the owner's asking price is 13 million, but the market is not good at the moment, and the property has been on the market for a long time without selling, so it should come down a bit.
What's your intended price?
Lin Chen laughed. The current market price is generally 10% off the asking price, so 10% off 13 million is 11.7 million. I'll add a bit to make it an even sum, so 11.88 million. Talk to the owner, and if you can get a deal done, I'll pay the full price.
If not, that's that. The agent thought about it for a moment.
Lin Chen's offer wasn't unreasonable, and there was still hope that he could convince the owner. Mr. Lin, I'll do my best to facilitate the transaction.
The agent got up and said.
Lin Chen nodded, as soon as possible.
I have so much cash right now, but it might be gone in a while. Then even if the owner changes his mind, I won't be able to buy it. Okay. The agent got up and left.
When he got downstairs, he quickly called the owner.
11.5 million?
That's too low, that's 1.5 million short. I'll lose everything if I sell it at that price.
The owner said angrily.
Real estate agent, Mr. Tan, the economy is in the doldrums, not many people can afford a house for over 10 million yuan, and there are a lot of houses on the market that need to be sold.
Do you want me to talk to the other party again? If you feel that the difference is too big and don't want to talk about it, that's fine. On the other end of the phone, the homeowner was silent for a while and said, talk to them again, this price is really too low. The real estate agent said, Mr. Tan, I'll try my best to talk to them. 2 or 3 hours later, the real estate agent called again, and he talked about 11.7 million yuan. The homeowner was not satisfied. In the evening, the agent talked about 11.88 million.
Mr. Tan, I have been pestering Mr. Lin for hours, and he is getting a little angry. He said that this is the price, and if you don't sell, don't bother looking for him again.
I really have no choice. What do you think? The agent said helplessly.
There was a moment of silence on the other side, and then it was said, just sell it to him. Handsome guys and beautiful girls, please give a 5-star rating, thank you.
Chapter 36 Mr. Jiang, what do you think of this character? Mr. Lin, the seller has agreed to sell to you. Do you think it would be possible to arrange a meeting tomorrow to sign the contract? The entire transaction process will take about a week. The agent called Lin Chen. I have no problem with that. Mr. Lin, then we will meet at the store tomorrow at 9 a.m. Time passed quickly and it was the next day.
Lin Xiaoxian's cough had improved a lot, and it was not a big problem anymore. Lin Chen's medical skills had improved a lot last night. The total duration of his improvement in medical skills reached 3 hours. With 30 hours, he can become a master of medical skills, and with 3 hours, he already has the level of many old Chinese doctors.
Lin Xiaoxian only had a small cold, and the treatment was very easy. Dad, where are we going to play? Lin Xiaoxian asked cheerfully as she looked left and right. Lin Chen smiled and said, Xiaoxian, don't you like our current house? Dad bought it, so we can live here forever. Really? Lin Xiaoxian's eyes lit up. Really? Lin Chen said adoringly. Lin Xiaoxian said hopefully, is Mum moving in? I want to live with Mum and Dad, is that okay? Of course it's okay.
But Mum won't be moving in for the time being.
Mum's company is very busy, and it's more convenient for her to live over there. Lin Chen said.
As the two of them chatted, Lin Chen arrived at the shop outside the residential area.
Mr. Lin, this is Mr. Tan. Mr. Tan, this is Mr. Lin and his daughter.
The agent's assistant introduced them. The owner, Mr. Tan, extended his hand and smiled, Mr. Lin, it's a pleasure to meet you.
You are really young and accomplished.
You are so young, but you can afford a house worth more than 10 million yuan.
Mr. Tan, you are too kind.
Lin Chen smiled. The two sides had already negotiated a long time ago, and there were no complications.
The two sides signed the contract happily and amicably.
After the contract was signed, although the ownership transfer had not yet taken place, the house basically already belonged to Lin Chen. In the morning, Lin Chen cooperated with the agent to run some formalities. The rest was mainly the agent's business.
TongXIN.com headquarters. Chen, there's a delivery for you.
Hey!
Chen, this delivery was sent by Lin Yu. An editor said as he took the delivery to the office. Give it to me.
Chen Xinheng said hurriedly. He took the delivery and carefully opened it.
Chen, what is it that you're being so careful with? Chen Xinheng said, how can I not be careful?
The contents of this box were bought by someone for 300,000 yuan.
You guys stay away, or you'll have to pay for any damage. Hearing this, the editors quickly moved away.
Chen Xinheng took out the painting tube from the box and let out a sigh of relief when he saw that it was protected.
He opened the tube and took out the words written by Lin Chen. Preface to the Orchid Pavilion. This was written by Lin Yu? Several people carefully examined it.
However, only one of them was of a decent standard and could appreciate the charm, while the others could only see the surface.
This. Chen Xinhuan was shocked.
Lin Chen's signature was written with a ballpoint pen, while this one was written with a brush, and Lin Chen had taken even more care with this one. Chen Xinhuan knew how to appreciate art, and this had a great impact on him.
That signature was not the limit of Lin Yu's abilities. The standard of calligraphy shown in this copybook was even higher. Chen Xinhuan thought to himself. Chen, what do you think? Your calligraphy is much better than mine. What do you think? An old editor next to Chen Xinhuan asked.
Chen Xinhuan thought for a while and said, in the whole of China, there are definitely no more than 3 people whose calligraphy is better than this.
I can't talk to you anymore, I have to go out for a while.
Chen Xinhuan carefully re-rolled and repacked it.
An hour later, Chen Xinhuan arrived at Jiang Xuesong's villa.
Old Jiang, this is the Lantingyi Su written by Lin Yu. I was afraid the courier would switch it with another, so I took a look before I came.
Chen Xinhuan said. Jiang Xuesong's eyes lit up.
He put on his reading glasses and a pair of white gloves before slowly taking out the item. Unfolding the Lantingyi Su written by Lin Chen, Jiang Xuesong's eyes widened, and his breathing became a little rapid.
1 minute, 2 minutes. Chen Xinhuan waited by the side for a full hour, and Jiang Xuesong carefully looked at every word. Phew!
Jiang Xuesong straightened up and let out a long breath.
Mr. Jiang, what do you think?
Chen Xinhuan hurriedly asked, supporting Jiang Xuesong.
Jiang Xuesong's eyes were a little moist as he said, calligraphy is the treasure of the Chinese nation, but it has been declining over the years. We people are not up to par, far inferior to the ancients.
I was afraid that Chinese calligraphy would fall into decline, but now I know that our calligraphy will not decline.
Although we are not good, there are still people who are.
Chen Xinhuan, Mr. Jiang, I can see that this is better than the previous signature, but I'm not good enough to tell by how much. Jiang Xuesong took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes, saying, this work is not much worse than the real Lantingyi Su. If it is allowed to settle with the passage of time, it will become a rare treasure.
Chen Xinhuan swallowed. Is it that good? He now really wanted to call Lin Chen and buy a copy.
As editor-in-chief, he could still afford 300,000 yuan.
Chen, I think I underpaid for the 300,000 yuan one. I think this one is worth at least 500,000 yuan.
I'll transfer you another 700,000 yuan, 200,000 of which is a supplement, and I'll use the other 500,000 yuan to buy another calligraphy.
Jiang Xuesong said.
Chen Xinhuan nodded, and he dialed Lin Chen's phone. Boss Lin Yu, Jiang has received the Lantingyi Su you wrote, and he says he wants to supplement another 200,000 yuan to you. He also wants to spend 500,000 yuan to buy another one. I also want to buy a piece of calligraphy. Lin Chen was surprised.
He would give him an additional 200,000 yuan?
Editor-in-Chief Chen, please tell Mr. Jiang that the deal has been reached and I don't need him to give me an additional 200,000 yuan.
Besides, I don't need the money anymore and I won't sell the calligraphy. Lin Chen said.
He wasn't going to sell the painting, so of course the same applied to the calligraphy. He liked small amounts of money, but right now it was most important to take good care of Lin Xiaoxian.
Fame, we'll talk about that later. Big brother Lin Yu, you're not selling anymore? Chen Xinhuan said, stunned.
Lin Chendao said, I was in a hurry to buy a house before, but now that I've bought it, I have enough money for now.
Editor-in-Chief Chen, I'm sorry. Chen Xinhuan said regretfully, that's fine. Big brother Lin Yu, then I won't disturb you, you go about your business.
Jiang Lao, Lin Yu said that he doesn't need to pay anymore, and besides, he doesn't need money for the time being and doesn't want to sell his work again.
Chen Xinhuan sighed lightly. Jiang Xuesong nodded, money is just a vulgar thing. A master like him will not be obsessed with money. I didn't reach his level until I was 70. I'm ashamed. Chen Xinhuan, Mr. Jiang, you're amazing. I don't think I'll ever reach that level in my life. Xiao Chen, didn't Master Lin Yu say that this couldn't be exhibited? Jiang Xuesong asked. Chen Xinhuan shook his head, no. He sold it to you, so you can do whatever you want with it. Jiang Xuesong said, I plan to invite some people to come and appreciate it. This won't affect Master Lin Yu, will it? Chen Xinhan looked at the signature at the back. I'll cover it up then. Jiang Xuesong said.
Chen Xinhan laughed, then there's no problem.
We'll keep the identity of Master Lin Yu a secret. I don't even know his exact home address. Chapter 37 Mengyao, by this calligraphy. Chen Xinhan left. Jiang Xuesong logged onto Weibo.
He had his own account, but he didn't update it for a long time. He was lucky enough to buy a piece of calligraphy by the Master Lin Yu, so Jiang prepared some tea and invited a group of old friends over to appreciate and exchange opinions.
Jiang Xuesong posted a Weibo.
He also attached a high-definition photo he had just taken. There were quite a few people who followed Jiang Xuesong, so the Weibo was quickly seen by others. Mr. Jiang is a master of calligraphy, and he even called someone a master.
Just who is this Lin Yu? I know him. President Gu has praised him.
I didn't realize that Mr. Jiang held such a high opinion of Lin Yu's calligraphy.
It seems that Lin Yu's skill is really high. I thought Lin Yu's signature was just okay, but I was wrong. Lin Yu's signature is not his full strength. Jiang Xuesong's Weibo account was flooded with comments.
Many people who followed him were from the calligraphy world, and among them were many experts. They were all very surprised when they saw the photo.
Brother Jiang, I'll come for tea.
Old Jiang, the photo is not very clear, I'll be right over, you'd better have good wine and food ready. I've written the preface to the Orchid Pavilion 1,000 times, I'm no match for him, I'll buy a plane ticket right away to come and learn. The bigwigs in the calligraphy world all left messages when they heard the news. The news quickly spread.
Nowadays, with the development of the internet media, news spreads quickly. Editor-in-chief, the website traffic has increased.
The sales of Lin Yu's book have also increased significantly. Someone in the editorial department of tongxin.com said with surprise. It turned out that the sales curve of the book had been constantly downward, but now the sales curve had risen 50 to 60 degrees.
Good, that's great. Chen Xinhuan's face showed a broad smile.
Helping Jiang Xuesong buy things from Lin Chen had not been a wasted trip, and Jiang Xuesong's influence was indeed not small.
Boss, Jiang Lao has sent a tweet, and it has been liked and retweeted by many people.
The news has exploded, and the sales of the book have now increased considerably.
Chen Xinhan sent a message to Lin Chen. Okay.
Lin Chen briefly replied.
He wasn't too surprised. The house was bought, and he didn't lack money now.
The fact that the book sales were a little lackluster didn't have much of an impact on him. Compared to this, the skills were much better.
Lin Xiaoxi often brought him even greater surprises. Dad, I want to cry.
Lin Xiaoqian woke up from her nap with a pout.
Lin Chen quickly comforted her. Xiaoqian, did you have a nightmare? Or did you miss your mother, is that it? Dad, I wet the bed again. I'm not a good boy anymore. Tears glistened in Lin Xiaoqian's eyes.
Xiaoqian, you haven't wet the bed in a long time, that's great. The bed has a waterproof mattress cover, so Dad can just wash it.
Lin Chen quickly changed Lin Xiaoxi's clothes. Tongxin Wang Chen Xinhuan was full of emotion. The boss is the boss.
Other authors would be overjoyed if their book sales increased, but Lin Yu was so indifferent. Boss, many people have asked for your contact information, and some of them want to buy your calligraphy.
We will definitely keep your information strictly confidential. Chen Xinhuan sent another message. Lin Chen changed Lin Xiaoxi's clothes. And his phone rang. He picked it up and looked at the screen. Editor-in-chief, thank you. Su Mengyao returned to the office after a meeting. Ha!
Su Mengyao swiped through the short videos.
Big data had pushed her Lin Yu-related news. Preface to the Orchid Pavilion. Su Mengyao zoomed in and looked closely.
She didn't know much about calligraphy, but the preface to the Orchid Pavilion written by Lin Chen was also very pleasing to the eye.
Who is Jiang Xuesong?
Su Mengyao muttered to herself. She looked it up and, upon seeing the results, Su Mengyao was amazed to learn that Jiang Shuason had actually been the former president of the Calligraphy Association and had a high level of calligraphy attainment.
Dad, what do you think of this calligraphy? Su Mengyao sent a photo of Lin Chen's Lantinggi Su to Su Guofeng.
It was the middle of the night in the United States. Su Mengyao didn't expect to get a reply right away, but Su Guofeng wasn't asleep at the moment and he saw the message. Su Mengyao was not good at calligraphy, but Su Guofeng was quite accomplished at it, and he had put in a lot of hard work.
And compared to calligraphy, Su Guofeng's level of appreciation was even higher.
He was rich, and he had seen many top-notch works.
Preface to the Orchid Pavilion. There have been so many people who have written this, it's not easy to stand out. Su Guofeng muttered to himself. He clicked on the picture and looked at it carefully. 5 minutes passed, and Su Guofeng had finished looking at it. He was amazed. This work was clearly a new piece, but he couldn't think of anyone who was at such a high level today. Who is the artist? As long as the price doesn't exceed 1 million, you buy it. Su Guofeng sent a message to Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao's eyes showed surprise. Dad, you're really willing to spend it.
This is not a cultural relic, it's a modern work, and it wasn't written long ago.
Mengyao, you don't understand, it's worth 1 million.
Don't dawdle, just offer the other person 1 million to buy it.
Su Guofeng urged.
This was displayed by Jiang Shuason, and he also bought it from someone else, so he definitely won't sell it to us.
Su Guofeng regretted, that's a pity.
Old Jiang loves calligraphy very much, he definitely won't part with it. Su Mengyao muttered to herself.
If Su Guofeng wanted it, it would be easy. She can always ask Lin Chen to buy it for her.
If she didn't have such a big reputation, she could even ask her daughter for help.
Dad, you should get some rest. You sent me this, so I won't be able to sleep for a while.
I'll take a closer look and study it.
Su Mengyao muttered, Lin Chen, how much more are you hiding?
Lin Chen is top-notch at cooking, calligraphy, painting, and fairy tale creation, and he also speaks several foreign languages.
Knock, knock.
There was a knock on the door.
Come in.
Su Mengyao said, and Xinsheng pushed open the door and came in. President Su, it's not easy to see you right now. Su Mengyao said helplessly, there's so much going on at the company.
I have to deal with a lot of things personally. You're lucky, you don't lack money and you don't have much to do. Do you have anything planned for this afternoon? Going shopping? Xinsheng asked.
Su Mengyao looked at her watch. I have a meeting in 45 minutes, I have to meet with the head of a government department.
Xinsheng pursed her lips, can't you do less and earn less? Su Mengyao shook her head, it's not as simple as you think. If you don't advance with the times, you'll fall behind. If the company goes under, my parents and I will still be able to get by. But there are so many employees in the company. Many of them have been with my father since the beginning, and if the company goes under, what will happen to them? Xinsheng sighed lightly, you're right. With a group company as big as yours, you can't afford to let your guard down. Mengyao, I heard that Zhang Tianyu is courting you? Su Mengyao, I'm not interested in him.
Xinsheng said with a grave expression, Mengyao, he's not a good person.
If he gets rejected by you, will he do anything to Lin Chen or Shishi? Su Mengyao's face turned cold, how dare he? Chapter 38, have you and Lin Chen gotten married?
Xinsheng said, you can never be too careful.
Should you tell Lin Chen about this? If anything happens, he can be mentally prepared. Su Mengyao nodded slightly. I will tell Lin Chen about it.
Xinsheng said with a smile, Mengyao, I think it's better to say this kind of thing face to face.
When are you going?
I'm free, so I might as well go with you.
You're welcome. Su Mengyao looked at Xinsheng with a bad temper. You want to go over there and eat for free, don't you?
Xinsheng said with a straight face, yes, I want to go over there and eat for free, so what?
I've helped you bring your daughter back many times, so I can't eat for free? I'm busy these few days. Su Mengyao said.
Xinsheng suddenly felt like a tomato. She muttered, Lin Chen's cooking is poisonous.
Ever since I ate 2 meals at his place, I can't eat other meals anymore.
I've lost weight recently. Mengyao, I'm relying on you for my happy life in the future.
Su Mengyao, relying on me? Do you want me to introduce you to? You don't need to, you already know each other. Xinsheng.
She said in a bad mood, what I mean is that if you hurry up and get together, I can often bum a meal.
How else do you want to get together?
Su Mengyao said calmly.
Xinshang blinked and said, get a marriage license and live together. Then I can visit you often. Done. Su Mengyao said. What?
Xinsheng said in surprise. Su Mengyao said, last time I told you to come over, Lin Chen and I went out and we already got our marriage license. Xinsheng looked at Su Mengyao in shock.
Su Mengyao said calmly, don't look at me like that. We just got a certificate, nothing else has changed.
We also had it notarized in advance, so our property before and after marriage belongs to us.
Then why did you get a certificate? Xinsheng asked doubtfully.
Su Mengyao, Cici is young, but she is quite smart. She may have sensed that there is something wrong with our relationship.
Having a marriage certificate can fool Cici.
Xinsheng looked at Su Mengyao strangely. Mengyao, I think you've been fooled by Lin Chen, haven't you?
Su Mengyao, why? Xinsheng said, do you need a real marriage certificate to fool Shishi? Can't you just make a fake one yourselves? Su Mengyao was stunned.
At that time, she really hadn't thought about it that much.
Lin Chen deliberately tricked me into getting a marriage certificate? Su Mengyao said. Xinsheng nodded, what else? Isn't it obvious? You're a big CEO and you've actually been tricked like this.
It seems that you need me as a military advisor in terms of relationships.
Su Mengyao. I'll call Lin Chen. Xinsheng hurriedly said, what are you calling for? You've already received the certificate, so at this point, are you going to get a divorce? I think this is pretty good for you guys. What's good about it? Xinsheng said, you're a big iceberg, and if he doesn't have feelings for you, can you go together? He tricked you into getting a certificate, which means he has feelings for you. It seems like you guys have a chance. Su Mengyao, I was tricked, and you seem pretty happy about it. Xinsheng laughed. The fact that you can get a marriage certificate with him means that you don't really reject Lin Chen, right? It doesn't matter if you were fooled. Su Mengyao gave Xinsheng a wide-eyed glance. Mengyao, I think Lin Chen is not bad. He is much, much better than what your father found before. And the cooking, just thinking about it makes me drool. Xinsheng said. Su Mengyao muttered to
herself, Lin Chen is not just good at cooking.
Xinsheng, what do you think I should do? Su Mengyao asked. Xinsheng said doubtfully, Mengyao, what do you mean?
Su Mengyao said blankly, I don't hate Lin Chen, but I don't know how to love someone either.
Sometimes I even have nightmares about what happened back then. Xinsheng took Su Mengyao's hand.
Mengyao, you can change your way of thinking.
Maybe the fact that you were drugged back then was fate that heaven gave you in Lin Chen. It was Cici the little angel who wanted to be by your side. Su Mengyao thought of Lin Xiaoxi's face and a smile appeared. Mengyao, it's been 3 years, you should come out of it too.
Xinsheng said with some concern.
Su Mengyao nodded slightly, what should I do?
Xinsheng laughed, go more, get in touch more. It's best to bring along my military advisor, I can help you.
Have you developed a good impression of Lin Chen? Su Mengyao's face flushed slightly, I don't know. Xinsheng nodded, if you say you don't know, then you do, otherwise your answer would definitely be no. Su Mengyao.
Xinsheng, Lin Chen doesn't seem to be very enthusiastic about me.
Apart from the Shishi video, he hasn't sent me any WeChat.
Xinsheng thought for a moment and said, he has concerns.
Your family is so wealthy, if he acts very enthusiastically, you would have to suspect that he is after your family's money, right? No. Su Mengyao shook her head.
Zhao Yanming offered 800,000 yuan to buy a painting from Lin Chen, but Lin refused to sell. Lin Chen's painting, calligraphy, and cooking skills are all top-notch.
As long as Lin Chen wants it, he definitely won't lack money. You think so, but he doesn't know that. He will definitely worry that being too enthusiastic will backfire. I think this is his plan, since you've already gotten your marriage certificate, he'll slowly cultivate a relationship with you. Xinsheng said. Really? Su Mengyao said. Xinsheng laughed and said, that's definitely the case. You have to trust the great military strategist, who is well-versed in the Love Bible. A single person who is well-versed in the Love Bible? Su Mengyao said. Xinsheng. Xinsheng, our company is preparing to hold a basketball match between various departments, and family members can also participate. Do you think I should let Lin Chen participate in the basketball match? Su Mengyao asked. Xinsheng looked at Su Mengyao in surprise. If you let him participate, won't that directly expose the truth? Isn't that a bit too fast? Su Mengyao said, isn't this a good thing? If this is exposed, no one will pursue me anymore. I'm already married, but I haven't said anything yet.
If it's exposed in the future, people might say things behind my back. Xinxing thought for a moment and said, you have to first make sure if Lin Chen can play basketball, or else it might backfire.
Su Mengyao nodded.
She took out her phone and dialed Lin Chen's number.
You're just going to ask?
Xinxing said in surprise.
What else? Bring you to the door and ask again? Su Mengyao laughed.
Lin Chen answered the phone soon after.
His voice came over the line, Mengyao, do you want to know if Xiaoxian is doing well? Xiaoxian's cold is almost gone. Xiaoxian, it's Mommy on the phone. Mommy, I miss you so much. Lin Xiaoxian's sweet voice sounded. Su Mengyao, Mommy misses you too.
Lin Chen, our company is going to hold a basketball game, and family members can participate too.
Do you want to participate in the basketball game?
Lin Chen was surprised.
Mengyao, I'm playing in the basketball game? Su Mengyao's face turned slightly red. How good are you? If you can't play basketball, just forget it.
Lin Xiaoxian's eyes lit up. Mom, Dad can play basketball.
Lin Chen laughed. Mengyao, I know a little basketball.
If I'm going to play, I'll practice a lot.
Okay. Su Mengyao whispered, I'll register you. Chapter 39, The First Legendary Skill. Mengyao, when does the competition start? You're the company president, what team will I be on? Lin Chen asked.
Su Mengyao, executives and their families will be drawn into other teams.
You'll find out when the time comes. Okay. That's it then. Su Mengyao hung up the phone. Xinsheng, who was standing nearby, said with a smile, Mengyao, are you nervous? Nervous? I'm not.
Su Mengyao said indifferently.
Xinsheng blinked, really? Usually after a phone call, you don't even say goodbye to Xiaoxi, do you? Su Mengyao.
She really just forgot to say goodbye to Lin Xiaoxi. The others will probably be shocked when they find out.
You actually have a husband, and you let him show up in public. Xinsheng said. Su Mengyao said indifferently, what's so strange about it?
Xiaoxi is so old now, it's only natural that I have a husband. Xiaoxi is getting more and more sensible, and I can't hide the marriage certificate for long.
Xinsheng nodded. That's right, you guys still have to sleep together. Su Mengyao gave Xinsheng a wide-eyed glance. Xinsheng, you want to sell me out quickly for a mouthful of food? Xinsheng laughed. I think it's good for you guys to be together.
You're busy outside, and Lin Chen can take care of Xiaoxi.
He cooks well and is very patient with Cici. Su Mengyao didn't say anything. Mengyao, if Lin Chen participates in the basketball game, won't your parents find out? How will you explain it then? Xinsheng asked. Su Mengyao, do I need to explain?
Lin Chen is Cici's father, and for Cici's sake, I'm getting along with him a little better, which will be much better for Cici.
Have you told your parents that you have a marriage certificate? Su Mengyao shook her head.
I didn't tell my parents, and he didn't tell his parents.
This is a matter between the two of us, or between me, him, and Cici.
It has nothing to do with our two families. Xinsheng, don't blabber when the time comes.
Xinsheng nodded, well, I won't blabber. But your parents will find out sooner or later. Su Mengyao said indifferently, we'll talk about it later. It's not a big deal to get a certificate.
At this point, Su Mengyao looked at the time. Xinsheng stood up, a busy person, I know, I should go, you prepare for the meeting.
I also prepare to go shopping. Xinsheng left, Su Mengyao tidied up her appearance.
Her whole aura has undergone considerable changes.
Just now she looked like the girl next door. Now she has become the powerful CEO of a company. Dad, here you go. Dad, it only listens to you.
Lin Xiaoxi and Lin Chen were shooting basketballs at the bottom of the community. Lin Xiaoxi's cold was almost gone, so she could exercise moderately. She had been cooped up at home for a long time and really wanted to get out. Xiaoxi, you need to shoot more and play with it more, so that it will listen to you in the future. Lin Chen said gently. He patiently played with Lin Xiaoxi as she shot the ball. A lot of basketball information kept flooding into his mind, and his hands and feet became more and more coordinated. His sense of the ball and everything else was also constantly improving. It turned out that his level was already better than the main player on the university team. If he continues to improve, he will definitely reach national team standards.
Uncle, can I play with you? A little girl about 3 years old approached and asked. Cici, is it okay? Lin Chen asked Lin Xiaoxian.
Lin Xiaoxian happily said, Dad, of course it's okay.
My name is Lin Xiaoxian, what's your name? My name is Nan Nan.
The little girl was quite polite. Lin Chen laughed and said, Nan Nan, you can call her Cici. Lin Xiaoxian had lacked friends here, and now she finally had one, which made Lin Chen very happy. Although Lin Xiaoxian was young, she also needed her own friends.
Hello. Nan Nan's mother came up and said hello. She wasn't bad looking, but compared to Su Mengyao, she was much worse. Hello. Lin Chen responded politely. Little girl's mother, I've seen you a few times.
You're very patient with your daughter, and she has a good father.
Thank you.
Lin Chen gave a faint smile.
Little girl's mother, Cici's father, I'll go sit over there. If you have any questions, just call out to me, okay? Okay. Lin Chen nodded.
This is good. It's not good for them to get caught up in their conversation. Besides, it will affect his gaining experience.
Time passed by minute by minute.
Lin Chen taught both Lin Xiaoxi and the other child at the same time. Lin Xiaoxi had a little playmate, and she had a much more fun time. For Lin Chen himself, his experience was not affected. My girl, let's play together next time, he said.
Okay.
The exercise was over, and the two little ones reluctantly said goodbye.
Xiaoxi, weren't you very happy playing with the other children? Lin Chen asked when they got home. Lin Xiaoxi nodded happily.
Lin Chen smiled and said, Today, it was your daughter who took the initiative to play with you.
She was very brave, wasn't she?
You must also be brave and play with other children.
Okay? Lin Xiaoxian nodded, Dad, I will be very brave too. Dad, I'm a little hungry. Lin Chen laughed, your shirt is soaked with sweat. Dad will change your clothes first, and then cook for you.
Lin Xiaoxian, Daddy, your cooking is delicious.
Nan Nan is my best friend. Can she eat with me? Well. Lin Chen pondered.
Xiaoxian, you can, but when you invite Nan Nan, you have to do it when mommy is here.
Why? Lin Xiaoxian asked in puzzlement. Lin Chen said, if mommy isn't here, Nan Nan will think you don't have a mommy, and that wouldn't be very nice, would it?
Lin Xiaoxian thought about it, I can tell her. I have a mother, and my mother is at work.
Lin Chen. He shook his head. How was he going to explain to Lin Xiaoxian?
Xiaoxian, you can ask your mother about this later and let her explain it to you.
Dad is stumped by you. Lin Chen said.
Soon Lin Chen had dressed Lin Xiaoxian.
Dad, I want to draw. Okay, you draw and Dad will cook.
2 days passed, and Lin Chen slightly increased the time for basketball training.
He taught Lin Xiaoxian for 1.5 hours every day.
The total teaching time reached 5 hours.
10 hours to master level, 5 hours is very impressive.
Even in the national team, it is definitely at the level of a starter. Coupled with Lin Chen's current strong physical fitness, he may not lose if he plays one-on-one with anyone in the national team. In the evening, Lin Chen told stories. Host, your fairy tale creation has reached legendary level. The system's voice sounded in Lin Chen's mind. A massive amount of information flooded into his mind. Lin Chen's eyes revealed a look of surprise. He had finally obtained his first legendary skill. Lin Xiaoxian likes to hear stories, before napping in the afternoon and before going to bed at night. This is the one that has improved the fastest. System, what is special about reaching legendary level? Lin Chen asked in his mind. He would be able to experience it himself after a while, but it was quicker to just ask. The system said, Host, reaching legendary level will make the fairy tales you create more powerful. They will touch people's souls. You will also become more engaging when telling stories. Chapter 40, Reward the Golden League Leader. Lin Xiaoxian fell asleep, and Lin Chen went to the study. He didn't want to make money selling paintings and calligraphy, but he still needed to make money, and continuing to create fairy tales was a good choice. To sell paintings and calligraphy well and consistently, you need to be very famous, and being famous is not conducive to taking care of his child. There is no problem with writing fairy tales. Very few people have the ability to appreciate paintings and calligraphy, but children know whether a fairy tale is good or not.
He can use the pen name Hua and quietly make money. Why hasn't Lin Yu updated recently?
I tell my son 5 stories a day, which is a total of 60.
If this continues, I won't last many days.
Great God, please update. Lin Shen looked through the comment section and saw that there were quite a few people urging him to update. Lin Xiaoxian had been sick for 3 or 4 days and hadn't updated. There was no rush to make money, so he could just update whenever he felt like it. Lin Shen thought to himself. He planned to update 30 chapters a month. On average, that meant he only needed to update 1 chapter a day. That would allow him to publish a book every month. Even if the initial print run was small and the signing bonus was small, together with the income from his older books, his monthly income would not be less than 5 million. Although it is still far less than Su Mengyao's earnings, a few million a month, as long as you don't often buy buildings and luxury cars, this money can't be spent normally.
Cracking. Lin Chen quickly started writing.
With his skills reaching legendary level, many stories appeared in his mind, and he just needed to type them out. In 10 minutes, he typed out a story of over 1,000 words.
This story is a bit interesting.
Lin Chen muttered to himself.
He read it over carefully on the computer screen.
The system was right. With his current level, the story he wrote had a stronger appeal.
It could touch people's souls. This story is going to make a lot of people cry.
Lin Chen muttered to himself.
He uploaded the story. Su Mengyao had finally finished work by now. She got into the car and the driver drove her home. She habitually opened Tongxin. Recently, she had been opening it several times a day. Hey! Su Mengyao's eyes lit up. She saw that Lin Yu had finally updated, but this time there was only 1 post. Be careful, it's poisonous.
Lin Yu, big brother, make up for my tears.
My daughter is crying, what if I can't comfort her? Su Mengyao first looked at the comments section.
This one had only been published for half an hour, but there were already many comments, and the style of the illustrations was different from before.
What's going on? Su Mengyao clicked in to read it.
As she read, Su Mengyao's eyes filled with tears.
When she reached the end, Su Mengyao couldn't hold back her tears. Lin Chen's level was obviously much higher. This story was so powerful, but why was it a tragedy?
Su Mengyao's eyes were red. The little match girl was heartbreaking, but this story was much more powerful, and it had a full tear-inducing effect.
President, are you okay? Driver Lian Yeshuan asked. I'm fine. I just read a tragic story. Su Mengyao clicked on the comment section again.
In the short time, there were already many more comments. My daughter also cried her eyes out, but this story might make her more kind-hearted. A friendly reminder, prepare tissues first, and then prepare to spend at least half an hour comforting your child. Lin Yu's level seems to have improved even more.
Su Mengyao read the comments one by one. There were many more comments on this story than before. It seems that some people feel the same way as I do.
This one has seen a marked improvement in Lin Chen's level.
Su Mengyao thought to herself.
Just then she saw that Lin Yu had updated again. After reading this one, Su Mengyao's face revealed a faint smile. The first one was tragic, but this one is very healing. This one is not the kind of great joy, it is like a warm current that slowly seeps into the innermost recesses of the body.
It's comfortable. Su Mengyao let out a long breath.
She felt her whole body relax a lot. The first one let her vent her emotions, and the second one healed her. She felt much more at ease.
Ha!
Su Mengyao wanted to reward another silver, but she found that someone had beaten her to it. She clicked on the other person's profile and took a look.
It was also a woman. Su Mengyao silently rewarded a gold. 100,000 yuan gone.
But with her wealth, 100,000 yuan was nothing. The group is developing quite well these days. Under her management, the Su family's wealth has increased by more than 10%.
The Su family's assets now total more than 30 billion yuan. More than 10% is 4 to 5 billion yuan.
Her level has reached legendary, and the results are obvious.
Lin Chen looked at the data in the background.
The click and comment data was significantly higher than before, and there were more rewards. There were several large rewards.
Who is this if life were a dream?
He rewarded me with a Silver Alliance Master earlier, and now he has rewarded me with a Gold Alliance Master. Lin Chen muttered to himself. TongXIN.com has a separate reward chart for each story. There is also a general reward chart for the authors. Fuxing Grooming has rewarded him 110,000.
Hello, thank you for your reward.
But you have rewarded too much, there is no need to spend so much.
Lin Chen sent a private message to Fuxing Grooming.
Su Mengyao saw the message.
It wasn't long before she sent Lin Chen a picture in return. Lin Chen clicked to open it.
The picture was a screenshot of a bank text message. Just after spending 100,000 yuan in rewards, the balance of Fu Shangrua Mang's bank card suddenly showed more than 80 million yuan.
What a local tyrant! Lin Chen was secretly amazed. What is the concept of having more than 80 million yuan in current account?
Sorry to bother you, boss.
Lin Chen replied and closed the webpage. Since the other party was such a local tyrant, and since they liked it and rewarded 100,000 yuan, there was naturally no problem. TongXIN.com. Lao Feng, how do you feel? Chen Xinhuan couldn't help but ask.
He had already read both stories several times.
Chen Xinhuan called Feng Anwen Lao Feng, Old Feng.
He was the deputy editor-in-chief and had been an editor at TongXIN.com for more than 10 years.
Lao Feng. Chen Xinhuan called again. Feng Anwen was so engrossed in the story that he didn't hear the first call. Editor-in-chief, what's wrong? Feng Anwen asked. Chen Xinhuan, I asked you how you felt.
Feng Anwen was overwhelmed. Lin Yu de Banzi's previous writings were already considered to be the best, but I never expected him to break through the ceiling this time. I don't think anyone at home or abroad can match these two articles.
Chen Xinhuan was surprised. Such a high evaluation? Feng Anwen nodded.
They deserve such praise.
Editor-in-chief, do you think you can find better fairy tales? Chen Xinhuan shook his head. I can't.
I feel the same way, but we can't promote them like that.
Let's not attract any bad publicity for Lin Yu de Banzi.
Feng Anwen said, of course.
Chief editor, do you think Lin Yu's masterful writing is a stroke of luck, or has he reached a higher level of creativity?
It should be a stroke of luck. Chen Xinhuan said, if a masterpiece of this caliber can be produced casually, that would be a bit perverted. Brothers, please contribute some free love power.
Amazed face, /. Chapter 41, Fairy Tales in Textbooks? Morning, Zhang Family Villa. Grandpa, Lin Yu, the person you told me to keep an eye on, has made a move.
He posted 2 fairy tales last night.
A woman in her 20s said. Yan, is the quality of his new stories okay? Jiang Xuesong asked.
Today is the day he asked his old friend to come over to appreciate the calligraphy. Jiang Yan said, Grandpa, the quality is really good.
My best friend even rewarded him 10,000 yuan after reading it.
Which best friend of yours rewarded him?
Jiang Xuesong asked. Zhang Yan, Xinu.
Who else could it be but her? Although others can afford it, they would definitely not be willing to reward someone 10,000 yuan.
Xinu is a local tyrant, she doesn't care about this amount of money. Jiang Xuesong, let me take a look when you find it. Although the girl Xinu is rich, she is not such an impulsive person.
Zhang Yan quickly found the fairy tale that Lin Chen sent last night. Jiang Xuesong slowly read it with his reading glasses. After reading it the first time, he silently read it again.
Last night I cried while reading it, so I blamed it on Xinu and said we should cry together.
After a while, she sent me a screenshot of her giving Lin Yu a reward of 10,000 yuan. But her ranking quickly fell to second place.
Zhang Yan said. Jiang Xuesong said in surprise, someone gave a higher reward?
Zhang Yan said, the other person gave Lin Yu a reward of 100,000 yuan for being the Golden Alliance leader.
Grandpa, there's another one.
It didn't take long for Jiang Xuesong to finish reading the second article. He felt as if he had been baptized. A lot of pessimistic and negative emotions seemed to have been vented. A masterpiece of all time.
Just now I was wondering if the first article was suitable for inclusion in textbooks.
Together, the 2 articles are very suitable. Jiang Xuesong said with a smile.
Zhang Yan's eyes lit up, they can be included in Chinese textbooks? Jiang Xuesong, I'll reflect on it.
I have some faith, these 2 articles are of such high quality that they should be fine.
If my contribution is not enough, I'll ask those old friends who came today to pitch in a little. Yan, do you know why I called you back?
Zhang Yan looked at her grandfather with a somewhat dejected expression.
Grandpa, I know.
Jiang Xuesong smiled. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are the norm for people.
Grandpa is getting old, and he might go away one day. Grandpa can't rest assured about you. Tears glistened in Zhang Yan's eyes. Grandpa, don't say that. You should at least live to be 100 years old.
I don't dare to hope for 100 years old, Zhang Xuesong said with a smile.
Ding dong. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the guests arrived one after another.
Zhang Xuesong invited some old friends, but they were old, and some of them would be accompanied by younger people. By 9:30, the villa became very lively. Zhang Xuesong's old friends came more than 10 people, and with the younger ones, there were a total of more than 30 guests.
The nanny had the day off.
Zhang Yan was responsible for serving tea to everyone.
Brother Jiang, everyone is here. Where are the things? Someone couldn't help but ask.
Everyone looked at Zhang Xuesong, who smiled and said, Xiaoyan, go get the preface to the Orchid Pavilion collection.
Okay, Grandpa. Zhang Yan quickly took out the calligraphy.
The calligraphy was framed, and Zhang Xuesong spent tens of thousands of yuan on the framing.
Everyone, come one by one. The rest of you can have some tea first. The first group of 5 old men gathered around, and after a while they all looked in awe. It was amazing. This level is not much worse than the calligraphy of the sage, is it?
There may be a slight difference, but it definitely beats ours. The old men spoke one after the other. The rest of the people who had not yet had a chance to take a closer look were itching to
do so. Lao Lu, you have been looking at it for so long, come over and have some tea first, let us look at it for a while. Yes, don't your legs hurt after standing for so long?
After being urged by the others for a while, the first group finally stepped back.
The second group quickly pushed their way through. Brother Jiang, how much did you pay for this? One of the first group of elderly men asked.
Zhang Xuesong laughed and said, it cost 300,000 yuan. When I received it, I felt that the price was too low and wanted to pay an additional 200,000 yuan. I also wanted to spend another 500,000 yuan to buy another one, but the other party refused to sell. The other party even confiscated the 200,000 yuan.
Another elderly man said with regret, that's a pity. 500,000 yuan is not cheap, but I can afford it too. Brother Jiang, you've hidden the signature. Did the master Lin Yu mention his real name on this painting? Zhang Xuesong nodded slightly. Time passed by minute by minute.
Everyone admired the paintings in turn, and after they were done, they sat down together to drink tea and exchange views enthusiastically. Dear friends, Lin Yu recently wrote 2 fairy tales.
I recommend you read them.
Zhang Xuesong said with a smile. Everyone took out their phones and logged onto the Tongxin website. After 10 minutes they had all finished reading them.
Zhang Xuesong said, personally, I think they could be included in textbooks. What do you think? I think they can. Absolutely. Everyone agreed. Zhang Xuesong said, let's give it a push.
Although we are in the calligraphy world, if we join forces we still have some influence, so it shouldn't be a problem.
I think it's fine. Count me in. In the future, Master Lin Yu will be remembered in history, and we might even be remembered in the unofficial history. Everyone agreed. With their influence, this is a very likely thing.
Don't look at the many people online who are much more famous than they are.
Those people on the internet may not be able to influence the above, but their opinions can be passed on. Some of the people above are even their students. Sales have skyrocketed? Lin Chen's eyes showed surprise. Editor-in-Chief Chen, what's going on? How did sales skyrocket again? Lin Chen sent a message inquiring.
He had brought Lin Xiaoxi to rarely use her phone during the day. Using her phone was simply a source of joy, and he had brought Lin Xiaoxi to constantly improve, bringing a much greater joy than using her phone. Chen Xinheng happily replied, Zhang Lao has exchanged with many people, and those people have spoken out in praise. Each of them has a strong influence, and together they are a very powerful force.
The second book should sell out of 1 million copies soon.
The first book has been printed 3 times, with a total of 1.8 million copies. The second book has only been printed 1 million copies.
Lin Chen's face showed a faint smile.
After it sold out, he could sell another batch, and he could make a lot of small money again.
Big brother Lin Yu, can you provide some more signed books?
Lin Chen quickly replied, in the future, I will only provide 1,000 signed books for each book.
I won't provide autographed copies of the first or second book. Chen Xinhan was very sorry. Big brother Lin Yu, you are the boss. Big brother Lin Yu, there are many people asking for news about you. Lin Chen, you must keep it a secret. If you leak the news, there may be no follow-up cooperation.
Okay, okay.
Chen Xinhan quickly promised.
Lin Chen turned his head and looked at Lin Xiaoxi, who was sleeping. He didn't lack money now, but he couldn't let money affect Lin Xiaoxi.
Drip. The phone rang again.
It was actually a message from Su Mengyao.
Lin Chen, the basketball game is the day after tomorrow. I'll send you the basketball uniform over. Do you provide meals?
Su Mengyao felt a little awkward after sending the message, so she quickly withdrew it. Lin Chen's face revealed a faint smile. It seems that the iceberg has melted a little. Handsome guys and beautiful girls, this is a single female protagonist story.
Chapter 42, Are you staying here tonight? Lin Chen, the basketball game is the day after tomorrow.
Xin Shang and I will come in the afternoon to see Shishi.
I will also bring your basketball uniform over in the afternoon. Su Mengyao re-edited and sent the message. Lin Chen did not reply immediately.
Su Mengyao was shy, and if he replied right away, Su Mengyao would definitely suspect that he had seen the message just now.
Maybe she wouldn't come for 10 or 20 days. Half an hour passed. Lin Chen simply replied, okay.
Su Mengyao was relieved to see Lin Chen's reply like this.
Lin Chen and I are just getting married. How can I take the initiative to ask if someone will take care of the meals?
No matter how delicious Lin Chen's dishes are, I can't do this. Su Mengyao muttered to herself.
Su Mengyao and Xinxing came at 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Mom, Auntie Qingqing. Lin Xiaoxi shouted cheerfully as the door opened.
Cici, Mom misses you so much.
Su Mengyao quickly picked up Lin Xiaoxi and kissed her. Lin Xiaoxi said in a baby voice, Mom, I miss you too. Auntie Qingqing, I miss you too. Mom, can I let Nan Nan come to dinner? Su Mengyao asked, Who is Nan Nan? Lin Xiaoxi, Nan Nan is my good friend. We often play together. Nanan's mom gave me delicious food.
Xinxing, Cici, Nanan's mother took her to play downstairs, and your father took you to play downstairs, and you got to know each other and became good friends, right?
Yes, yes.
Lin Xiaoqian smiled sweetly.
Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen.
Lin Chen looked at Su Mengyao and said with a smile, Mengyao, I didn't say much to Nanan's mother.
Xiaoqian, you can testify for Daddy.
Lin Xiaoqian said doubtfully, Dad, you talked to Auntie, and you seem to have had a good time.
Lin Chen.
Mom, I want to invite Nan Nan to dinner, but Dad said I can only invite her when you're here.
Can I invite Nan Nan now?
Lin Xiaoqian asked.
Su Mengyao stroked her little head and smiled, some other day, okay? Auntie Qingqing is here today, so when she's not here, you can invite her, okay? Mom, why?
Lin Chen said, Auntie Qingqing is a guest, and so is your daughter.
We have to take care of our guests, don't we? If we invite them both at the same time, we won't be able to take care of them both, will we?
Lin Xiaoqian pondered.
After a while, she nodded, You're right, Dad. I'll invite your daughter over for dinner next time. Su Mengyao handed Lin Chen a bag. Lin Chen, try it on. See if this basketball uniform fits. Lin Chen nodded.
He took the bag and went to the bathroom. Xinxing asked in a low voice, Cici, Qingqing Auntie has a question for you.
Is your mother pretty?
Lin Xiaoqian answered without thinking, Yes, but I think my mother is the prettiest, and so is you, Auntie Qingqing.
Cici, this is our little secret. Don't tell your father. Xinxing cautioned. Why can't I tell Dad? Lin Xiaoqian asked in puzzlement. Su Mengyao, Cici, this is a secret.
You, Auntie Qingqing, and your secrets cannot be told.
Cici, let's go to the balcony. Your parents may want to kiss quietly.
Xinxing hugged Lin Xiaoqian and walked towards the balcony.
Lin Chen quickly changed into his basketball uniform.
Su Mengyao saw surprise in his eyes. Lin Chen looked thin and didn't give off the impression of being strong at all, but after changing into the basketball uniform, Su Mengyao noticed that the arm circumference of Lin Chen's arms was not small at all.
Mengyao, you picked the right size. This basketball uniform fits me quite well.
Lin Chen said with a smile.
As long as it fits. Let's go to the study and chat. The two arrived in the study, and Lin Chen explained, Mengyao, I didn't say much to the other person's mother. We just chat a little politely every time. Su Mengyao, we're just getting married for show. Even if you do have something with her for real, I won't have a problem with it. Lin Chen looked at Su Mengyao with a smile.
Su Mengyao felt a little uncomfortable when he looked at her like that. What are you looking at me like that for?
You can't have any ideas. Lin Chen said, you told me to come in. Do you have something on your mind?
Su Mengyao said, I told you to come in just so she would think that we had intimate relations.
Do you understand what I mean? Lin Chen nodded, I understand. How is the basketball game arranged? Su Mengyao let out a sigh of relief. There are a total of 10 teams in the company basketball game.
Each team has 12 people, and there are 10 people from the company's senior management participating, with each team being assigned one senior management member.
Lin Chen laughed, it seems like it's not a joke. If we win, will there be a reward at the end?
Su Mengyao said, the salary of everyone in the first place department will be doubled for that month, and the salary of the second place department will be increased by 50%. The 10 senior managers will only be rewarded if the champion team wins. The prize is 1 million yuan, and each person will contribute 100,000 yuan.
100,000 yuan is not much for Su Mengyao and the others.
If they can win, 1 million yuan is not bad.
How is it compared? Lin Chen asked. Su Mengyao said, it is divided into Group A and Group B. There are 5 teams in each group, and each team will compete against each other.
Winning a game is worth 3 points, a tie is worth 1 point, and losing is worth 0 points.
The team with the highest total score in the group will enter the finals.
Lin Chen said, the champion team needs to play 5 games, and the other teams need to play 4 games, so it will definitely take more than 1 day.
Su Mengyao, it's on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. If there is a game, we will work normally if there is no game.
We will play 2 games on Wednesday and Thursday, and only 1 game on Friday, which is the final.
Lin Chen frowned and said, sis, I needs to take a nap on Wednesday and Thursday, so I may only be able to play in 1 game every day. Su Mengyao nodded, that's fine. Each team has 12 people, so they don't need to play in every game. Lin Chen asked, competing in your company? Yes. Su Mengyao nodded, the basketball court in the company is not bad.
You can take Xiaoxi there to have a look tomorrow.
By the way, meet and get to know your teammates. Lin Chen asked, you will show up then, right? How will you introduce me? Will we be exposed like this? Su Mengyao said calmly, I will introduce you as my husband, and I am the boss. They dare not make trouble. Exposing yourself like this might cause some people to give you trouble. If it does, just let me know. I'll handle it. Lin Chen nodded slightly. With Su Mengyao's looks and her money, even if she has a daughter, she definitely won't lack suitors.
Lin Chen, you'll face some trouble. As compensation to you, I'll buy this house from the landlord and put it in Xiaoxi's name.
But you can live here as long as you want. Su Mengyao said.
Lin Chen shook his head, there's no need.
I've already found the landlord and bought the house.
The contract has been signed, and the transfer can be completed in a few days.
Ha! Su Mengyao was stunned. Lin Chen smiled faintly, Cici likes it here, so I bought it. Are you staying here tonight? Chapter 43, you tricked me into getting a marriage certificate? Su Mengyao's face flushed slightly, why would I stay here? Lin Chen laughed, to sleep with Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian misses her mother, otherwise why do you think I let you stay here? Su Mengyao's beautiful eyes glanced at Lin Chen. Did you pay the full price for this house or take out a loan? If it's a loan, I'll help you pay it off. Su Mengyao said. Lin Chen, full price. Su Mengyao said in surprise, is writing fairy tales so profitable?
Lin Chen said, it's definitely not as profitable as you, but it's a good job, and there's no problem supporting a family.
Su Mengyao nodded. Have you practiced basketball in the past few days? Cici will watch it too, so don't play too badly.
Lin Chen said with a smile, don't worry about that. I'm known as the Chinese Jordan, so there's no problem with my level.
It's still early for dinner, shall we go for a walk?
Su Mengyao hesitated a little. Lin Chen said, let's go for a walk, to discourage those single young women and wives in the community from thinking that I'm available.
Su Mengyao. Okay.
Let Chen Sheng bring more people along, so she doesn't keep trying to tag along for the meal. Soon Lin Chen changed back into his clothes and the two went out the door.
Auntie Qingqing, why are you stopping me? I want to go for a walk with my parents too. Lin Xiaoxi asked innocently.
Xinxing, 2 reasons. First, if you go out with your parents, I will be sad if I am left alone.
Second, don't your parents spend less time together?
They need to spend time alone to cultivate their relationship.
Don't you think so? Lin Xiaoxi nodded with a knowing smile. Cici, you teach me to draw. I think Cici's drawing is very good. Xin Cheng said. Lin Xiaoxi giggled and said, Dad taught me. My dad is the best. Lin Chen and Su Mengyao arrived downstairs.
There was a walking trail winding around the entire community. The two of them went for a walk on the trail.
Lin Chen, have you read the news online?
Jiang Xuesong and a group of calligraphy masters highly praise you.
Aren't you going to show your face? Su Mengyao asked.
Lin Chen shook his head, I don't plan to.
Am I not doing well now?
I have enough money to spend, and I can also devote myself to taking care of Xiaoxian. We just need to work hard for Xixi. It would be a problem if neither of us had time to take care of Xixi.
Su Mengyao nodded slightly. Mengyao, when your father returns and takes over the company, why don't you come and stay with me for a while? Lin Chen asked with a smile. Su Mengyao blushed a little and said, Don't be silly, why would I come and stay? It wouldn't be appropriate for me to come and stay.
Lin Chen said, There's no one in the guest room. You can sleep in the guest room, or you can sleep with Xixi and I'll sleep in the guest room.
If you stay here for a while, Xiaoxian will definitely be very happy.
Su Mengyao was silent for a while and said, Let's talk about it later. Lin Chen, what happened back then has left a psychological shadow on me, and I still have nightmares occasionally.
Cici, you'll just have to work a little harder.
Lin Chen, Cici is my daughter, it's only right that I take care of her. Mengyao, the little girl playing on the mezzanine level in front is Nan Nan, and the one next to her is her mother. Su Mengyao and Lin Chen moved a little closer.
Uncle Lin, where is Cici?
The two moved a little closer together, and then Nan Nan called out as she saw Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled and said, Cici is at home. She has an aunt coming over, and she is playing with her aunt at home.
Nan Nan's mother asked, Cici's father, this must be Cici's mother, right? Nan Nan, you need to call her auntie. Auntie. Nan Nan called out quickly. Hello, I'm Cici's mother. My daughter, Cici has told me about you.
She says you're her best friend. Su Mengyao said with a smile.
Yes, Cici and I are good friends. My daughter nodded. Lin Chen laughed, My daughter, you continue playing, we'll go first.
The two of them walked a little further apart, and Su Mengyao said, Lin Chen, my daughter's mother is quite good looking.
Lin Chen laughed and said, She's not as good looking as you. Su Mengyao said, So you deliberately tricked me into getting a marriage certificate? Lin Chen said, No, that's not true. I went with you to get a marriage certificate, wasn't it for Xiaoxian?
Su Mengyao said indifferently, Xin Xing said that to trick Xiaoxian with a marriage certificate, you don't need a real one, just make a fake one.
She said that I was tricked by you. Lin Chen coughed lightly and said, That's right. We never thought that she would come up with it. Xin Xing is pretty clever. Clever people have to work hard and can't be greedy. She shouldn't come to my place for dinner anymore. Su Mengyao glanced at Lin Chen. It seems that she was right. You tricked me into getting a marriage certificate.
Lin Chen said apologetically, I did it for Xiaoxian.
Let's get a certificate first and slowly cultivate our relationship. I don't want her to have a stepfather in the future, and you don't want her to have a stepmother, do you? Su Mengyao nodded slightly. Don't worry, she definitely won't have a stepfather.
Lin Chen laughed, then you can rest assured that she won't have a stepmother either.
Mengyao, your family is very wealthy, but I want you to know that I don't want your family's money. We also did a notarized property declaration before marriage. Su Mengyao nodded, I believe that. With your abilities, you won't lack money if you show it a little. Don't blame Xin Cheng. She said a lot of good things about you so that she can eat your meals for a long time. Lin Chen laughed and said, Then add a dish for her tonight. Su Mengyao laughed and said, You're so realistic. She exposed you, so you told her not to come anymore, you add a dish for her after she spoke up for you.
Lin Chen said with a smile, That's normal. If she's just causing trouble, I seriously suspect that she's jealous of you.
Jealous of me for what? Lin Chen, jealous that you have a good husband. Su Mengyao.
She said coquettishly, Lin Chen, you've got a really thick skin.
Lin Chen laughed and said, If we're going to add more dishes, we don't have enough food at home. Shall we go to the nearby grocery store and buy some more? Okay. Su Mengyao nodded.
After walking around the residential area, Lin Chen and his family left the residential area and the two of them went to the nearby grocery store together to buy some food. Lin Chen could feel the iceberg slowly melting.
Dad, Mom. Lin Xiaoxi ran over happily when they got home.
Lin Chen smiled and said, Mengyao, you keep Xiaoxi company, I need to hurry up and cook dinner. Xiaoxi, tell your mother what you've learned.
Mm-hmm.
Lin Xiaoxi nodded. Lin Chen took the groceries into the kitchen. Su Mengyao was led by Lin Xiaoxi to the balcony.
Xinsheng pointed at a painting and exclaimed, Mengyao, look at this, can you believe that this was painted by Xiaoxi?
Her painting skills have improved explosively. Su Mengyao's eyes also revealed a look of surprise. Compared to last time, Lin Xiaoxi had improved a lot. Thinking about Lin Chen's talent in drawing, Su Mengyao felt that Lin Xiaoxi should have inherited Lin Chen's talent in drawing. It's just that she hadn't been able to tap it well before.
Cici, you're so good. Mommy will reward you with a kiss. Su Mengyao kissed Lin Xiaoxi's little face and said.
Lin Xiaoxi cooed, Mom, Dad taught me, and you have to reward Dad with a kiss too. Chapter 44, Why do I have to sleep here? An hour later, Lin Chen finished cooking.
Lin Chen, is there something good today? There's one more dish than last time.
Xinsheng said in surprise. Lin Chen laughed, I bought this apartment, it's rare to be lively, so let's celebrate a little today.
Ah.
Lin Chen, you should have said earlier.
You see, I came empty-handed and didn't buy any gifts.
Xinsheng said apologetically. Lin Chen shook his head, there's no need for gifts, just have a casual meal.
Everyone sit down, I think I've made some progress in my cooking. Xinsheng said in surprise, your cooking can still improve? Soon Su Mengyao and Xinsheng started eating.
This.
Mengyao, it seems like you really have improved again.
Xinsheng said in disbelief after trying the two dishes.
Su Mengyao, it's not just like it, it's real.
Lin Chen, your cooking skills have already surpassed those of a 5-star chef. You use relatively ordinary ingredients, but the taste is not inferior in the slightest.
It's delicious.
Every dish is delicious. Xinsheng was full of praise. Lin Xiaoxi said in a cute voice, Mom, Dad's meat is delicious, and the vegetables are delicious too.
I'm not fussy about food anymore, I'm a good boy.
Xinsheng said, Cici, if you're still a picky eater with your father's cooking, you'll get a spanking. Mengyao suspected that Cici was not a picky eater. She would probably be even more picky if she ate elsewhere.
Su Mengyao's eyes showed concern.
Lin Chen laughed and said, Cici is still young, so we should make sure she gets enough nutrition. When she grows up, she can still starve herself, right?
Su Mengyao nodded.
After dinner, Xinsheng rubbed her stomach and said, Lin Chen, your cooking is so delicious, which is both a strength and a weakness.
If I eat it every day, I'll definitely get fat.
Lin Chen laughed and said, you'll only eat too much if you eat it occasionally.
If you eat it every day, why would you need to eat like this? Xinsheng was taken aback. You're right. You three go out, and I'll do the dishes. I'm not going to feel comfortable eating without doing some work. Xinsheng said. Lin Chen, you washing the dishes, this is not good. Xinsheng shook her head, there's nothing wrong with it.
I'm also doing this so I can come over more often for a few meals. Mengyao is very busy, and it's rare for your family to have time to get together.
Just leave it to Xinsheng.
She should do some work to digest all the food she's eaten.
Su Mengyao said.
You guys go out quickly, don't affect my performance. Xinsheng waved her hand.
Lin Chen and the others went downstairs.
Lin Xiaoqian took Su Mengyao's left hand and Lin Chen's right hand. Su Mengyao felt a little strange in her heart.
It was quite warm to take a walk as a family of 3. Lin Chen, I have something to discuss with you. After the basketball game, can you take Xianxian abroad for a trip? Su Mengyao asked. Lin Chen said, Xianxian's grandparents miss her? Su Mengyao nodded, they missed Xianxian very much. But I haven't had time to go abroad recently because of a lot of things back home.
Lin Chen crouched down, Sisai, go over there and play on the slide while your parents and I talk.
Lin Sisai skipped off happily. Mengyao, I don't have a problem with that. But is it a good time to meet your parents? Lin Chen asked.
Su Mengyao said impatiently, you're not meeting my parents, you're taking Sisai to meet her grandparents.
You don't need to show up when you get there. My dad will send a car to pick you and CC up.
You can stay at a nearby hotel. If you don't think it's a good idea, just buy some fruit or something and go visit her once.
Cece will probably only be at the hospital in the morning, and she'll be taking a nap at noon.
In the afternoon, you can just take Cece around there.
Is that okay?
Lin Chen nodded slightly. I'm fine with that.
But I don't have a passport, and I still need a visa to go to the United States, right? Su Mengyao said, that's easy. You apply for it, and I'll find someone to help you hurry it up, and it'll be ready soon. Lin Chen nodded. He wasn't interested in going to the United States in other ways, but he wanted to go to the shooting range and have some fun. His marksmanship was pretty good these days. He had taken Lin Xiaoxi to the amusement park 5 times, and every time he went, he would take Lin Xiaoxi to play the shooting game. Each time they played for 20 minutes. The 5 times added up to almost 2 hours. 10 hours of shooting can reach the level of a master, and 2 hours is pretty good. Many soldiers are not as good as him. Lin Chen, thank you. Su Mengyao said.
Lin Chen looked at Su Mengyao and said seriously, Mengyao, in fact, I should thank you. Thank you for giving birth to Lin Xiaoqian and giving me such a cute daughter. Thank you for working hard alone to bring her up to this age. Su Menyao's heart trembled slightly. Cece is alone over there, let's go over.
Su Mengyao walked quickly towards the front.
Unconsciously an hour passed, Lin Chen and the others returned home, and Lin Xiaoxi said cheerfully, Mommy, Daddy, I had a really happy day.
Cece, I'm glad you're happy. Su Mengyao smiled. Shen Chang. Go into the room, Su Mengyao called out.
There was no answer, and the room was dark.
Drip. Su Mengyao dialed Shen Qing's phone.
The phone connected and Shen Qing's voice came over, Mengyao, I have to leave in a hurry.
I took your car. Isn't Lin Chen going to your company tomorrow?
You guys go together, and I'll take your car to the villa.
Su Mengyao. Traitor. Shen Qing, Mengyao, I really have something to do.
I suddenly remembered that I didn't seem to have turned off the gas stove at home.
I'm driving, so I'll hang up.
After saying this, Shen Qing quickly hung up the phone. Lin Chen Duo said, Mengyao, you can sleep with Cece tonight.
I'll sleep in the guest room. Lin Xiaoxi was puzzled. Dad, why?
The bed is so big, it can sleep the 3 of us.
Lin Chen Duo crouched down.
He kissed Lin Xiaoxi and said, Xiaoxi, you're still young, you don't understand some things.
Do you want your mom to stay? If you do, we can sleep like this. Lin Xiaoxi nodded. I want to sleep with my mom.
Lin Chen looked at Su Mengyao and said, Mengyao, what do you think?
If you want to go back, I'll drive you there. Su Mengyao shook her head and said, forget it, it's a hassle.
She couldn't accept living with Lin Chen, but she could barely accept staying here for just 1 night.
Lin Chen said, there are some new women's pajamas in the closet.
Last time I bought pajamas for myself and Lin Xiaoxian, and she said she wanted to buy some for her mom, so I bought 2 sets. Lin Xiaoxi said in a baby voice, Mom, you have to thank me, and I said, you're welcome.
Su Mengyao.
Lin Chen laughed and said, Xiaoxi, Mom is so touched. She was so moved that she couldn't speak for a while. Mengyao, you go take a shower, I'll wash Xiaoxi.
Su Mengyao nodded.
There are 2 bathrooms in the house where you can take a shower at the same time.
Voila!
The water dripping on her body made Su Mengyao feel a little dazed. Why did she have to sleep here?
Chapter 45, Let's hear you scream, husband.
After taking a shower, Su Mengyao walked out of the bathroom. Lin Chen was telling Lin Xiaoxi a story. He looked up and saw Su Mengyao coming out, and he froze. Su Mengyao, who had just taken a shower, had rosy skin, and after a little blow-drying, her long, dark hair was half-dry and draped over her shoulders.
The pajamas were not very long, and her slender legs were partially exposed.
She was beautiful, so beautiful. Lin Chen felt a strong desire to create. He wanted to capture this moment with his paintbrush.
Lin Chen, you're still looking. Su Mengyao glared at Lin Chen with some embarrassment.
Lin Chen coughed lightly and said, Xiaoqian asked me to tell her a story, and I haven't finished it yet, so you continue. He put down the storybook and walked out reluctantly.
Su Mengyao went to the door and locked it.
Her previous encounters had made her feel very insecure.
Not to mention Lin Chen, she even locked the door at home. Cece, didn't you say your mom was going to stay with you? Why did you let your dad come and tell you stories? Su Mengyao asked Lin Xiaoxi. Lin Xiaoxi was puzzled. Mom, is that not okay? Okay, where did Dad leave off? Mom will read to you for a while, and then you'll go to sleep. Su Mengyao said.
She quickly began to read to Lin Xiaoxian. Outside, Lin Chen quickly took out paper and oil paints. He was very fast, and in about an hour he finished painting a woman who had just finished bathing. The woman looked 8 or 9 parts like Su Mengyao.
Click. Su Mengyao walked out of the room.
Lin Chen was dumbfounded. The oil painting he had just finished was still wet.
Lin Chen, what are you painting?
Su Mengyao came over as she saw Lin Chen painting.
Cough. I just got some inspiration and painted it. Lin Chen said sheepishly. Su Mengyao looked at the woman in the painting. You're painting me? But I don't look this good.
Lin Chen smiled. Mengyao, believe me, you look this good.
This is a portrait of you just now. Did you come out for something?
Su Mengyao said, I came out to drink some water because I was thirsty from telling the story.
Lin Chen, I'll buy this painting from you.
I'll pay 1 million. Lin Chen shook his head. You don't need to buy it.
I painted it to give to you. Why would I paint it and keep it for myself to admire in secret later? Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen. Isn't that what you planned?
Lin Chen shook his head repeatedly. Of course not.
Why would I appreciate the painting when there is a real beauty to admire? Su Mengyao's face turned slightly red. I didn't know you were so smooth-talking before. When the painting dries, you put it up so that Cici doesn't see it.
After finishing her drink, Su Mengyao hurried back to the bedroom.
Bang, bang.
She covered her chest, feeling her heart pounding.
Ink paintings are amazing, but oil paintings are also so amazing.
I really can't figure this Lin Chen guy out anymore.
Su Mengyao thought to herself.
Lying on the bed, looking at Lin Xiaoxi, who was sleeping soundly beside her, Su Mengyao suddenly realized that Lin Chen slept in this bed every night. They were indirectly sleeping in the same bed. And they were even sharing the same quilt. I don't seem to be too repulsed by it. Su Mengyao muttered to herself. It was only when she lay down on the bed that she suddenly thought of all this.
Gradually, Su Mengyao fell asleep. Su Mengyao slept very soundly that night.
Even when she slept at home, she often woke up in the middle of the night, but not last night. It seemed to be safer to sleep here than at home.
Why is that so?
Su Mengyao muttered to herself.
Could it be that my villa is too big and I don't feel safe?
But it's the same when I stay in a hotel on business trips.
Su Mengyao thought to herself. Puff.
Su Mengyao gave Lin Xiaoxi a soft kiss and got up. It was still early, so Lin Xiaoxi went back to sleep.
Good morning, dear.
Lin Chen said, smiling.
Su Mengyao. She glared at Lin Chen and said, Lin Chen, who told you to call me that?
Lin Chen said, Mengyao, we're going to your company, and everyone will know that we're married, so occasionally I still have to call you wife, don't you think?
You have to call me husband occasionally, too. Otherwise, you'll just keep calling me Lin Chen, won't you? Su Mengyao. Lin Chen continued, if you introduce me to someone, you can't just say, this is my roommate Lin Chen, can you? Su Mengyao was speechless. What do you want for breakfast, honey? Su Mengyao said coquettishly, don't you dare call me that.
Lin Chen said, honey, I'm just calling you a few times to get you used to it, so you won't. This.
Okay.
Let's hurry up and rinse our mouths and wash our faces.
Su Mengyao said. The two hurriedly finished washing up and went to the dining table.
For breakfast, Lin Chen had prepared noodles, which looked very tempting.
Su Mengyao said in surprise, Lin Chen, did you knead the dough yourself and make the noodles by hand? Lin Chen nodded. Yes, dried noodles aren't very tasty. I added something else to this noodles. Su Mengyao took a bite. She was stunned. Is this really noodles? It's so delicious.
Mom, Dad makes really delicious noodles. Lin Xiaoxi said, taking a bite with a fork.
Su Mengyao said to Lin Chen, aren't you spoiling Xiaoxi too much? She'll definitely be a picky eater when she's older.
Lin Chen smiled and said, it's fine to spoil her a little when it comes to food. I'll definitely teach her what she needs to know in other areas.
Eat it while it's still hot. Su Mengyao was extremely satisfied after finishing the bowl of noodles.
She usually doesn't eat badly, but compared to this, all the breakfast she usually eats can only be thrown in the trash.
Lin Chen, I'll clean up. Su Mengyao said.
Lin Xiaoxian, Mom, you have to call your husband.
Dad calls you wife, you have to call him husband. Dad, don't you think so?
Lin Chen gave a thumbs up. Xiaoxi, you're absolutely right, and Dad gives you a big thumbs up. If Mom calls her husband, I don't want her to wash the dishes. Lin Xiaoxi quickly said, Mom, you call him.
Su Mengyao gave Lin Chen a cold stare.
In front of Lin Xiaoxian, she felt a little embarrassed. But thinking about what Lin Xiaoxian had said in the bathroom just now, she still opened her mouth and called out, husband.
Yes.
Lin Xiaoxian laughed happily. You little brat, you're so smart for your age.
Su Mengyao pointed her finger at Lin Xiaoxian's forehead and said.
More than an hour later, Lin Chen drove into a company.
Mengyao, are these all your companies?
Lin Chen said in surprise.
Su Mengyao nodded. The building on the left is the headquarters building. The building on the right is the company's dormitory building. The building in the front right is the company's sports center, with 2 standard basketball courts on the first and second floors. The basement level is the swimming pool, the 3rd floor is the badminton hall, and the 4th floor is the table tennis hall. Lin Chen smiled and said, It seems like your company has good benefits. Su Mengyao nodded and said, My father is very good to his employees. He set up all of this before. Turn left up ahead.
You can park the car in the underground parking lot.
Lin Chen soon arrived at the entrance to the parking lot.
There was also a security guard here.
President. The security guard saluted as soon as he saw Su Mengyao.
Su Mengyao nodded slightly and said, Enter the license plate number of this car into the system, and in the future, just let it through if it comes here again.
Yes, President. Lin Chen drove the car to the underground parking lot.
Under Su Mengyao's command, Lin Chen drove the car to the high-level parking area.
Each parking space here is a bit longer and bigger.
There are about 10 luxury cars parked in the parking spaces.
Lin Chen's car looks a bit shabby when parked here.
Lin Chen, if you come here in the future, you can park directly over here. This area is where the company's leadership and some VIPs who come to the company park.
Su Mengyao said. Lin Chen nodded, okay.
The 3 got out of the car, and there was a special elevator for high-level executives next to them. Lin Chen and the others took the elevator directly to the top floor of the building.
Hello, President. Seeing some of Su Mengyao people, they bowed in succession.
Su Mengyao took Lin Chen and the others to her office.
Lin Chen, there is a bedroom over there.
I sometimes lie down there for a while, and Cici will take a nap at noon, so you can let her sleep in that bedroom.
Su Mengyao said. Lin Chen nodded. Mengyao, your office is quite impressive.
Lin Chen said with a smile. This office is estimated to be 200 square meters in area, and the house he bought is not as big as this office.
My father did it all.
The company used to have real estate business, and this headquarters was built according to my father's requirements.
Su Mengyao said. Knock knock. Someone knocked on the door. Come in.
Su Mengyao said loudly. Soon, someone knocked on the door and entered. Mengyao, I heard that Shishi came over, so I came to see Shishi. The person who came in was a middle-aged man in his 50s. When he saw Lin Chen, his gaze slightly tightened.
Uncle Zhao, you've come just in time. Let me introduce you, this is my husband Lin Chen.
Husband, Uncle Zhao is the company's vice president, and he is one of the company's veterans.
Su Mengyao introduced with a smile. Hello, Uncle Zhao.
Lin Chen said hello, and Shishi, you have to call
Grandpa Zhao.
Lin Xiaoxi called out, looking at the other person. Xiaoxi is really well behaved. Lin Xiaolin, Mengyao has very high standards, it's not simple for you to gain her favor. Where do you work?
Vice President Zhao asked with a smile. Lin Chen replied, I am Xiaoxi's biological father.
My job now is to take good care of Xiaoxi.
Vice President Zhao nodded. That's good. Taking good care of children is more important than anything else. Mengyao, will Lin Xiaolin participate in the basketball competition? Su Mengyao said, yes, I signed Lin Chen up. Vice President Zhao laughed and said, Tianyu is on a different team, so perhaps Tianyu and Lin Xiaolin will meet on the court. Tianyu is not bad at basketball, so I'll tell Tianyu to let Lin Xiaolin have the upper hand on the court.
Lin Chen said, Uncle Zhao, that's not necessary. According to Mengyao, the prize money for this competition is at stake for many people.
We can't cheat. Vice President Zhao nodded, that's right. It depends on how well you guys play. Basketball is not a one-man sport. Maybe your team is stronger than Tianyou's team. Mengyao, I won't bother you anymore. Vice President Zhao soon left Su Mengyao's office. Xiaoxi, there are toys over there. Go play over there.
Lin Chen pointed to a corner of the office. There was a small toy area in the corner, which Su Mengyao must have specially prepared for Lin Xiaoxi.
Great.
Lin Xiaochen bounced and ran over.
Mengyao, there's something not quite right about this Vice President Zhao.
Lin Chen said in a low voice. Su Mengyao frowned and said, Zhao Tianyu has an idea about me.
Chapter 47, He is my husband, Lin Chen. Lin Chen asked, how many shares do they have? How many shares does your family have?
Su Mengyao, the Zhao family only has a 13% stake, and our family has a 51% stake. Lin Chen smiled faintly, they have a pretty good idea. If they marry you, they'll get both you and your wealth. Su Mengyao frowned. Zhao Tianyu was quite annoying, but Uncle Zhao was after all a veteran who started the business with my father.
I definitely have to give some face to Uncle Zhao.
Lin Chen laughed lightly. Wife, don't worry, I will definitely be a good shield and block him off completely.
Su Mengyao gave Lin Chen a cold look. Don't you feel uncomfortable not taking advantage of the situation?
Lin Chen said seriously, strictly speaking, this is taking advantage of the situation verbally. I haven't taken advantage of the situation verbally yet.
Su Mengyao. Zhao Tianyu is likely to target you, so be careful.
Lin Chen laughed. Don't look at me, I'm skinny, but I'm full of muscles. Su Mengyao said with a scowl, he'll punch you and you won't even make a sound, right?
You'll just pass out and be sent to the hospital.
Lin Chen, you'll see how strong your husband is.
Su Mengyao glared at Lin Chen and said, don't drive. Drive?
Lin Chen was surprised.
Mengyao, you can drive on this broken road?
I mean, you know how good I am at fighting, not that.
Su Mengyao said angrily, I'm not talking to you anymore.
You sit over there for a while, and I'll take you to meet your team later.
Su Mengyao finished speaking and went with Lin Xiaoxi. System, what is my current physical fitness? Lin Chen asked in his mind. He didn't pay much attention to this, as it would increase every day anyway.
The system said, Host, your current physical fitness is 135 points. Lin Chen was quite satisfied. His physical fitness was more than double that of an ordinary man, but there was still a gap between him and the world's top boxers.
Lin Chen wasn't in a hurry about this. How long had he had the system?
In another half-month, his physical fitness would be comparable to the world's top boxers.
Knock, knock.
The sound of knocking came from the door.
Su Mengyao's assistant came in.
President, the rest of the team members are already at basketball court 1. Lin Chen went over and picked up Lin Xiaoqian. The three of them went downstairs, and in no time at all they arrived at the sports center.
President.
The 11 people in basketball court 1 said in unison. Su Mengyao nodded, and she smiled, this isn't work, so you don't need to be so nervous. Next to me is my husband Lin Chen, he's on your team. There's no fixing the basketball game this time, and you won't necessarily win just because he's on your team. You have to work hard to win.
11 people said in unison, yes, President.
They were still nervous. They were just ordinary employees, or the family members of employees. Su Mengyao's words could determine their jobs, or the jobs of their family members.
Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen, honey, I'm here. They can't let go. Why don't you chat with them and play basketball with them to get familiar with them? I'll take Cece to look around somewhere else. We've already practiced, and she can call it out quite fluently now. Okay. Lin Chen nodded.
Lin Xiaoqian said sweetly, Dad, do your best.
Su Mengyao and Lin Xiaoqian left, and the crowd relaxed a little, but they didn't completely let go.
Lin Chen's gaze swept over them and he smiled, everyone, you're nervous, and Mengyao is your leader and also my leader.
The leader has now left, so let's relax a little. Hearing Lin Chen say this, the crowd relaxed a lot.
One man gave a thumbs up and said, Lin Gu, you're awesome, you were able to take down a strong woman like the president.
Lin Gu, how did you get the president? Lin Gu. Everyone spoke up. Lin Chen laughed and said, I'm Mengyao's senior. To get a president like Mengyao, you have to start when she hasn't become the president yet. It's easy when you have a hostage. Everyone laughed.
Lin Chen seemed to be quite easy to get along with, and they relaxed even more.
Lin Chen said, everyone introduce themselves? You know my name, but I don't know you yet.
Soon everyone introduced themselves. Lin Chen's physical fitness had improved, and with the various abilities he had obtained, his memory had improved, and he remembered it all at once.
Who is the team leader? Lin Chen asked.
One of the older ones laughed and said, Lin Gu, you are the team leader.
If we fight to be the team leader, the president will get angry and fire us. What should we do?
Lin Chen laughed and said, it's not good for me to be the team leader. She needs to take a nap at noon, and your president is also busy. I have to stay by her side while she takes
a nap.
Another person said, Lin Gu, if you're the captain, we can just elect a vice captain.
Everyone nodded. Lin Chen laughed and said, okay then. There are 12 of us, 2 of us will be the referees. Let's play for a while to get used to each other? Okay.
Very quickly, Lin Chen and the others divided into teams. After playing for less than 5 minutes, Lin Chen had a pretty good idea of the level of the rest of the people. Only 1 or 2 of their team were of a decent level, the rest were all amateurs.
Su Dong, you defend well. Lin Chen laughed.
The ball was now in his hands. The next second Lin Chen dribbled the ball at full speed, and the person defending him was instantly passed, and the second person covering for him also failed to stop him. Lin Chen dribbled the ball to the front of the rebound.
Pong!
Lin Chen easily jumped up and slammed the ball. The rest of the people looked at Lin Chen in shock.
Lin Chen could actually dunk.
Time gradually passed, and it was Lin Chen's time to perform, with all kinds of three-pointers and dunks.
Lin Gu, you're awesome.
You have such strong skills and a strong physique. If I had your level, I would have found a girlfriend in college too. Half an hour later, Lin Chen and the others stopped playing. The rest of the guys started praising him. At first, they chose Lin Chen as captain because of Su Mengyao, but now they were convinced by Lin Chen's level.
Lin Chen laughed and said, let's cooperate well, and maybe we can get first place. Everyone was overjoyed.
At first, when they saw the level of the rest of the team, they didn't have much hope, and they just wanted to avoid coming last. Now that they knew Lin Chen was so good, they were full of confidence.
There are only 5 people on the basketball team. Lin Chen alone is probably worth 3 of them. Lin Chen, have you guys gotten familiar with each other?
Su Mengyao came down the stairs with Lin Xiaoxi in her arms. Lin Chen laughed and said, we're familiar with each other.
Our level is awesome, and I don't think we'll have any problems making it to the finals.
President, Lin is really strong. Yes, we are all rookies, but Lin is really strong.
The rest of the people spoke one after the other.
Su Mengyao laughed and said, you are just blowing each other up. It's fine as long as you are familiar with each other, and have a good competition tomorrow.
Lin Chen, are you and Sisai eating at the company?
Lin Xiaoxi shook her head repeatedly.
Mom, I'm not eating here. The food here is not delicious. Dad, let's go home. Lin Chen laughed. Mengyao, today we'll go back and eat, and for the next 3 days, we'll have to eat here at noon.
Today, let Sisai go back and eat something good.
Su Mengyao nodded. She glanced at the rest of the people. If you want to continue practicing, you can keep playing here. Okay, President. Lin Chen and the others left. One of them said, I envy Brother Lin, a winner in life. He has a wife like the president, and a cute daughter. My family only has a she-devil. You can't be jealous. Not to mention Lin's basketball skills, didn't he dominate in college? Lin didn't even break a sweat, maybe he's still got it. Shall we continue playing for a while?
If we work hard, with Lin leading us, maybe we can really come in first.
The remaining 11 people continued playing.
Before long, someone arrived nearby to watch them play.
10 minutes later, this person left and dialed a phone number. Zhao Xiao, I didn't see Lin Chen, he's already gone.
But I saw the rest of the team playing. Only 2 of them were of average skill, the rest were rubbish. Zhao Tianyu let out a sigh of relief on the other end of the phone. Basketball is a sport for 5 people, even if 2 of them are of average skill, it's useless even if Lin Chen is also of average skill. Lin Chen, you just wait and see how humiliating it is. If I don't beat the crap out of you, I'll consider myself lucky. Cold light flashed in Zhao Tianyu's eyes. He was very annoyed. He had known Su Mengyao for 10 years and had always considered her his type, but she had never felt the same way about him.
Then Su Mengyao went to university and, while she was there, she went abroad.
When she came back, he was dumbfounded.
Su Mengyao had actually given birth to a daughter.
This depressed him for a while. But then Zhao Tianyu discovered that Su Mengyao's daughter was already here, but she was not married and there was no man around her.
Zhao Tianyu felt that the opportunity was here again. He seized the opportunity to pursue her. With Su Mengyao's extremely high appearance value, coupled with the Su family's money, even if Su Mengyao has a daughter, so what?
Unexpectedly, while pursuing her, Lin Chen has now resurfaced.
Su Mengyao even has a husband?
He had previously investigated Su Mengyao through connections, and the system of the Civil Affairs Bureau showed that Su Mengyao was unmarried.
Could it be that Su Mengyao and Lin Chen have recently gotten married? Chapter 48 Mengyao, you called Lin Chen your husband? In the evening, Zhao Tianyu returned home. Dad. Zhao Tianyu saw his father Zhao Huayuan. Zhao Huayuan looked up and asked, Tianyu, how are you preparing for the basketball game? Have you met Lin Chen yet? I haven't met Lin Chen.
Lin Chen had already left the company before I returned. But I know that their team's strength is very average.
Zhao Tianyu was full of confidence.
Zhao Huayuan, sexual tension is important for men to attract women, and the court is a good place to show it. Su Mengyao is very rich, and money doesn't attract her much, so you must do well tomorrow.
Zhao Tianyu nodded, Dad, I know.
But I may not be playing against Lin Chen's team tomorrow.
Maybe we'll be in different groups. Zhao Huayuan, if you're in different groups, just show yourself off. If Lin Chen gets eliminated early, the better you perform, the more obvious the contrast will be. But you have to pay attention to your demeanor. Demeanor on the court will be a plus for you. Zhao Tianyu nodded, Dad, I know. Zhao Huayuan, if you marry Su Mengyao, everything about the Su family's future will belong to our Zhao family.
You have to work hard for this goal.
Time passed quickly and the next day arrived.
Su Mengyao told Lin Chen the results of the groupings. Their team, number 1, had been drawn into Group A, as had Zhao Tianyu's team, number 7. Lin Chen, Team 1 has both matches in the afternoon. You can come later, but you have to be here by noon, so that Xiaoxi can go to bed after lunch.
Su Mengyao sent another message. Okay, honey. Su Mengyao sent a few head-knocking emoticons.
At 10:30 a.m., Lin Chen drove off, and an hour later he arrived at the company with Lin Xiaoxi.
Mommy. Lin Xiaoxi said joyfully when she saw Su Mengyao.
But this joy did not last long. Lin Chen and the others arrived at the company cafeteria.
Mommy, I ate a lot in the morning, and now my tummy is not hungry. Mommy, can I skip lunch?
Lin Xiaoxi said softly. Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen, Xiaoxi is in this situation because of you, you have to deal with it.
Lin Chen patted Lin Xiaoxi's little head, Xiaoxi, did you hear what your mother said? The reason you are being picky eaters now is because Dad usually makes it too delicious. Do you want Dad to make it less delicious? Lin Xiaoxi kept shaking her head. Lin Chen, oh, and you need to eat your fill so that you have the strength to cheer Dad on in the afternoon, don't you think so? Lin
Xiaoxi said and started eating.
Lin Chen and the others were eating in the small canteen for senior executives. The food actually tasted okay, but compared to the food Lin Chen made, it was definitely a far cry. President.
Lin Chen and the others were eating when Zhao Huayuan arrived.
He was accompanied by Zhao Tianyu. Vice President Zhao. Su Mengyao nodded. In private, Zhao Huayuan was called Mengyao, and Su Mengyao called Zhao Huayuan Uncle Zhao, but they couldn't do that in public. Tianyu, let me introduce you.
This young man is Lin Chen, he is Xiaoxi's father. You are both young people, so get close to each other in the future.
Zhao Huayuan said with a smile.
Zhao Tianyu extended his hand, and Lin Chen got up and shook his hand. Lin Chen, I'll see you at the stadium. Zhao Tianyu laughed heartily as he stared at Lin Chen.
Okay.
Lin Chen said flatly. Soon Zhao Huayuan and the others left, and after they had finished eating, they sat at a table further away from Lin Chen and the others.
Tianyu, how do you feel? Zhao Huayuan whispered. Nothing to fear. Zhao Tianyu was full of confidence.
Mengyao and he should not have any feelings for each other, otherwise they would have been together long ago.
Now they should be together because of Xiaoxi.
After finishing eating, Lin Chen and the others returned to Su Mengyao's office. Su Mengyao, Lin Chen, I have a lot of things to do later, so you take Xiaoxi to bed. Once she wakes up, you two hurry down here, and maybe you can still get in the first game. Oh, and don't forget to change into your jersey.
Lin Chen nodded.
Xiaoxi, let's go, Daddy will tell you a story.
Yes.
Lin Chen carried Lin Xiaoxi into the bedroom.
Drip. Su Mengyau's phone rang, it was an overseas call. Dad, you're still awake? Su Mengyao said. On the other end of the line, Su Guofeng said in a bad mood, what's going on between you and Lin Chen?
I heard that you called him your husband in public.
Are you together? Dad, if we are together, do you disapprove? Su Guofeng was silent for a few seconds.
Mengyao, Mom and Dad don't disapprove, but compared to you, Lin Chen is just a so-so.
You might have a better choice. We just want you to be happy. Su Mengyao, and if I feel happy? Mengyao, if you are happy, of course your parents will bless you.
Your parents are not that snobbish.
Su Guofeng said in a low voice. Dad.
Cici is still young, but she is very smart.
Yuan's parents have divorced, and Cici knows what divorce means.
Lin Chen and I have to pretend a little.
Su Mengyao did not tell the truth.
She did not say that she and Lin Chen had already gotten married. She and Lin Chen are not in a romantic relationship, and there is no need to involve their parents at this stage.
Mengyao, you just think it over. As long as you make a final decision, both of your parents will support you. Su Guofeng's mother, Yang Qingyue, said next to him.
After hanging up the phone, Su Mengyao looked towards the bedroom.
Dad, the average person you're talking about is not that average. You'll understand when Lin Chen arrives in the United States.
Su Mengyao muttered to herself.
Hubby, our daughter has a crush on Lin Chen. Yang Qingyue said with certainty. Su Guofeng nodded slightly, I know.
If not, she would not have publicly called Lin Chen her husband.
Even Lin Chen would not have participated in this basketball game.
Yang Qingyue, husband, you said before that Mengyao would be safer if she married someone with power and influence, and that our family would be safer in the future.
If Mengyao stays with Lin Chen, what will happen in the future? Su Guofeng rubbed his forehead, what else can happen? If she really chooses Lin Chen, can we still break them up?
We'll figure out a way to stabilize the situation. Yang Qingyue sighed lightly, I wish my father were still here.
Su Guofeng took Yang Qingyue's hand.
Don't worry, honey, I can handle this.
Just focus on getting better, and we'll go home soon. Yang Qingyue, you should go to bed too, it's late. It's noon in China, but midnight here. Beep. The whistle sounded. The basketball game has started.
Team 1, where Lin Chen is playing against Team 4. Lin Shi is still taking a nap, so Lin Chen is absent.
Come on, come on.
Many people on both sides are desperately shouting for their teams to do well.
Swish. Team 4 scored first. Time is gradually running out, and the score between the two teams is widening. Su Mengyao is watching from the sidelines. She frowns inwardly. Team 1's level is obviously lagging behind quite a bit. Buzz. Su Mengyao's phone vibrates.
She took out her phone, and it was Lin Chen calling.
Mengyao, she woke up. Is it over? Are we still coming over? Lin Chen asked. There is one last quarter. Your team is 20 points behind.
Su Mengyao said helplessly.
Lin Chen was surprised, that's not much? It's not bad. Su Mengyao. We'll be right there.
Lin Chen picked up Lin Xiaoxi and quickly left the house.
Chapter 49. Lin Chen is that good at basketball? Lin Chen arrived at the sports center as quickly as he could.
At this time, the last quarter of the game had already started for 2 minutes. The score difference had reached 22 points.
Time out.
Seeing Lin Chen come over, Su Dong, the vice-captain, decisively called for a timeout.
Mom. There are so many people. Lin Xiaoxian said in a baby voice.
Su Mengyao took Lin Xiaoxian from Lin Chen's hands.
Lin Chen, there are only 10 minutes left, are you still going to play? Su Mengyao whispered. It's too difficult to catch up with a 22-point deficit. Lin Chen laughed and said, the important thing is to participate. Since everyone has come, I, as the team leader, definitely have to go up and move around a bit. Xiaoqian, cheer for your dad. Lin Xiaoqian nodded repeatedly.
When Lin Chen arrived on the court, one of the team members stepped down, and Su Dong and the other 3 remaining players looked at Lin Chen with joy. Lin Chen smiled and said, Su Dong, you guys give me the ball more often, and we'll try to catch up, maybe there's still hope. Su Dong and the others nodded. The ball possession was on Lin Chen's side. Su Dong and the others threw the ball to Lin Chen first.
Dad, come on.
Lin Xiaoxian shouted. Lin Chen quickly took the ball and rushed towards the opponent's half-court. The opponent's captain, Wang Kai, intercepted Lin Chen outside the three-point line. However, Lin Chen suddenly accelerated and burst past him.
So fast.
Wang Kai thought to himself.
Pong.
He had just turned around to defend when the sound of a slam dunk rang out, and Lin Chen had already given them a slam dunk.
2 points in. The gap had been narrowed to 20 points.
It had been less than 10 seconds from the time Lin Chen had entered the court to the time he scored.
Holy shit, slam dunk. Come on, come on. Many people looked at Lin Chen, who was desperately shouting, in shock. Lin Chen is so awesome. Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. Don't panic, everyone, stay calm. We're 20 points ahead, and basketball isn't a one-man sport.
Wang Kai said in a calm voice. They quickly organized their offense. However, Su Dong and the others were like a team on steroids. They defended very tightly. One of their players passed the ball, and Lin Chen quickly started and intercepted the ball.
Go, Dad, go, Dad.
Lin Xiaoxi shouted enthusiastically. Lin Chen rushed towards the opposite end with the ball at top speed. Even though he was still outside the three-point line, Lin Chen jumped up and shot the ball.
Swish. The basketball went in the net, a three-pointer. He also tricked the opposing team into a foul.
Without a doubt, Lin Chen made the free throw. The score between the two teams suddenly narrowed to only 16 points. At this time, Lin Chen had not even been on the court for a full minute.
Mom, is Dad the best? Lin Xiaoxi asked excitedly. Well. Su Mengyao nodded. That was the truth. As the minutes passed, Lin Chen's opponents desperately tried to stabilize themselves, but the gap continued to shrink. With 2 minutes left. Pang. With another slam dunk by Lin Chen, the score was tied.
Next, Lin Chen's team took the lead without a doubt.
Beep beep. The whistle sounded to end the game. The final score was 52-47. Captain, you're awesome. Captain, you hit a lot of your strength yesterday. Captain.
Su Dong and the others were overjoyed.
Brother Lin, we are convinced that we lost.
Lin Chen's opponents, Wang Kai and the others, said one after the other. They weren't angry that Lin Chen had turned the tables and killed them.
Su Mengyao is the president, and Lin Chen is Su Mengyao's husband. You guys played well too.
Lin Chen smiled.
He walked over to Su Mengyao and Lin Xiaoxi. Dad, you're the best, I'll give you a kiss.
Lin Xiaoxian said in a baby voice. Lin Chen shook his head. Xiaoxian, no. Daddy has sweat on his face, you can't kiss Daddy now.
Daddy, what about Mommy? Can Mommy kiss you?
Lin Xiaoxian asked doubtfully.
Su Mengyao tapped Lin Xiaoxian on the head. Mommy can't either. Does Mommy not care about hygiene?
Lin Xiaoxian giggled. Daddy, then we'll go back and kiss you again.
Okay.
Lin Chen said with a smile. Team 7, where Zhao Tianyu was playing upstairs.
Team 7 also won. He had a good performance personally and scored 21 points. Has Lin Chen's grandson gone onto the court yet? How is his level? Zhao Tianyu asked one of his followers.
His follower did not watch his game, but was on the first floor watching the game of Lin Chen's team.
He hurriedly ran up after the game. Boss, something's wrong. Zhao Tianyu's follower Dao. What's going on?
Zhao Tianyu's brow furrowed slightly. Boss, Lin Chen only entered the game 10 minutes before the end. They were originally trailing by a large margin, but after Lin Chen entered the game, he scored 23 points in 10 minutes. Their team managed to turn the tables and win.
Zhao Tianyu couldn't believe it. How was that possible? How could he score more than 20 points in 10 minutes? Boss, that's just how it happened. He's too strong, way ahead of the rest.
He made 4 of 5 three-pointers, and he can even dunk.
Zhao Tianyu was dumbfounded.
Lin Chen scored 23 points in 10 minutes, and he only scored 21 points in a game, which was embarrassing. Scoring 21 points in a game was very impressive, but it was a comparison that he was afraid of.
He didn't care about rewards or anything else.
What he wanted was to crush Lin Chen and win Su Mengyao's heart.
What should he do now? Did you shoot the video? Yes. After watching a few videos, Zhao Tianyu felt numb. Lin Chen's level was much higher than his. He felt that Lin Chen's level was good enough to play in the NBA. Drip. Zhao Tianyou's phone rang. It was his father calling, Zhao Huayuan not being at the company at the moment. Son, well done. I received the results of your match, keep it up. The phone connected and Zhao Huayuan's voice came through. Dad, it's useless. Zhao Tianyu said bitterly. What's useless? Dad, Lin Chen, that son of a bitch, is too strong. I scored 21 points in the whole game, and he scored 23 points in 10 minutes. Zhao Huayuan froze on the other end of the phone. He usually watched basketball games, and he knew the difference. He never expected to lose before even meeting him? Tianyu, don't be discouraged. The next game is a matchup between your two teams. Even if you lose, you have to lose with dignity. Your parents are farmers, and you still have a lot of advantages in other areas. Zhao Huayuan said in a deep voice. I know. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Tianyu went to the lounge. The next match was an hour away, so he had to try to recover as much as possible. 50 minutes passed, and Zhao Tianyu and the others went to the first floor. They would be competing with Lin Chen and the others on the first floor. Lin Chen, I watched the video, you're very good. Zhao Tianyu smiled and said to Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu had a smile on his face, but he could clearly sense the hostility in Zhao Tianyu's eyes. It's okay, basic skills are not to be ignored. Lin Chen said indifferently. Zhao Tianyu. Lin Chen, but there is a small problem with that. Basketball is a team sport. If you perform alone, the rest of the team will become your foil. You should also give the rest of the team a chance. Zhao Tianyu looked like he was thinking about the rest of the team. Next to him, Su Mengyao frowned. Zhao Tianyu, don't you think this is silly? There are only 10 minutes left. Is this the time to be humble? Lin Chen smiled and said, my wife is right. Chapter 50, The Miserable Zhao Tianyu. Zhao Tianyu walked away silently. He could only hold back the anger he felt towards Su Mengyao. Mengyao, you have to be careful with the Zhao family in the future. Although Vice President Zhao was your father's partner back then, people can change, and I think the Zhao family's appetite has grown. Lin Chen whispered. Su Mengyao nodded. I've talked to my father about it, but my father is more nostalgic. Besides, the Zhao family has 13% of the shares, so it's not that easy to get rid of them. And besides, driving away the jackals may attract the tigers and leopards. Lin Chen smiled. Mengyao, you don't need to worry too much. Even if you run out of money, your husband will support you. Su Mengyao gave Lin Chen a wide-eyed glance. It's about to start, so you should hurry over. Don't be polite to Zhao Tianyu. Lin Chen arrived at the basketball court, and Su Dong and the others greeted him one after the other, full of confidence. Zhao Tianyou's team was quite strong, but Su Dong and the others now had great confidence in Lin Chen. Su Dong, whenever you get the chance, just shoot the ball. Don't be afraid if you miss I'll grab the rebound and make up for it. Lin Chen smiled. Okay, Lin Gu. Lin Gu, with you here we'll definitely win, haha. Su Dong and the others all said with a smile. You son of a bitch, don't think you can win easily. Even if you're good, basketball is a sport for 5 people. Zhao Tianyu cursed in his heart. He was extremely unhappy with Lin Chen now. Everyone, get your spirits up. The next one is definitely going to be a tough battle. If we win, I'll give everyone a bonus of 10,000 yuan. Zhao Tianyu stimulated his teammates with money. Brother Zhao, we will definitely do our best. Although Brother Lin is the president's husband, on the court, we will not let him on. The basketball was slammed heavily into the basket by him. Holy shit! Zhao Tianyou's face changed. He was just defending Lin Chen. But Lin Chen came from above and slammed the ball home. So strong. Go Lin Gu. Many people on the sidelines yelled frantically. Lin Chen's slam dunk ignited everyone's enthusiasm. Mom, you cheer for Dad too. Lin Xiaoxian said, so Dad will be even better. Hubby, go for it. Su Mengyao shouted. Her voice wasn't loud, so the people around them could hear it, but those a little further away probably couldn't. But Lin Chen was no ordinary person. His constitution is now much stronger than that of an ordinary person. Lin Chen's hearing is also a bit stronger than that of an ordinary person. Hearing Su Mengyao's voice, Lin Chen looked towards her. Su Mengyao's face suddenly turned red. Pong. Pong.
In this game, Lin Chen basically didn't make any three-pointers. He let Su Dong and the others do it, and then he would make the layup afterwards. His slam dunks made Zhao Tianyu's head buzz. Zhao Tianyu tried to guard him, but it was like he wasn't guarding at all.
Beep. The halftime whistle blew, and Zhao Tianyu was exhausted like a dog. His face was a mess. It got even messier when he looked at the scoreboard. In the first half, it was 36-23.
They were trailing by 13 points. And of their 23 points in the first half, he had only scored 2. When Lin Chen was on the court, he was basically guarded to death and never got a chance.
How many points did Lin Chen score in the first half? Zhao Tianyu asked one of his teammates. 20.
Every one of them was a slam dunk.
Zhao Tianyu glared at his little brother. He just asked how many points Lin Chen got, and how Lin Chen got them, doesn't he know?
They were all dunks over his head.
Dad, have some water.
Lin Xiaoxian handed Lin Chen a bottle of water. Lin Chen reached out and took it, and Su Mengyao froze. She had just drunk from that bottle, but she didn't want to stop Lin Chen.
There are other people around. What's wrong with the couple drinking a bottle of water? Forget it.
Lin Chen and I have a child together, so it's just a drink of water. Su Mengyao comforted herself secretly. She couldn't accept other people drinking the water she had drunk, but she could barely accept Lin Chen's words.
Lin Chen, wipe your sweat. After Lin Chen finished drinking the water, Su Mengyao handed him a towel. Thanks, wife.
Lin Chen said with a smile.
Su Mengyao.
She rolled her eyes secretly, knowing that he was just taking advantage of the situation. Lin Chen wiped the sweat from his head and neck, then he lifted up his shirt and wiped the sweat from his body.
Wow, Lin Gu, you have 8 abs. Lin Gu, how did you get this body?
Su Dong and the others beside him exclaimed in awe. Su Mengyao's eyes also revealed a look of surprise. Lin Chen not only had muscles on his arms, but also had a six-pack. This guy looks thin in his clothes, but he actually has such a good figure. Su Mengyao muttered to herself. She didn't remember that night 3 years ago, and she had no impression of what Lin Chen's body looked like back then.
Beep. 15 minutes quickly passed. The second half began.
Zhao Tianyu desperately tried to score and stop Lin Chen, but it was useless, as the difference in strength was too great. Lin Chen just picked up the balls that his teammates lost, and he scored 10 more goals.
The final score was 70-43. Zhao Tianyu and the others suffered a heavy defeat. Damn it! Zhao Tianyu wanted to die when he looked at the scoreboard.
Lin Chen had slammed 20 or so shots over his head. His head was buzzing. His legs felt like they were filled with lead. He forced himself to stay on the court for face's sake. Lin Chen played the whole game, and so did he.
But what kind of physique does Lin Chen have, and what kind of physique do you have? Dad, you're so awesome. I want to be as good as you. Lin Chen walked over, and Lin Xiaoxi said happily.
Su Mengyao, Lin Chen, go take a shower, you must be tired after playing 2 games.
Don't cook at home tonight, let's go out for dinner later.
Okay. Lin Chen said with a smile.
Xiaoxi, do you have any objections?
Lin Xiaoxi shook her head and said in a baby voice, Daddy, I want to eat the food you cook, but you're tired.
I can't let you get tired.
Lin Chen looked at Lin Xiaoxian fondly. Although Lin Xiaoxian was young, the things she sometimes said were very heartwarming. Lin Chen, go take a shower in my office.
Xiaoxian, I'll take her, we'll be back in about half an hour. Su Mengyao said. Lin Chen nodded.
Su Mengyao's office had a bedroom, and that bedroom was a suite with a bathroom where you could wash. Her father used to live in the company when he was busy.
Dad. Zhao Tianyu arrived at his father's office.
Zhao Huayuan had already finished his business and returned from outside.
As a result, I know. Don't be discouraged, you didn't lose just 1 game. Although our family assets are not as good as the Su family's, our family assets are also worth 7 to 8 billion. What does Lin Chen have? Zhao Huayuan comforted Zhao Tianyu.
Chapter 51, Mom, you say, husband, I love you. Zhao Tianyu, Lin Chen's parents are both farmers, so I really don't know how he and Su Mengyao had a child.
Did this guy use force? Zhao Huayuan shook his head, how could that be?
If so, he would have been eating public food in prison for the past few years.
Do you think your Uncle Su has developed to the point where he is a vegetarian? Su Mengyao and Lin Chen got drunk? Zhao Tianyu speculated. Zhao Huayuan, don't guess blindly.
3 years have passed, and it's not that easy to figure out these things. And whether or not it's clear is not that important. Lin Chen is good at basketball, so you should play to your strengths and avoid your weaknesses. Zhao Tianyu said apologetically, Dad, I've spent almost all of your money, so you need to support me a little financially. The biggest advantage that he and I have is that our family is rich.
I'll give you 2 million.
But this advantage of yours can only be used against Lin Chen, and you have to be careful how you do it.
Our family isn't as wealthy as the Su family, so if you use it in the wrong way, it might backfire. Zhao Huayuan quickly transferred 2 million yuan to Zhao Tianyu.
This is all the money you have for this year, so spend it wisely.
Zhao Tianyu, what if I make progress? Can I apply for more funding support then? Zhao Huayuan nodded slightly. If you make progress, I'll see the situation and give you some more. You have to use your head, and don't be too hasty.
Lin Chen and Su Mengyao come from different social classes and have different values.
Time will reveal Lin Chen's shortcomings. Zhao Tianyu nodded, Dad, I got it. Lin Chen, this restaurant has a nice environment. As for the taste, no restaurant outside is as delicious as yours anyway. Su Mengyao said.
The three of them arrived at a restaurant by the river, where they could see the beautiful river view through the large French windows.
Mom is right. Dad's cooking is the best, boo.
Lin Xiaoxian said, giving Lin Chen a kiss on the cheek.
Mom, Dad smells good, you should kiss him too.
Lin Xiaoxian looked at Su Mengyao.
Su Mengyao said with a bad mood, Mom kisses or not, and when, is none of your business. You just mind your own business.
Lin Chen laughed, Xiaoxian, Mom is shy.
Adults rarely kiss each other in public. Is that so?
Lin Xiaoxian was a little confused.
Sir, madam, would you like to order now? The waiter came over quickly and asked respectfully.
Lin Chen and the others came to a French restaurant. The environment was very good, and the prices were naturally very beautiful.
Lin Chen, what are you eating?
Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen and asked.
Lin Chen, you know what's good, you order it. Well. Su Mengyao quickly ordered the meal. Dad, what's that?
Lin Xiaoxian asked, looking at a grand piano not far away.
Lin Chen smiled and said, that's a piano. If someone plays it, it can make a very nice sound. You're still too young to learn now. If you want to learn in the future, I can teach you then. Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen in surprise, you can play the piano?
Lin Chen shook his head.
No. But if Xiaoqian wants to learn, I'll learn first. Learning to play the piano shouldn't be that difficult. Su Mengyao nodded.
If someone else said this, she would think they were bragging, but she didn't have any problem with Lin Chen saying it. Lin Chen's cooking, calligraphy, painting, and fairy tale creation are all top-notch, and he even plays basketball really well. In terms of languages, Lin Chen speaks 7 languages. The news she knew was outdated. Lin Chen is now proficient in 10 foreign languages. His experience in foreign languages increased dramatically when he taught Lin Xiaoxi English.
It's not convenient to put a piano in your house, is it? If you play the piano at home, you'll disturb other people. Su Mengyao said. Lin Xiaoxi, Mom, Dad can live with you. Su Mengyao. She has some good feelings towards Lin Chen, but that doesn't mean she's ready to live with him. Lin Chen patted Lin Xiaoxi's little head. Xiaoxi, it's good that you can help Mom and Dad think of a solution. But your grandparents will be back then. It won't be convenient to live together then.
Dad, Mom's house is so big that even your grandparents can live there when they come back. Lin Xiaoqian looked at Lin Chen doubtfully. Lin Chen said, it's not just a matter of whether we can all fit in there. For example, when it comes to eating, you don't like spicy food, but Dad does.
Everyone has different tastes.
It's fine if there are just a few of us, but if there are a lot of people, it would be a hassle to cater to everyone's tastes.
Don't you agree? Lin Xiaoqian nodded. Xiaoqian, if you and I don't move in there, can you think of another solution to this problem? Lin Xiaoxi thought hard. Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoxi across the table.
A faint smile appeared on her face. Lin Chen was very patient with Lin Xiaoxi, much more so than she would have been.
Dad, I've got an idea. There's an empty house outside, we can put it there. Lin Xiaoxi's eyes lit up. Yes, that's a really good idea. As long as we think hard, we'll always find a way, right? Lin Xiaoxi nodded repeatedly. Su Mengyao asked, Lin Chen, what kind of empty house is it?
Lin Chen smiled, I rented a small shop front.
When the book is signed, the book can be delivered directly there.
Xiaoqian will have to buy a bigger one if she wants to use it in the future.
This is not urgent, Xiaoqian doesn't need it for the time being. Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen.
Lin Chen, we only said 6 months ago.
After 6 months, Xiaoqian can go to kindergarten. And at that time, my father will be in charge of things and I will be free. Lin Xiaoxi is puzzled. Mom, what do you mean by 6 months? Lin Chen said, let's not talk about that now. 6 months is still a long time. Maybe you'll have already moved in by then. Su Mengyao.
One dish after another was served.
Lin Chen tried a few.
The ingredients were okay, but the taste was so.
Mom, the food here isn't very tasty. Lin Chen hadn't answered yet when Lin Xiaoxi pouted.
Su Mengyao, it's not that the food here is bad, it's just that Dad can cook better.
You just think the food here is bad, but children shouldn't be picky eaters. I see. My dad is the best, I love you, Dad. Lin Xiaoxi said happily. Lin Chen kissed Lin Xiaoxi, I love you too, Dad.
Lin Xiaoxi blinked, Dad, you have to tell Mom, I love you, wife.
Mom, you have to tell Dad, I love you, husband. Lin Chen and Su Mengyao. I love you, wife.
Lin Chen said with a smile. Lin Xiaoxi looked at Su Mengyao and said, Mom, it's your turn.
Su Mengyao couldn't bring herself to say it.
There were a lot of people on the court, and she was already at the limit of what she could accept now, just saying, husband, come on, while blending in with the crowd.
You're full of crazy ideas. Eat your food.
Su Mengyao said in a bad mood. Lin Chen laughed and said, Xiaoqian, mommy is shy.
After a while, mommy might not be so shy anymore. Chapter 52, Special Guests. It was dark outside after dinner. Mengyao, shall we go to my place to sleep tonight? Lin Chen asked.
Su Mengyao shook her head and said, the driver is here to pick me up. You take Xiaoqian home and drive carefully.
Okay. Lin Chen nodded. He didn't push for it.
The relationship with Su Mengyao will develop naturally. He is a man, so he will take the initiative a little, but the Su family is so wealthy that it is not appropriate for him to be too proactive in pursuing her. Besides, he is not the kind of person who is too proactive.
Mom, see you tomorrow.
Lin Xiaoxi waved her hand goodbye to Su Mengyao.
Drip.
Su Mengyao returned home and her father called on the video.
It was morning in the United States. Dad.
Su Mengyao called out when the video was connected.
Su Guofeng, Mengyao, Lin Chen's situation is a bit different from what I found out back then. How come his basketball skills are so good? Su Mengyao muttered to herself, not just his basketball skills are good. Dad, the person you found back then wasn't any good. Su Guofeng, when Lin Chen was playing basketball, you were shouting go, honey. You have a crush on him, don't you? Su Mengyao blushed slightly and said coquettishly, Dad, you're in your 40s, can you stop being so nosy? How is this gossip? I'm just concerned about you.
Su Mengyao, after all, he is Sisai's father.
If it weren't for him back then, I would have suffered a lot more. It's normal for me to have a little bit of a good impression of Lin Chen, right? Normal. Su Guofeng nodded.
After the basketball game is over, you ask Lin Chen and Sisai to come over for a visit, and we'll give you our blessing.
Su Mengyao muttered, what blessing? Crystal has already been rejected. What did you say? Su Guofeng asked. Su Mengyao said it so quietly that he didn't hear clearly. It's nothing. Mom, don't you miss Sisai? I've already talked to Lin Chen, and I'll ask him to bring Sisai over.
Su Mengyao said, don't give him a hard time.
Lin Chen hasn't done anything to me, and he is Sisai's father, which is unchangeable.
Su Guofeng nodded, don't worry, it won't come to that. Your parents are not the kind of parents who don't understand things.
We just want to get to know him. We just hope you can be happy in the future.
Su Mengyao, Dad, don't be too surprised when the time comes.
Su Guofeng's eyes showed surprise. You mean Lin Chen and I know very differently? Well. Su Mengyao nodded, and you can find out for yourself.
He and Shishi will go over there for a few days.
Okay. Su Guofeng wondered how different Lin Chen was. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Lin Xiaoqian was eating breakfast and thinking about lunch. Dad, can we not eat lunch at Mum's? I have an idea. Lin Chen asked, what idea?
Lin Xiaoqian blinked. Dad, you cook lunch, and we'll take it over to Mum's to eat. Lin Chen looked at Lin Xiaoqian with a smile.
Dad, can we? Of course you can, that's a very good idea. He. At lunchtime, Lin Chen took the lunch to Su Mengyau's office. Lin Chen, why did you bring lunch? Su Mengyao asked in surprise. Lin Chen scratched Lin Xiaoxi's little nose. During breakfast, Xiaoxi suggested bringing lunch here. Mom, am I smart?
Lin Xiaoxi looked at Su Mengyao with a little pride. Su Mengyao said impatiently, for a mouthful of food, Xiaoxi, you really went all out, and Lin Chen really spoils her.
Let's eat.
Lin Chen said with a smile. He bought a multi-layer lunchbox to bring the food, and Su Mengyao took out the dishes one by one from it. Just as they started eating, Su Mengyao's assistant knocked on the door and came in. The aroma of the food made her salivate.
What is it? Su Mengyao asked. President, there is a document here for you to sign. Bring it. Su Mengyao quickly read it and signed it.
The assistant went outside, and she rubbed her stomach. She wasn't hungry before, but after her trip inside, she felt hungry. Lin Ji's cooking skills were probably very good. He had good cooking skills, was good at basketball, and had a good figure. He had many good qualities, but compared to the CEO, he was still lacking in many ways.
Su Mengyao's assistant thought to herself.
In her opinion, very few people could match up to Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao was an only child, and her family had assets of 30 billion yuan.
This alone could eliminate countless people in an instant.
In addition, Su Mengyao is extremely beautiful, and she is also very talented.
She is highly skilled at the guzheng and piano. Dad, I don't want to take a nap at noon. Lin Xiaoxi said. You're not going to take a nap at noon? Dad, you're going to compete, and I want to cheer for you. Lin Chen laughed and said, as long as you can hold out, you can stay up. Lin Xiaoqian nodded.
She didn't nap, and Lin Chen went up in the first game, and there was no doubt that their team won. Halfway through the second game, Lin Xiaoqian's eyes became unfocused.
Dad, I'm running out of battery.
Lin Xiaoqian said listlessly. Su Mengyao was busy with something else, and Lin Chen looked at Su Dong. Su Dong, I'm not going to go up next.
Lin Gu, you're busy. We're already so far ahead, it's not a problem.
Su Dong said with a smile. Lin Chen nodded and left with Lin Xiaoqian in his arms. Lin Xiaoqian fell asleep as soon as she got back to the office and lay on the bed. Half an hour later, Su Mengyao returned.
Did we win? Lin Chen asked with a smile.
Su Mengyao, 52-45, a 7-point lead. Your team won the championship of Group A. Lin Chen, there is a special guest coming to the final tomorrow.
Who? He is a coach, the men's basketball team of Shanghai. Lin Chen was puzzled. You called him?
Su Mengyao shook her head. He contacted me.
Don't you watch short videos? You've become a bit of an internet sensation. More than one person has made a video and posted it online. Coach Liang must have seen the video, because he asked someone to contact me and wants to come watch our final tomorrow.
Lin Chen shook his head. It's no use if he comes.
I'm not going to agree to play basketball with him. Su Mengyao, Lin Chen, don't you want to think about it? With your level, you probably wouldn't have any problems making the national team. You'd become a basketball star and have unlimited opportunities. Becoming a basketball star is much better than becoming a painter or a calligrapher in terms of fame. Let's talk about it later. For now, I'm not interested. Lin Chen said.
Su Mengyao looked away, her face turning red. If we really get together in the future, my father will manage the company, and I will have time to take care of Cici.
You will have time for your career.
Lin Chen stared at Su Mengyao.
Su Mengyao's face turned even redder when he looked at her. You, don't stare at me. I mean if. What I just said was just an assumption, okay? Tomorrow you can get to know Coach Liang, don't reject him too strongly.
Su Mengyao said with a little panic in her eyes. Lin Chen said with a smile, okay, you can't go wrong by listening to your wife.
Su Mengyao.
She gave Lin Chen a wide-eyed glance. Lin Chen, don't be too narcissistic, I just don't want to delay you because of Cici.
That way I would feel like I owe you too much.
Lin Chen shook his head. You don't have to think that way. For me now, taking care of little Xiaoxi is the most important thing. By the way, even if we don't get together, you can take care of Xiaoxi if you don't care about the company anymore.
Su Mengyao was stunned.
The next second, she said in a shy and annoyed voice, when Xiaoxi wakes up, you should leave quickly.
I don't want to see you. Chapter 53, Victory in the Finals, a high-paying offer. Lao Liang, what's so good that you called me out?
Song Yuandao, the owner of the Shanghai Magic men's basketball team, asked.
He was told to come over by Lao Liang Hui, the head coach of the Shanghai Magic men's basketball team.
Liang Hui poured a glass of wine for Song Yuandao. Boss, this time it's really good news.
I've discovered a genius. Song Yuandao, Lao Liang, let me see.
You've discovered 9 in the past 5 years as head coach. No, with this one it's 10 geniuses.
But the record is not good. His team is barely holding on. Liang Hui is a little embarrassed.
Boss, before it was a little genius, and now it's a big genius. Song Yuan said impatiently, next time it will be a top genius, and the next time it will be a once-in-a-century super genius, and the next time it will be a once-in-a-millennium peerless genius.
Liang Hui.
Lao Liang, now that it is barely holding on, if another genius comes back, I estimate that I will have to lose quite a bit every month.
The general environment is in a slump, and the landlord's family doesn't have any surplus food.
Liang Hui took out a tablet computer he had prepared. Boss, just watch a few videos and you'll understand.
He said this and opened the tablet to click on a video.
In the video, a young man easily broke through the defense, then leapt up like lightning and made a violent dunk.
Hey! Song Yuan's eyes showed surprise.
He's fast, I'm afraid no one on our team can match that speed.
Boss, watch again.
Liang Hui flipped to the next video, and he edited it, leaving only some key clips. In this clip, Lin Chen jumped and dunked from just outside the 2-point line. What a strong jump and body control.
Song Yuan's eyes revealed a look of surprise.
Liang Hui flipped to the third clip, where Lin Chen casually sank a 3-pointer.
This is average. His opponent was weak, so making a 3-pointer was nothing. Song Yuan shook his head.
Liang Hui, in 4 games, he has made 10 of 13 3-pointers.
Boss, do you still think that's average? Song Yuan was shocked. 13 shots and 10 makes? That's an incredible shooting percentage. But in 4 games, why did he only have 13 shots?
Liang Hui, in the first game, he only played for 10 minutes and made 4 of 5 3-pointers, scoring more than 20 points by himself.
He turned the game around.
Later on, he mainly gave up his chances and let others score, so he made fewer shots himself. Otherwise, his numbers would have been much better.
Song Yuan was shocked. Even if the opponent was weak, scoring 20 points in 10 minutes? Scoring 20 points in a game is pretty impressive. Lao Liang, he really is a good prospect. You should just recruit him. You didn't report every one of them in the past. Song Yuan said. This kind of good seedling can't be taken by others.
Boss, it's a bit difficult to recruit him.
Song Yuan, he wants more money. Do you need my approval? I'm willing to spend money on such a genius. Tell me, how much do you need to get him? Liang Hui sighed. I haven't approached him yet, so he hasn't made an offer.
But according to the information I've got, he has a good wife, and I'm afraid that will affect him joining our team.
Song Yuan frowned. You said he has a good wife, and you said his wife will affect him joining our team. What's going on? Why do I hear a contradiction?
Liang Hui smiled wryly. His wife is too good.
His wife is Su Mengyao. Song Yuan was stunned. Su Guofeng's daughter Su Mengyao? Yes. Song Yuan. He said angrily, Liang, aren't you just teasing me? My assets are barely 1/10 of the Su family's. What makes me qualified to woo Su Mengyao's husband? Liang Hui and Song Yuan had a drink and said, Boss, it's not entirely impossible.
His name is Lin Chen, his family is ordinary, and he is now at home raising his children.
Song Yuan, the woman works outside the home, and the man works inside? Lin Chen is so highly skilled, it's a waste. Liang Hui nodded, yes.
They're playing in the finals tomorrow, and I was thinking that I would go watch, and then try to recruit him, but I didn't realize that he was Su Mengyao's husband.
So? Liang Hui gave a wry smile. Song Yuan, so you want to drag me along?
In front of Su Mengyao, my face doesn't hold much more value than yours.
But if we go together, it will show more sincerity.
After considering for a while, Song Yuan nodded, I'm free tomorrow, so I'll go with you tomorrow.
Time passed and it was the afternoon of the next day. Song Yuan and Liang Hui sat low-key next to the court.
Many spectators had gathered around the court. Lin Chen hugged Lin Xiaoxian and walked over. Su Mengyao was next to him.
President. Brother Lin. Many people around them greeted them.
When they reached the sidelines, Lin Chen handed Lin Xiaoxian to Su Mengyao.
Dad, you do your best.
Lin Xiaoxian said sweetly.
Lin Chen looked at Su Mengyao and said with a smile, Xiaoxian is cheering for me. What about you, wife? Su Mengyao.
Many people were watching, and Su Mengyao said, good luck, honey.
Lin Chen and Su Dong entered the court. The game started soon.
Song Yuan and Liang Hui found it a bit too eye-catching, as the level of everyone other than Lin Chen was very amateurish. But they weren't there to watch those people.
Pong.
Swish. Lin Chen began his own performance. Dunk, 3-pointers, Lin Chen scored easily and comfortably. He had also taught Lin Xiaoxi basketball for quite some time over the past 2 days, and her skills had improved a lot based on the previous foundation. She was already approaching the level of a master. The master level is the top level in the country, and Lin Chen has not yet reached it, but his physique is much stronger than that of a basketball player.
Coupled with his strong physique, Lin Chen's current level of basketball is definitely at the top level in the country. Boss, what do you think?
The game is nearing its end, and Liang Hui asked in a low voice. Song Yuan said, Lin Chen is very strong, and his opponent is too weak.
He probably hasn't even fully displayed his strength yet. Let's go talk to Su Mengyao and the others later. Okay. The game ended soon after.
Without a doubt, Lin Chen's team won first place.
Lin Gu, thanks for leading the way. Lin Gu, shall we buy you a drink tonight?
Su Dong and the others spoke with joy. Lin Chen laughed and said, drinking is fine, but I'll treat you all.
I'll let you know after I find a good place. How about 6 o'clock?
Su Dong and the others nodded. It was now 4:30, so they could take a shower, rest up, and then go out for dinner and drinks.
Wife, I'm meeting Su Dong and the others for drinks tonight. You and Xiaoxian won't be going, right?
If you go, I don't think Su Dong and the others will be able to let loose at all.
Lin Chen said as he approached Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao nodded and said, you come with me to the second floor. Let the assistant take Lin Xiaoxian first. Su Mengyao and Lin Chen went to the second floor. There were only 2 people on the entire second floor. Mr. Song, Coach Liang.
Lin Chen and Su Mengyao walked closer, and Su Mengyao spoke.
Hello, Mr. Su. Song Yuan and Coach Liang hurriedly said. Mr. Song, let me introduce you. This is my husband, Lin Chen. Husband, this is Song Yuan, the owner of the Shanghai Magic men's basketball team. Mr. Song, this is head coach Liang Hui.
Su Mengyao said with a smile. Lin Chen shook hands with Song Yuan.
He looked indifferent.
He didn't have the wealth of Song Yuan and his family, but he had various skills, and those were the fundamentals. Liang Hui rubbed his hands and said, Lin Chen, your level is extremely high.
Are you interested in coming to our Shanghai men's basketball team? Song Yuan, we can offer you an annual salary of 8 million. Chapter 54, Grandma, we are at Dad's house. Su Mengyao was surprised. Mr. Song, is it that low? Aren't NBA stars all worth tens of millions of dollars?
Song Yuan bitterly smiled. Su, the highest annual salary in our team is only this much. How can we compare with the NBA? However, players can take endorsements on their own, and the money they earn when their fame goes up is more than just these 8 million.
Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen. Honey, the side business you're involved in also has tens of millions of income a month, right?
Lin Chen smiled. 10 million is not necessarily possible, but 8 million should be.
Song Yuan and Liang Hui were shocked. Lin Chen's side business actually earns this much a month, so what is the appeal of an annual salary of 8 million? President Su, I'm sorry to disturb you.
Liang Hui said regretfully. Lin Chen smiled and said, Coach Liang, I won't sign a contract with you, but I still like basketball very much.
Xiaoxian is still young. I don't have time right now. If I have time in the future, I can play occasionally. In this case, can I play? Liang Hui and the others' eyes lit up. Of course you can, there is a foreign player quota. You can find a foreigner, let alone a native. It's just that the treatment like this. Lin Chen laughed. I don't care about the treatment, you just arrange it as you see fit. I have 3 small requests. First, I usually don't have time to participate in training. Second, I will only participate in the competitions I want to participate in.
Third, if Mengyao and my daughter want to watch, I hope that they can be given good seats. Song Yuan agreed immediately, no problem.
Lin Chen doesn't even ask for treatment, these are all trivial matters.
Of course, even if Lin Chen doesn't ask for treatment, they will definitely not give Lin Chen any less money than they should.
Lin Chen, when will you be free? Liang Hui looked at Lin Chen expectantly.
Lin Chen smiled and said, when I'm free depends on when Mengyao is free to take Xiaoxian. I don't think I'll be free in the next 2 or 3 months.
Song Yuan and the others nodded. The 2 or 3 months passed quickly. Before long, Song Yuan and the others said their goodbyes and left. Su Mengyao said, Lin Chen, I didn't realize that their team's annual salary was so low. Low?
8 million a year is low for a local tyrant like you, but it's pretty high for an ordinary person. I couldn't even make 80,000 a year before.
Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen, that's because you don't want to earn it. If you want to earn it, you can easily earn 100 million a year.
Lin Chen now has time to write fairy tales, and he makes a lot of money.
If he works hard, he will definitely earn even more. With such a low annual salary, I thought you would just refuse. Why did you agree to go with them in the future?
Su Mengyao was a little puzzled.
Lin Chen laughed and said, I like it. I think many people would be willing to pay to play a game with basketball stars. I get paid to play in the competition. Why wouldn't I want to do it? And haven't you noticed that Cici is very excited?
What Cici needs most right now is companionship, but when she gets older, she will need more than companionship.
By then, other people's fathers will be enjoying their success, but will her father just be stuck at home? Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. Lin Chen really thinks a lot about Lin Xiaoxi.
Lin Chen laughed and said, actually, there's another reason.
What reason?
Lin Chen gazed into Su Mengyao's eyes. I need to show off my strength in the future, otherwise others might gossip behind my back and say that your husband is incompetent.
Su Mengyao. I don't care about that.
Lin Chen, what happened back then might come to light in the future.
If I'm incompetent and it comes to light, and others look at you with sympathetic eyes, won't you feel bad? If I'm powerful, what happened back then was destined by fate, and others won't be able to envy me. Su Mengyao looked at Lin Chen in a daze. Fate ordained affinity?
Su Mengyao muttered to herself. No one else knew, but she already knew that Lin Chen was very outstanding.
Perhaps this really was her and Lin Chen's fate?
The shadow in her heart had quietly shrunk quite a bit. Lin Chen, you should go take a shower quickly. After you shower, take a rest, and drink less tonight.
Su Mengyao said.
I can't drive after drinking at night, so how about you stay at my place tonight and drive back with Xiaoxian early?
Lin Chen took out his car, asked with some confusion, Mengyao, it doesn't sound like you're at home, does it? I'm at a friend's house. Su Mengyao said. Lin Xiaoxi heard Yang Qingyue's voice and ran over cheerfully, Mom, is that Grandma? I heard Grandma's voice. Xiaoxi, it's Grandma. Yang Qingyue's eyes lit up and she shouted with joy. Su Mengyao pointed her phone at Lin Xiaoxi, and she had a vague feeling of foreboding. Grandma, I miss you so much. Yang Qingyue, Grandma misses you too, Sisai. Sisai, where are you and Mommy?
We're at Daddy's house.
Lin Xiaoxi answered quickly. Su Mengyao. Chapter 55, A Master of Basketball. Yang Qingyue thought for a moment.
It was almost 9 o'clock in the country at this point, and Su Mengyao was still at Lin Chen's place. It was likely that Su Mengyao was sleeping at Lin Chen's place that night.
Sisai, why aren't you asleep yet? Yang Qingyue asked with a smile.
Lin Xiaoxi said sweetly, my mom and I are waiting for Dad. Dad won the championship, but he can't drink and drive, so we're waiting for Dad to come home together.
Yang Qingyue's eyes revealed a look of surprise.
Mengyao, Sisai's language skills have improved a lot. Su Mengyao nodded. It may be that she stayed with Lin Chen, and Lin Chen talked to her more, so her language skills have improved a lot.
Mom, is there anything else? I have to go. Lin Xiaoxian said doubtfully, Mom, where are you going?
You said you were sleeping here with Dad.
Su Mengyao. What a good daughter, first place in the demolition category. Yang Qingyue said impatiently, Mengyao, you can sleep there if you want, what's there to hide? Cici is still honest. Cici, are you sleeping with your mother or your father?
Lin Xiaoxian said crisply, Grandma, I slept with my father yesterday, and today I'll sleep with my mother.
Mengyao, Cici's bath is ready.
Lin Chan's voice came from the master bedroom.
Su Mengyao quickly said, Mom, Sisai is going to take a bath, so I can't chat with you now. Sisai needs to take a bath and go to bed quickly. Okay. Yang Qingyue nodded, and Sisai said bye-bye. Grandma said bye-bye. Su Mengyao quickly hung up the phone. She tapped Lin Xiaoxi with her finger and said, Sisai, aren't you in the bedroom with Dad? Why did you come out? Lin Xiaoxian, Mom, I'm afraid you'll leave. If you leave, I'll be so sad.
Su Mengyao's heart ached slightly. Mom said she'd sleep over, so naturally she wouldn't leave. Lin Xiaoxian pouted, Mom, you just said you were leaving.
Mom, can you give me a bath? Okay. Su Mengyao nodded.
She knew that Lin Xiaoxian was still afraid that she would leave.
Lin Chen came out and said, Mengyao, Xiaoxian's bath is ready, why don't you go over there?
Lin Xiaoxian, Dad, I've already had a video chat with Grandma, and I want Mom to give me a bath today.
Okay. Lin Chen nodded.
Half an hour later, Lin Xiaoxian fell asleep.
Lin Chen also finished his bath and went to work in the study. He had to update tongxin.com. Knock, knock.
Just as he finished writing an article, there was a knock on the door. Lin Chen opened the door and Su Mengyao was there. She had finished her bath and looked especially charming at this time of day. Lin Chen really wanted to kiss her tender face.
Mengyao, what's up? Lin Chen asked as he invited Su Mengyao into the room.
Su Mengyao said with a sigh, My mom knows I'm sleeping here tonight.
They'll definitely suspect our relationship. Lin Chen, they're very against us? Su Mengyao shook her head, not really.
If I make a choice, they will respect my choice.
They don't know some of your circumstances. Lin Chen laughed lightly, you didn't tell them, are you afraid they will think you are helping me earn points? Anyway, you have to go over there, you can say whatever you want. Su Mengyao pouted.
Lin Chen said with a smile, that's fine, I will say it myself, I will try to win the approval of your parents-in-law.
Su Mengyao. What in-laws? Don't talk nonsense.
Lin Chen said in surprise, I'm not talking nonsense.
We've got our marriage certificate, aren't they my in-laws? Su Mengyao gave Lin Chen a wide-eyed glance.
Our marriage is just a matter between the three of us, and has nothing to do with your parents, or my parents.
They are not your in-laws. Lin Chen nodded, okay, if your father and I hit it off really well, we'll be on a first-name basis. Su Mengyao. Your passport will be ready tomorrow, and the visa is already ready. You and Xixi will fly to the United States the day after tomorrow. Lin Chen asked, Mengyao, what do your parents like? I can't go to see them with empty hands. You don't need to prepare anything.
Lin Chen shook his head, that won't do. If we are together in the future, when they look back, it would be bad if I didn't bring anything when I first met them.
Who said we would be together? You, if you want to prepare something, just prepare a little. Su Mengyao said, turned around and quickly left the study.
Lin Chen's face revealed a faint smile. Slowly melting Su Mengyao, the iceberg president, is quite interesting. In the United States, Su Guofeng pushed open the door to the hospital room. He stayed with his wife during the day, and slept elsewhere at night. Yang Qingyue, if there is an emergency, the doctors and nurses will notify him, and he lives close by, so he can come quickly.
Wife, how are you feeling today? Su Guofeng asked. Yang Qingyue, I'm fine, but Mengyao has a problem. Su Guofeng's face changed, Mengyao is sick? Yang Qingyue shook his head, it's not that she's sick.
She slept over at Lin Chen's place, and it's probably not the first time.
Lin Chen won the competition?
Xixi said that Daddy is the champion. Lin Chen drank with someone else at night, and Mengyao drove the car. She and Xixi waited for Lin Chen to go home together.
Su Guofeng took out breakfast from the thermos.
Lin Chen's team did win.
Mengyao has probably approved of Lin Chen a lot.
Yang Qingyue said impatiently, that's nonsense.
If it wasn't like that, how could Mengyao sleep at Lin Chen's? What do you think, honey? Su Guofeng, what else can I think?
Before our daughter makes a choice, we'll try our best to keep an eye on things.
If she does choose, we parents can only wish them well. How could I do anything to drive them apart?
Yang Qingyue was a little surprised, you seem to approve of Lin Chen a little more.
Su Guofeng nodded. It's true.
Before, I thought Lin Chen was very ordinary and completely unworthy of Mengyao, but now I've discovered that Lin Chen is not bad.
At least he's good at basketball and takes care of Cece. At this, Su Guofeng took out his phone. He clicked on a video. The video was some highlights of Lin Chen playing basketball. Yang Qingyue had not yet seen it. Soon, Yang Qingyue's eyes revealed surprise. Lin Chen's basketball level completely crushed the rest. After watching the 3-minute video, Yang Qingyue said, "Hubby, I don't know basketball, but I think Lin Chen is awesome." Su Guofeng nodded slightly. He really was awesome. I consulted a friend, and Lin Chen is at a level where he can play in the NBA. There are quite a few people on NBA teams whose level is not as good as his. Yang Qingyue was surprised. Su Guofeng, I'll talk to Lin Chen about it and see if he's willing to develop in the United States. If he is, I can find some connections to get him into the NBA. If he gets professional training, his skills may improve. Yang Qingyue nodded slightly. Dad, catch the ball. Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoxi were shooting hoops downstairs in the community. These past few days, Lin Xiaoxi has been quite interested in basketball. Lin Chen has also spent more time playing basketball with Lin Xiaoxi. Host, the time you have spent teaching Lin Xiaoxi basketball has reached 10 hours, and your level has increased to master level. The system's voice sounded in Lin Chen's mind. Lin Chen has obtained a lot of basketball-related information, and at the same time, changes have occurred in all of his muscles and nerves. Finally, he has reached master level. Lin Chen's face revealed a faint smile. With his master level and his physique, there will be no more than 10 people in the world who are better at basketball than him. Chapter 56. Lin Chen arrives in the United States. General Lin Xiaoqian, welcome aboard. Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoqian boarded Su Mengyao's private jet. This jet is registered in Su Mengyao's name. Hello, Auntie Ye and Auntie Tonton. Lin Xiaoqian called sweetly. Lin Chen nodded, and he carried Lin Xiaoqian to the cabin. Su Mengyao's plane is a Gulfstream G550. The interior is very luxurious. Lin Chen was secretly impressed. It's really good to be rich. He used to fly in economy class, which was very crowded. He really didn't expect that he could fly on a private jet, and that the private jet was even his wife's. President Lin, the plane needs to refuel halfway, and our total flight time will be about 16 hours. If there is anything you need, please feel free to let us know. One of the flight attendants respectfully said. Lin Chen nodded. The flight attendant left. Lin Xiaoqian said, Dad, let's fold paper airplanes, I want to give them to Grandpa and Grandma. Okay. Lin Chen smiled. He taught Lin Xiaoqian how to fold a paper airplane. 5 minutes passed, and a lot of information about airplanes flooded into Lin Chen's mind, most of which was about the Gulfstream G550 he was currently riding in. System, it can't be that there's something wrong with the plane, so this is the information I'm getting from folding paper airplanes, right? Lin Chen said in his head. If that was the case, he would have taken Lin Xiaoxi off the plane. System, Master, no. You are currently inside this plane, so you will receive priority access to this kind of information, and if there is an accident, you will be able to handle it. HM. Lin Chen let out a small sigh of relief. Half an hour passed. Boom. The private jet Lin Chen was on took off lightly. Lin Chen kept an eye on Lin Xiaoxi's situation. When the plane lifted off and the air pressure changed, adults would feel very uncomfortable. Fortunately, Lin Xiaoxi was fine. She's been on many flights before and knows how to deal with it. Dad, let's continue. Lin Xiaoqian giggled after the plane had calmed down. Okay. Lin Chen continued to teach Lin Xiaoqian how to fold paper airplanes, and a large amount of information about airplanes kept flooding into his mind. 2 hours passed, and Lin Chen's knowledge of this plane was definitely no less than that of the pilot and co-pilot. Dad, I'm so sleepy. I want to go to sleep. Lin Xiaoqian yawned. Lin Chen smiled, Xiaoqian, you can sleep if you want. We have a long journey ahead of us, so we'll fold the paper planes when you wake up. Okay. Lin Xiaoqian fell asleep, and Lin Chen also drifted off. Lin Chen had never slept on an economy flight before, but the spacious seats on the private jet were very comfortable for sleeping. Time passed quickly. Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoqian spent 15 hours on the plane, and Lin Xiaoqian spent 4 or 5 hours folding paper planes. Lin Chen's skills in airplanes have greatly improved. He knows a lot about this Gulfstream G550. Even its chief designer may not know as much as he does. Boom! With a loud roar, the plane landed, and Lin Chen and the others landed at New York City International Airport.
The plane slowly taxied to the parking area.
A black car was waiting for Lin Chen and the others here. "Mr. Lin, please get in the car. The boss told me to pick you up and take Xiaoxi to the hotel."
The driver next to the vehicle said respectfully.
Lin Chen nodded, he hugged Lin Xiaoxi and got into the car. The driver quickly got into the car and took Lin Chen and them away smoothly. "Mengyao, we've landed. We're going to the hotel now, put our things away and go to the hospital." Lin Chen sent a message to Su Mengyao. "Su Mengyao, Lin Chen, are you guys okay? You need to adjust to the time difference when you get to the New York side." "I'm fine, and Xiaoxi is in good spirits too." HM. Su Mengyao put down her phone.
She looked at the documents in front of her, but for a long time she didn't really look at them.
"Will it be okay for my parents to meet Lin Chen?"
Lin Chen is after all Cece's father. If they have conflicts, Cece will be in a difficult position caught in the middle. Su Mengyao muttered to herself. More than an hour later, Lin Chen and Lin Cece arrived at the hotel. The driver who had brought them there took them to their room.
"Mr. Lin, look over there. Mrs. Su is in that hospital, Ward 306, 3rd District. Here is the pass. You need it to enter." The driver gave Lin Chen a pass.
Lin Chen looked out the window. "It's very close, it shouldn't take more than 10 minutes to walk there."
The driver nodded. "It should take about 15 minutes to get from here to the ward.
By the way, President Su is staying in the room next to yours, 305. It's daytime now, and President Su is inside the hospital." Lin Xiaoxian said in a baby voice, "Daddy, let's go find Grandpa and Grandma. I miss Grandpa and Grandma so much."
The driver said, "Mr. Lin, you have my business card. If you need a car, just call me." "Okay." Lin Chen nodded. The driver left. Lin Chen asked, "Xiaoxian, aren't you tired after such a long flight? Should we go over there tomorrow? It's 3 or 4 p.m. here in New York City." "Dad, I'm not tired."
"Are you tired, Dad?" Lin Chen shook his head. Private jets allow you to sleep while lying down, and with his constitution, he had absolutely no problem.
"Dad, let's go then."
"Okay." Lin Chen took the gifts for Su Guofeng and the others and set off. The distance was close, and it wasn't long before Lin Chen and the others arrived at the entrance to the hospital. This was a private hospital, and Lin Chen showed his pass before entering. The proximity of the distance made Lin Chen even more nervous.
Drip. Lin Chen's phone rang. He put it on and Lin Xiaoxi took out the phone. The call was from Su Mengyao. "Lin Chen, you've arrived at the hotel, right?"
Su Mengyao asked when the call was connected.
"Lin Chen, we've already entered the hospital. In 2 or 3 minutes, we'll be in the ward." Su Mengyao's heart tightened. "You're going today?" "Yes. Xiaoxi wants to meet her grandparents.
It's not too late, so I'll take her to see them today."
Su Mengyao said in silence for a few seconds, "My father loves calligraphy, and my mother loves music.
She plays the guzheng very well." Lin Chen's face showed a faint smile. "Mengyao, don't worry, I will try my best to gain the approval of your parents."
"Su Mengyao. I was just talking casually. Give the phone to Cece, I want to talk to her."
Not long after Su Mengyao finished speaking, Lin Chen hung up the phone.
Su Mengyao couldn't concentrate on the documents anymore, so she got up and went to the window.
"Please don't argue with my parents,"
Su Mengyao thought to herself.
Her heart was beating fast.
"Room 306, 3rd ward, this is it."
Lin Chen took Lin Xiaoxi outside the ward. Su Mengyao's mother had already been in surgery for a while, and she could have been discharged, but the Su family was wealthy, and Su Guofeng was more at ease continuing to stay in the hospital. If there are any special circumstances, the doctor can deal with it immediately.
Knock, knock.
Lin Chen reached out and knocked on the door.
Chapter 57 Meeting Su Mengyao's parents. Click. Su Guofeng opened the door. "Grandpa."
Lin Xiaoxi called cheerfully, and Lin Chen smiled slightly. "Uncle Su, my name is Lin Chen, I'm Cece's father."
Lin Xiaoxi, "Daddy, you got it wrong. Grandpa is Mommy's father, you have to call Grandpa father too."
Su Guofeng reached out and hugged Lin Xiaoxi. He kissed her and said with a smile, "Xiaoxi, you're right, I'll let your father correct this mistake in the future." "Lin Chen, come in quickly. You've had a long flight, I'm sorry for the trouble."
"I thought you were coming tomorrow." The three of them went into the room.
The room was in soot, with a living room outside and the patient's room inside. Xiaoxian said she missed her grandparents. It's convenient to come here, so we just came directly. Lin Chen said, taking off a painting tube hanging on his shoulder. Uncle Su, I don't know what to bring as a gift. I hope you and Auntie Yang like this painting.
Su Guofeng, please bring Qianqian over. What other gifts did you bring? It's us who should thank you.
Lin Xiaoqian was a little puzzled. It seemed that her grandfather didn't know her father very well.
Grandpa, where's Grandma?
Lin Xiaoqian asked. Su Guofeng smiled and said, your grandmother fell asleep and hasn't woken up yet, but she should be waking up soon at this hour.
Husband, is that Cici here? Let me see Cici quickly.
Yang Qingyue said anxiously from inside the ward.
Su Guofeng held Lin Xiaoxi and pushed open the door.
Lin Xiaoxi looked at Yang Qingyue on the hospital bed in a daze, and her eyes quickly reddened. Grandma, you've lost weight.
In a short time, water droplets appeared in Lin Xiaoxi's eyes. Cici, don't cry.
Grandma is fine, she just hasn't been eating much lately, and the food here doesn't really suit her appetite.
Yang Qingyue said anxiously, trying to comfort her. Lin Cici's tears flowed. Grandma, are you sick? You must get better soon. Grandma will hurry and get better. Yang Qingyue hurriedly said.
As she spoke, her gaze fell on Lin Chen.
Auntie Yang, my name is Lin Chen, I'm Cici's father.
Yang Qingyue smiled. Mengyao said that you are now taking care of Cici, and you are doing a great job.
You have worked hard.
Lin Chen shook his head. It's not hard to take care of Cici.
Cici is very understanding, and she brings me a lot of joy. Su Guofeng helped Yang Qingyue sit up.
Grandma, your hands have also become thin. Lin Cici held Yang Qingyue's hands in her small hands. Yang Qingyue was not fat to begin with, and now her hands feel a bit bony.
Cici, don't worry, Grandma will be fine.
Yang Qingyue said softly.
Lin Xiaoqian, Grandma, you have to eat more rice.
Speaking of this, Lin Xiaoqian's eyes lit up, and she looked at Lin Chen. Dad, can we bring Grandma rice?
Of course you can.
Lin Chen said with a smile. Lin Xiaoqian said happily, Grandma, Dad's cooking is the best, you'll like it, Grandma.
Really?
Then Grandma is looking forward to it.
Yang Qingyue smiled and said, Hubby, help me out of bed.
I'll get up and go sit in the living room for a while.
Cici, let's go out first.
Lin Chen carried Lin Xiaoxi outside, and a few minutes later, Su Guofeng and Yang Qingyue arrived. The living room was 50 to 60 square meters in size, with a sofa and a TV.
This was still quite a good hospital environment.
Naturally, the cost was not low.
Grandma, Dad is also a doctor. If you get sick, do you want Dad to take a look at you?
Lin Xiaoxian said in a baby voice.
Yang Qingyue said in surprise, Lin Chen, you also know how to practice medicine?
Lin Chen nodded, I know a little. I can handle Xiaoxian's cold, but I may not be able to handle the complicated ones.
That's also very good. It's very common for children to have colds, fever, and coughs. Yang Qingyue smiled and said, Lao Su showed me a video of you playing basketball. I didn't realize you were that good.
Lin Xiaoxi's eyes lit up. Grandma, I watched Dad play basketball.
Dad is the best. Su Guofeng said, Lin Chen, do you want to play in the NBA? I can help you find someone to get you into the NBA. Uncle Su, I don't have that in mind for now.
The most important thing for me right now is to take care of Xiaoxi, Lin Chen said.
Su Guofeng nodded. If you have any ideas in the future, you can talk to me and I will try to help you arrange it. Thank you, Uncle Su. Lin Xiaoxi was puzzled. Dad, you guys are weird. What's wrong? Lin Chen asked.
Lin Xiaoxi said doubtfully, Dad, we are a family, and it is only right for family members to help each other. You thanked your father-in-law, and he thanked his father-in-law.
Why? Yang Qingyue, Cici, it's probably because Grandpa and Grandma haven't seen you and your father for a long time. Over time, we've grown a little apart from each other. Lao Su, you and Lin Chen go out for a walk, and you guys have a good chat. Cici, Grandma will keep you company. Lin Xiaoxi nodded. Lin Chen and Su Guofeng arrived downstairs. Su Guofeng chose a very high-end private hospital.
The environment in the hospital was very good, and the downstairs was like a park. Lin Chen, about that incident that happened back then, we actually have to say thank you to you.
If it wasn't for you, Mengyao's psychological trauma back then would definitely have been much greater. She might even have considered suicide.
The two of them walked slowly as Su Guofeng spoke. Lin Chen shook his head. Uncle Su, you don't have to thank me. Su Guofeng, I still have to thank you properly. If you want to enter the NBA, I'll help you get in. If you don't want to, I'll give you 10 million yuan in startup funds. Lin Chen muttered to himself. It seems that Su Mengyao didn't say anything. If she had, Su Guofeng would have known, and he doesn't need 10 million yuan for his startup fund at all. Uncle Su, do you disapprove of us getting along? Su Guofeng shook his head. Don't get me wrong, that's not what I meant. If you were extremely ordinary, I would disapprove, and you can't just be together because of Sisai. In that case, when Sisai grows up, you will still break up. A marriage like that would just be a waste of your time. You have a daughter now, can you understand as a father? Lin Chen nodded. I can understand. Su Guofeng, the situation is different now. You play basketball really well, which is a big plus for you. It doesn't matter if you don't have money or anything, as long as you're good at something. If you can really get together, Mengyao's mother and I will bless you. Lin Chen looked at Su Guofeng in surprise. Su Guofeng was much more agreeable than he expected. Su Guofeng, good. It's not easy to take care of a child, and it's even more difficult to make money. Mengyao doesn't give you any living expenses every month? If that's the case, I have to say something to her. Lin Chen, Uncle Su, I'm not tired. I only work less than half an hour a day right now. Su Guofeng, you probably won't earn much in that amount of time, so I'll have Mengyao give you some money every month. Lin Chen shook his head. Uncle Su, that's not necessary. I earn 3 to 5 million yuan every month. Su Guofeng was stunned. How much did you say? Lin Chen, under normal circumstances, 5 million yuan is no problem. His plan is to publish a book every month, and not counting old books, the royalties and signing bonuses for new books will be 6 million yuan. You're not doing something illegal, are you? Su Guofeng said with a grave expression. Working less than half an hour a day and earning at least 5 million a month, he really couldn't imagine such a dream job. Lin Chen shook his head. It's not illegal. I write fairy tales online and get a cut of the royalties from the published books. Su Guofeng was stunned. Lin Chen, don't tell me you're Lin Yu. Su Mengyao sent him a copy of Lin Yu's preface to the Orchid Pavilion, and he knows that Lin Yu is a top fairy tale master. The only person who can earn this much writing fairy tales is Lin Yu. Lin Chen smiled and said, Lin Yu is my pen name. I originally wanted to call the published book Sisai's Bedtime Stories, but then I didn't want people to notice Sisai because of that, so I didn't use that name. You. Su Guofeng looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. Lin Chen was actually the same Lin Yu as on the internet. Calligraphy masters such as Zhang Xuesong all spoke highly of Lin Yu's calligraphy, and he himself also felt that Lin Yu's calligraphy was very, very powerful. Lin Yu's identity is mysterious, and there is no information about him online. Su Guofeng never expected that Lin Chen would be Lin Yu. Does Mengyao know that you are Lin Yu? After a while, Su Guofeng asked. Lin Chen nodded. She knows that Lin Yu is my pen name. She also knows that I have made some money writing fairy tales. She used to give me living expenses, but I didn't want it. Su Guofeng's mouth twitched. Mengyao knew that you were Lin Yu, and she actually hid it from us. Lin Chen said, I asked her to keep it a secret. I'm Lin Yu, and if this news gets out, it might affect me taking Cici out, and I'll probably be mobbed. Su Guofeng waved his hand. You didn't ask her to keep it a secret. She just didn't want to say it herself, and I'll have a talk with her about it then. Lin Chen, you're actually so good at calligraphy, and you're also so strong at creating children's stories. You're also very good at basketball, why didn't you show it before? Su Guofeng was a little puzzled. The results of the investigation he had ordered were that Lin Chen was very ordinary. Appearance was perhaps the only bright spot, but Lin Chen used to dress very plainly, and this bright spot was also suppressed a lot. Lin Chen smiled and didn't answer. He never had such abilities before. Lin Chen, if you don't want to say, just forget it. Everyone has their own little secrets. Thank you, Uncle Su. Inside the ward, Yang Qingyue took out some snacks for Lin Xiaoxi. Lin Xiaoxi had asked Su Guofeng to prepare them before she arrived. Xiaoxi, are mom and dad doing well? Yang Qingyue asked. Lin Xiaoxi nodded. Grandma, they're doing great. Mom and dad are both in good health and haven't fallen ill. Yang Qingyue rubbed her forehead. She was confused by her illness, and she asked a 2-year-old child, but she still asked so subtly.
Lin Xiaoxi couldn't tell what she meant. Do you sleep with your mom and dad? Do they hug and kiss? Yang Qingyue changed her question.
Lin Xiaoxi ate some snacks. Grandma, I haven't slept with my mom and dad yet. Mom and dad kiss in their room.
Yang Qingyue muttered to herself.
It seems that Lin Chen and Su Mengyao have not made any real progress. Lin Xiaoqian said that they kissed in their room, which should not be the case. Lin Chen and the others are just tricking Lin Xiaoqian.
Knock knock. Half an hour later, Lin Chen and the others returned. Xiaoqian, we have to go back. Tomorrow we'll come back here to see Grandpa and Grandma.
Lin Xiaoqian was a little reluctant, but she still said goodbye to Yang Qingyue and the others. Lin Chen hugged her and left.
Honey, Lin Chen and Mengyao probably haven't made any progress yet.
They're probably just putting on a show to fool Xiaoqian and make her think they're in love.
Yang Qingyue said. Su Guofeng, I hope they have made progress. If there's been no progress at all, Mengyao's psychological trauma may be much more serious than we know. Yang Qingyue was puzzled.
I told you about Lin Yu, and Lin Chen is Lin Yu.
Huh? Yang Qingyue was stunned. She knew Lin Yu, but how could Lin Chen be Lin Yu?
Lin Yu's fairy tale writing and calligraphy were both top-notch.
Husband, are you sure? Su Guofeng, Lin Chen said so himself. Do you think he would lie to me on purpose about something like this? Yang Qingyue shook her head. There is no point in lying about something like this. It would be counterproductive. Husband, then Lin Chen is extremely talented.
He is so good at writing fairy tales and calligraphy, and he is also very good at basketball.
Su Guofeng nodded.
If Mengyao knows all this, and if she doesn't have any feelings for Lin Chen at all, then you can see that her problem is much more serious than we thought, don't you think?
Yang Qingyue muttered. Could it be that they really are making out in their room? What? Su Guofeng asked.
She said that they didn't sleep together, but sometimes they would close the door and make out in their room.
I originally thought that they were just going through the motions. Su Guofeng suddenly stood up.
He took out the painting scroll that Lin Chen had brought over.
After wiping the coffee table clean, Su Guofeng opened the scroll and then unrolled the contents. Huh? Su Guofeng was stunned.
He thought it was a calligraphy scroll, but it turned out to be a painting. The painting depicted pine trees and cranes. It was a pine and crane painting, which symbolized longevity and good health.
Wife, this painting looks really good. You know more about this than I do. What do you think of this painting? Su Guofeng asked. Yang Qingyue didn't say a word and carefully observed it. Gradually 10 minutes passed. Honey. Su Guofeng touched Yang Qingyue, who was engrossed in it. What is it? Yang Qingyue asked in puzzlement. Su Guofeng, honey, what do you think of this painting?
Yang Qingyue thought for a while and said, someone gave my father a pine and crane painting before, and after my father learned that the painting was worth 18 million, he quickly returned it.
I have seen that painting before, but this one is better.
It's just that the other one was a famous work and a cultural relic.
This one is a new work. Yang Qingyue's eyes revealed a shocked expression as she said, Husband, could Lin Chen have painted this himself? Su Guofeng, I suspect so. His calligraphy is so good, there's no need to give someone else's work as a gift. We'll know for sure if we call Mengyao and ask. Su Guofeng took out his phone as he said this. Chapter 59 Mengyao, is Lin Chen Lin Yu? Yang Qingyue, honey, it's not even dawn in Huagui yet. I'll send Mengyao a message first, she'll reply when she wakes up.
Su Guofeng finished speaking and sent a message to Su Mengyao.
Dad, what's wrong?
More than an hour later, Su Mengyao replied, she woke up relatively early.
Su Guofeng called Su Mengyao on video. Dad, what's the matter?
Su Mengyao asked, still in bed, and she had to lie down for a while after waking up.
Su Guofeng said impatiently, Mengyao, Lin Chen is so good at drawing, why didn't you tell us? Yang Qingyue glanced at her husband. They were not yet sure that Lin Chen had painted the picture. Su Mengyao was a little embarrassed on the other end of the phone. Dad, wouldn't it be better if Lin Chen told you himself? Su Guofeng, the painting was really painted by Lin Chen. Dad, you're leading me on. Su Mengyao pouted, you can just ask if you want to know, why are you leading me on? Am I hiding anything from you? Su Guofeng said impatiently, you have a previous conviction. You knew that Lin Chen was Lin Yu, but you didn't say anything. You showed me the Orchid Pavilion preface written by Lin Yu before, So at that time you knew that Lin Chen was Lin Yu, didn't you? Su Mengyao. Dad, it doesn't matter. I have nothing to do with Lin Chen. Why am I saying this? Yang Qingyue leaned closer. Mengyao, you don't have feelings for Lin Chen?
He is extremely good at calligraphy, painting, fairy tale creation, and basketball.
No. Su Mengyao said with some insincerity. Su Guofeng, that's good. Your mother and I have found a good match for you, and you will go on a date. Dad, don't do anything rash.
Su Mengyao said hurriedly.
Su Guofeng, we've spoken to the doctor. The best way for you to come out is to start a relationship. Don't worry, the matchmaking we've found for you is very good. It's a perfect match.
You get in touch with Lin Shenxiao and get to know each other.
Su Mengyao.
She took a deep breath and said, Dad, I'm not completely indifferent to Lin Chen, I already have some good feelings. You and Mom don't need to find someone for me.
Yang Qingyue smiled, your father hasn't looked.
Su Mengyao rolled her eyes.
Dad, you're addicted to lying to me. Su Guofeng laughed, who told you not to tell the truth now? If you tell the truth, your father and I wouldn't have to do this. You have some good feelings for Lin Chen, and if you don't tell us about Lin Chen's situation, aren't you afraid that we won't give Lin Chen a good face? Su Mengyao shook her head.
Lin Chen is Sisai's father, and he has also done us a favor, so you won't say anything bad to him.
Su Guofeng, what other merits does Lin Chen have? You name them. Dad, didn't you have someone investigate him before? Su Guofeng.
Yang Qingyue spoke up, Mengyao, don't argue with your father.
Tell us more about Lin Chen. Let's find out about him. Su Mengyao, Mom, you already know.
He's good at calligraphy, painting, fairy tale writing, and basketball.
Anything else? These are excellent, but why do I feel like there's more? Su Guofeng asked.
Su Mengyao, he's an extremely skilled cook, one of the best in the world. He also has a good talent for languages and should know 7 or 8 foreign languages. Okay, I have to get up for work, bye. Su Mengyao hung up the phone quickly after she finished speaking. Husband, your investigation back then was pretty unreliable.
Yang Qingyue said. Who knew Lin Chen was hiding so deep?
Mengyao said she had a little feeling for him, and they should have a chance. If they get together and Mengyao completely gets over it, that would be great.
Su Guofeng said. Yang Qingyue nodded, I hope Mengyao can seize the opportunity.
If she fails, her situation may become even more serious.
The night passed.
The next morning Lin Chen bought some groceries. After spending a little money, Lin Chen borrowed the kitchen of a Chinese restaurant.
He cooked 6 dishes and brought them to the hospital in a lunchbox. Grandpa, Grandma. Grandma, Dad cooked the best meal, you'll definitely like it, Grandma.
Lin Xiaoxian said sweetly.
Lin Chen's eyes were suspicious. Uncle Su, Auntie Yang, is there something wrong with me?
Su Guofeng and the others looked at him with a strange expression.
No. Su Guofeng shook his head.
Lin Chen opened the lunchbox, and the fragrance immediately spread.
Yang Qingyue swallowed.
She had not had much of an appetite after her surgery, and the doctor diagnosed her with mild anorexia. But now she found that she had an appetite, and she was very eager to try some of Lin Chen's dishes.
Uncle Su, Auntie Yang, you try them. The presentation isn't very good, but the taste should be okay.
Lin Chen smiled.
Lin Xiaoqian, Grandma, you try it. MMM.
Yang Qingyue took a bite and was instantly stunned. She recognized the ingredients, but the taste was worlds apart.
Not even a chef from a 5-star hotel could cook like this. I'll try it too. Su Guofeng gave it a try.
He looked at Lin Chen in shock.
Su Mengyao wasn't exaggerating.
Lin Chen's cooking skills were definitely world-class.
Grandparents, isn't it delicious? Dad's cooking is the best. Both Mom and I like it. Lin Xiaoxi giggled. Su Guofeng and Yang Qingyue nodded. 20 minutes passed and Yang Qingyue stopped. She was a little full. Mild anorexia does not exist in the face of such delicious food. Lin Chen, I have a humble request.
Grandma Shishi was diagnosed with anorexia by the doctor, but she is eating well now.
Can you deliver a meal every day for a few days while you are here?
Su Guofeng said with some embarrassment. If Lin Chen and Su Mengyao were together, then he wouldn't need to be embarrassed.
There's no need for 2 families to speak 2 languages, right? But right now Lin Chen is not yet with Su Mengyao. Of course there's no problem.
Lin Chen smiled and said, Uncle Su, you don't need to be so polite.
He will definitely not be polite when he digs Xiao Baijiu away. Chapter 60, Trouble at the Shooting Range.
After dinner, Su Guofeng returned to the hotel with him, and Yang Qingyue also wanted to take a nap, so he didn't need to be there at noon.
Grandpa, tell me a story. This storybook was written by Daddy, it's really good.
Lin Xiaoxi said in a baby voice as she sat on the bed.
Okay, Grandpa will tell you a story.
Su Guofeng said gently, and Lin Xiaoxi fell asleep with a faint smile on her face after he had told her the story for 10 minutes.
Lin Chen, sit.
Su Guofeng invited Lin Chen to sit down in the living room outside. He had booked a deluxe suite for Lin Chen and Lin Xiaoxi, and there was a small living room outside the bedroom.
The incident that year had a traumatic effect on Mengyao.
She saw many doctors, and now she seems fine but has not recovered.
I hope you can be a little more tolerant with her.
It is not advisable for you to express your feelings too quickly and cut the Gordian knot.
Instead, you should take things slowly and let things happen naturally. Do you understand what I mean? Lin Chen nodded. Uncle Su, I understand.
I know a bit about medicine, and there are many people who suffer psychological obstacles after being shocked.
Su Guofeng smiled slightly. Lin Chen, thank you for understanding.
That incident actually also caused quite a shock to her and her mother. Since then, we have been even more nervous about her situation, for fear that she will have another problem. Lin Chen said, Uncle Su, I will protect her. He thought of the image of Su Mengyao waiting for him after they finished drinking. Su Mengyao, the arrogant iceberg CEO, actually had moments that warmed his heart.
Su Guofeng nodded.
Lin Chen, some rich people choose their sons-in-law, and they like to choose the honest ones, the stupid ones, but I'm different. I want to find someone whom Mengyao can rely on. Her mother and I can't protect her forever.
Money cannot be brought when you are born and cannot be taken with you when you die.
As long as you are both well, all that money of ours will be yours in the future.
Lin Chen shook his head. Uncle Su, you are wrong.
Even if Mengyao and I get together, your money will still be yours.
I can make a living by earning money.
If we get together, it will be because of her, not because of the Su family's money.
Su Guofeng looked at Lin Chen in surprise. Lin Chen, let's talk about this later.
Mengyao's mother and I both think very highly of you.
Lin Chen nodded and asked with a smile, Uncle Su, is there a shooting range nearby? I want to play with guns. Su Guofeng nodded and said, there is a shooting range a little further away. When Mengyao's mother was sick, I would go there to play when I was stressed. Shooting guns can release stress. I have a black card there. You can take my black card and play with any gun you want. You can go there now, and I will watch over Shishi. Lin Chen nodded.
Lin Xiaoqian was very relieved to have Su Guofeng watching him.
20 minutes later, Lin Chen arrived at the shooting range. He touched the gun.
Playing in the amusement park with Lin Xiaoqian had given him a lot of shooting experience, and now he felt very familiar with the gun.
Bang, bang, bang. Lin Chen fired 3 shots in a row.
The first shot missed slightly, but the second and third shots were very accurate, as if he were a battle-hardened veteran.
Time passed by minute.
Lin Chen had a taste of various firearms. He gained experience with all kinds of firearms, and no matter what kind of firearm it was, he could use it pretty well.
You are good. A blonde woman approached Lin Chen.
P.S. There is no ambiguity with the main female character, and this woman is not very attractive, so don't get the wrong idea. She spoke broken Chinese.
Lin Chen asked in fluent English, I speak English, may I ask what is the matter? The blonde's eyes lit up, you speak English really well. I want to hire someone to be my bodyguard. You're a good shot, I want you to be my bodyguard.
The contract is for 1 month, and the pay is $100,000. Lin Chen was a little surprised. $100,000 a month is not a small amount.
Sorry, I just came here to have some fun. Besides, I'm going back to China soon, I can't be your bodyguard. For $100,000, you can hire a few professional bodyguards.
Lin Chen shook his head and refused. The blonde woman said, the person who is causing me trouble is quite capable, so I'm afraid there might be problems with the professional bodyguard company. That's why I've come to the shooting range to find one myself. I'll pay you $200,000 a month.
Lin Chen shook his head and said, I don't lack money. This isn't about money, madam. You should find someone else. 300,000 US dollars. I can pay you 150,000 US dollars in advance.
The blonde woman was still not convinced. Lin Chen still shook his head. At this time, the two of them walked towards Lin Chen and the others. Their hands reached inside their clothes. Lin Chen felt the murderous intent in their eyes.
Shit.
Lin Chen cursed inwardly, trouble is coming.
The two people approaching pulled out guns from inside their clothes. One of them pointed at Lin Chen. Bang, bang. Lin Chen quickly fired 2 shots. The 2 shots accurately hit the two people's eyebrows. Since these two people wanted to kill him as well, he definitely would not hold back. The opponent had a gun, and he would die if he was polite. The blonde woman was stunned. You saved my life, here is my business card. As long as I can survive this month, if you ever get into trouble, I will use the family's power to help you once. The blonde woman took out a business card that looked very ordinary. Lin Chen's eyebrows were knitted. Their bodies.
The blonde woman said, don't worry about it, just give me the gun, I will say that I killed them. I will let the family deal with it, no police will come looking for you. Lin Chen handed the gun to the blonde woman. I don't need your help, but don't let trouble find me either.
We won't meet again. Lin Chen left quickly.
The blonde woman made a phone call, Andrew, 2 assassins killed me, but I killed them in return.
I'm now at.
You find someone to dispose of their bodies. Leaving the shooting range, Lin Chen took a car to go somewhere else, and after changing taxis a few times, he finally returned to the hotel.
Dad, where have you been?
Lin Xiaoxian had already woken up and approached cheerfully. Lin Chen bent down and picked her up.
Dad had to go out for a bit of business. Xianxian, have you been a good girl? Have you been naughty?
Lin Chen asked, kissing Lin Xiaoxian. Lin Xiaoxian shook her head, I haven't been naughty, I drew pictures with Grandpa, and I drew better than Grandpa, hee. Su Guofeng exclaimed, Lin Chen, Cici has a high talent for drawing, she must have inherited it from you. Lin Chen put Lin Xiaoxian down, Xiaoxian, draw for a while longer, draw a picture for Grandpa and Grandma.
Uncle Su, let me tell you something.
Lin Xiaoxian was drawing in the bedroom, Lin Chen and Su Guofeng went to the living room. Su Guofeng said doubtfully, Lin Chen, there's something wrong with your expression, has something happened? Lin Chen told him about what happened at the shooting range.
Where's the business card? Su Guofeng asked.
Lin Chen handed the business card to Su Guofeng. Su Guofeng looked at the business card and his eyes revealed a look of surprise. Lin Chen, this family is quite something.
You saving Selina may not be a bad thing. Su Guofeng said. Lin Chen, Uncle Su, do you know this family? Su Guofeng nodded, I know a little bit.
This family is more than 10 times stronger than our Su family.
Is Selina pretty? Lin Chen. He shook his head, not really.
Uncle Su, I killed those 2 assassins.
Will I get into trouble? Are you asking the wrong question?
Su Guofeng said, even if people find out, they tried to kill you, and you killed them in return, so it's only fair.
They won't mess with our family over the deaths of 2 people.
Lin Chen nodded slightly. He thought to himself, I need to improve my combat abilities. The most reliable thing is your own strength.